Good morning, everyone. Blaine Austin here with Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 4 of our Countdown to Christmas show. And guys, we've got another great show lined up for you with a lot of great products and some very, very special deals today. So guys, we're so happy you're here. And anyway, hey, I want to, before we get started this morning, again, I want to give some shout outs to our customers out there that are watching today. And we have Wendy Brown's watching from Alabama. So good morning, Wendy, and thanks for watching. We have Brittany Snow over in Arizona watching today. So thanks for joining in, Brittany. We have Cassie Morris from North Dakota watching. So she's up in the cold temperatures of North Dakota this morning. And Patty Hamill from Colorado is watching. We have Iva Rose watching from Minnesota. And I think my mom, Marietta, is watching today from Arkansas. So good morning, Mom. Glad you're watching today. And guys, I got to give a special shout out to some of our vendors out there that help us. I think today, Kathy from Baby Lock, she's up in Fenton, Missouri. She's one of our merchandisers that help us get product. I want to give a big shout out to Kathy. And she really helps us a lot getting product. And I also want to give a big shout out to Ross and Chris from Brother. Man, they really help us with products when we're working, trying to get products in. And then I got to give another big shout out to Nancy from Genome. Nancy has just been instrumental in helping us get product in. So thank all of y'all for what y'all do for us, because if it wasn't for y'all, we wouldn't be getting products to help y'all buy some great deals. So I want to give a big shout out to them this morning. And it looks like Wendy is from, says, Wendy, good morning from Wisconsin. So Wendy up in Wisconsin, morning. And we have Aaron Potts from Ohio tuning in. There's a bunch of good ones coming in. I can't even see that name. What's that name? Something, Printwear is all I see. From North Carolina. So they're coming in. And then Doreen from, was that Visalia? California. Okay. All right. So, hey, good morning for everybody out there. We're sure glad. Brittany May there from Littleton, Colorado, tuning in. Hey, if you're new to the channel, if this is your first time ever watching our show, hey, make sure just go out there in the chat and say, hey, I'm new, and let us know where you're from. And again, I always tell everybody, we have a great community here of customers and sewers and quilters and embroidery people, and they're going to make you feel welcome. They're going to help you, answer questions you have as well, because we have so many knowledgeable customers on there. And, in the chat as well, we have a group of ladies that are helping us out in the Facebook and YouTube chat. And, we have Marina and Deb over there. We have Rhonda and Melinda helping out. And I think Candace has even been jumping in, helping out over there today. And so they're in the chat helping you. So, and then we have our team at the corporate office that are in the call center. Nick and his team are all the salespeople that are taking your calls. We have Laura Cook and her customer service team are answering the phones and helping you out. So we have about 20 people over there, answering the phones today. We have Randy and his warehouse crew in the back are working hard trying to get all these packages shipped out in time for Christmas. So we sure appreciate everything they do. And then if you're on our website, we have our live chat agents on the website that can take your orders, answer your questions as well. And that's Bonnie and her team over there. Great group of ladies, and they are all super, super experienced. They're all very accomplished sewers, quilters, and embroidery people. They also can digitize, so they can help you with a lot of questions if you have, answering your questions as well. So great things going around at SMP today. And we got Roger's in the house this morning. So Roger, how are you doing this morning?
Very good, Blaine. Thank you.
Roger's doing good. Andrea, she's doing good. They're doing good. So, hey, we got a beautiful day here in Southern California. It's sunny. We got through all that rain and wind and storms that we had the other night, and the cold, freezing temperatures almost yesterday. It was down in the 30s, up the high 30s in some places around here. But today, I think it's going to be extremely nice. It's warmed up a lot, so we're ready to go. Hope it's beautiful where you're at. And guys, we have got a great show lined up today. But I got to start the day out and tell you a little bit about our 10 for 10 promotion. So a lot of y'all already know what I'm talking about. But what we did about a month ago, we were approaching almost 10,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. And we was like, we want to hit that 10,000 mark. If we do, we're going to reward our customers with a great gift. And we said, we're going to give a $10,000 sewing machine away. So guess what? We hit the 10,000 subscribers. So we're going to give a $10,000 sewing machine package. There it is right there. You see it. It is that Altair XJ1 from Brother. And guys, this is an unbelievable sewing and quilting. You can quilt, sew, and embroidery on this machine. It has that huge 9.5 by 14 hoop on it. And the great thing about it too, if you look up there, you're getting that luggage set that comes with it. It's a rolling tote plus to hold the machine, plus you're getting that other bag to hold your embroidery unit. And then we're going to throw in that blue Sewing Machines Plus sewing mat with it. So guys, what a great giveaway. And what we're doing, so each day we're drawing names out. And here's what we do is we give you a code word that you have to put in. And we're getting ready to tell you the code word, but every day we put a code word in. And if you type the code word in all caps in the chat, and then if you're a subscriber to our YouTube channel, you have to be a subscriber to the YouTube channel to qualify. If you do that, you're going to have a chance to win. So every day we're making a finalist. So we're pulling a name out and that person becomes the finalist. So Monday, we pulled the name out and Belinda Bryan, she was our finalist for Monday. There it is. You see her on the screen. On Tuesday, it was Crystal Harrell. Crystal was our Tuesday finalist. And then yesterday was Miss Alabama. And so Miss Alabama was our finalist for Wednesday. So today, we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to give you a code word. And the code word is Jolly. Jolly, all caps. Put it in the chat. And there it is. You see it right there. And what's going to happen if you're a subscriber to YouTube, and Andrea's got this computer program, and don't ask me how it works, but it goes out there and it pulls your name. And if it cross-references to you as a subscriber to YouTube and you've typed that word in, it pulls your name out, and we're going to pull that name, and that person will be our finalist for today. And then what happens on tomorrow, we'll pull another winner like that, and we'll have 5 people that are our finalists. We're going to put all 5 names in a hat. I'm going to pull them out live on air and show you who won. And so we're super excited about that. So if you don't win today, again, don't get discouraged, because you still have tomorrow a chance to get in that finalist position and get a chance to win it. So congratulations to the 3 that are in there so far. And today we're going to give another one away. But again, we got a lot of things to give away today. We're going to give a sewing machine away today. We're going to give some mats, some event bags. So we still have a lot of stuff to do for you can win. And we're super excited about that. But, guys, this is a great show, and it brings a lot of people together. And we hope that, you're enjoying the show. And, let us know if you're enjoying what you see. And I know that we're trying to give you a lot of different products. And I saw some people, in the comments saying, I'm making my list. So making their shopping list. And so that's what it takes. It does. It takes you to just, see a lot of different products, to know what's out there, to make that good decision of what to buy if you're looking for, something for Christmas. And we're also trying to present some gifts ideas to you as well. So if you want to do some things for gifts, it's not all about, these higher end nice machines. We're trying to offer you some beginning machines and things that you could look for to maybe give a gift to somebody. So got a lot of great products. Great lineup today, guys. We got Juki in the house first thing this morning, and we're going to talk about some Juki products. We're going to have Laura Star on here today. If you've ever thought about just the top of the line ironing equipment, this is the top of the line, and it has a dry steam, which is incredible, and it's cold. That's what's so amazing about it. You can do it on your hand, and it won't even burn you. So we're going to show you all about that. And then we've got just a great lineup the rest of the afternoon. I think we got Anita Goodesign back in the studio today. We have Butler back here today. We've got our very own Candace Trevino is going to be here this afternoon late, and she's going to do the Altair Baby Lock and the Celebrate and do some demonstrations on that again, because we had them earlier on Tuesday, but we felt like it was worthy of having them again. And so we're going to have her on here doing that. And so we're super excited about Candace being back on the show. And if y'all have seen her, she is incredible. Great educator. So a big lineup again today. And so we're going to take a break again about noon today. Pacific time, we'll take a little break, give everybody a chance to stretch their legs and go use the restroom, maybe grab a bite to eat if you need to. And then that'll be only probably about 30 minutes or 15 minutes. And then we'll get going pretty fast right back and on track for the second half of the day. And we'll have a fast-paced, fun-filled day today. But anyway, hope y'all are ready to go because we are ready this morning. First up this morning, we have LuAnn Hester. She is, I'm not Hester, Hartley. I know LuAnn Hester. Anyway, LuAnn Hartley from Juki. She's their national educator. And this morning, first up, we're going to talk all about the Tajima 8-needle embroidery machine. This is made for Juki by Tajima. And Tajima is, if y'all have not heard that name before, they're synonymous in the commercial in embroidery world. So like if you're a commercial, these big factories and different things, they make the big multi-head embroidery machines and a lot of commercial type things. But they made a machine that's a consumer pro for Juki, which is that 8-needle. And we're super excited to have that this morning, first thing. So we're going to show a real quick little video of that machine, and then we're going to have LuAnn on here, and we're going to talk to her, and she's going to talk about some of her favorite features and try to answer any questions you may have. So, Roger, are we ready to show that video?
Yes, we are.
All right, guys, we're going to show this quick video, and then we'll be right back with you in about 9 or 10.
Hello, everyone. This is our Tajima Sai compact commercial 8-needle embroidery system. It comes complete with the software, a full digitizing software. You get the large embroidery hoop with it. You get the small embroidery hoop. And we also have a cap frame system that you can get for doing the hats like you see up here on top of the machine. So why get a commercial machine? Well, one of the things is because of the speed in which you can get your embroidery done. With commercial machines, and especially the Tajima Sai, you start to stitch and you'll hear the speed ramping up, and this machine will ramp up to the full speed. In other machines, and it will stay consistent at that speed. In other embroidery, multi-needle embroidery machines, you'll hear the speed pick up, and then in the middle of the embroidery, you might hear it slow down. And that happens when the stitches change or the length of the stitches change. The machine has to accommodate for that. So when you're stitching with this machine and you're stitching at full speed, you're going to get your embroidery done much quicker and faster because there's no slowing down of the machine. The other reason is all of the different fabrics that you can actually stitch through. Here's something, and I'm going to show some of these in a little bit. Here's something we did on upholstery fabric. So you can do your embroidery on just about any kind of fabric that you can put into the machine. So let me switch over and show you how we bring a design in and how easy it is to work with this machine. So I now have the software open and I have a design in here that I've created, and I'm going to bring it to the machine and stitch it out. One of the nice things about being able to edit everything on your computer is you can do it at your leisure, whether you're sitting in a chair, on the couch, or you could be away somewhere while you're working on your designs. Instead of having to go to the machine and stand here to do all of your editing, where you're going to bring designs in, combine designs, put letters or words in there, all of that's done directly through the software. So I've sent this to the machine. We're going to open the design. And this is actually a face mask that I have made. And there is my design, and it's ready to stitch out. But the one thing that you want to do is assign your colors that are on your needles to the colors that are in the design. So right here are my designs, the colors that are in my design. So when I touch color number 1, it's blinking to let me know. See if I can zoom in a little bit better on here for you. So that's blinking to let me know that's what I'm going to stitch. And I want to pull that from needle number 1, which has this color on it. Color number 2, I want that to be my white thread. Color number 3, I want that to be the color that's on needle number 4, which is pink. Color number 4, I want that to be on what's on needle number 2. And then color number 5, I want that to be red, and that's on my needle number 8. Now I have selected the colors that I want the machine to pull as it starts to stitch. So we're just going to touch set. We can select the hoop that we're working in. We're working in our large hoop today. We're going to touch set. And now it wants us to place our design. This machine has a laser crosshair. It's a little hard to see, but there's a laser here letting me know where I want to place my design. So I'm going to use center placement. You have other options. And now it's going to let me actually move the machine so that I can center this in the center of the hoop where I want my design to be. I'm going to touch set, and it's going to trace. So you're never going to strike the edge of the hoop with a needle because the machine is always going to trace around the design. The other nice thing about this machine is it's actually tracing around the actual design. It's not tracing a box like other machines do. You might have something up in a corner and then something in the other corner. It's actually just going to trace around the actual pattern itself. So it's easier to place and get everything placed perfectly by knowing what the actual design where that's going to stitch. So once that's done, I just press start, and the machine's going to pick up the needle I selected and start stitching. Let me stop that and cut that thread out of the way. And I can just hit start to restart it. So you'll hear the machine, it went to the highest speed that we have it set at immediately. And it's going to stay at this the whole time it's stitching. So it's going to stitch the entire design, stopping to let the to change the thread colors. So instead of stitching this out, I'll stitch it out later. Let me stop the machine and show you some of the things that we've actually stitched with the machine. I'm going to pull this back a little now so you can see the samples that we have. So like I said earlier, this is actually stitched on an upholstery fabric. This design is built into the machine. We brought it in, we enlarged it. So you'll see the stitch density is very nice on here when you enlarge your patterns. And here's the other half. This is also, there are fonts built into the machine. There are fonts built into the software. Plus you can access your true type fonts, which are the fonts that are on your computer. So you have lots of ways to personalize, monogram different projects. So this again was done on an upholstery fabric. Some of the other things that we've created. You know, we're all about our animals, at least I am. And here is a collar. This is an actual collar for a dog. And we just embroidered the name. These were purchased items. We didn't make these from scratch. So here is a leash that says "Someone Say Walk." So you can personalize your animals, leashes, collars, even animal beds. Let me just walk over here a minute. I'm going to show you. This is a bed that we purchased at a store and embroidered the animal's name. Look how thick that is. This machine went right through it without any hesitation. Here's a little coat for the animal too. These were purchased and we just embroidered to personalize these as well. Want to do something special for children? You can do embroidery in the machine. It actually has a feature where you can stop the hoop and make it move out so that you can trim around your embroidery designs. And it also will allow you to stop the machine so that you can do that. With a commercial embroidery machine, once you hit start, it's going to do all of the stitching before it stops. So it's going to do all of the thread changes. But anytime you want to do applique or lay fabric in there, you need to tell the machine to stop. and that's built into the machine. It's just an icon you touch, and the machine will stop and let you do what you want to do to the project. And then we embroidered the name down there. Those little store-bought little blankies that the kids have, this has been personalized. It says precious granddaughter. And here is a bag. This is a purchased bag that we did. This is a very heavy vinyl type bag, and we simply just put this in here because this machine has a narrow area here where the bobbin is, so you can slide things over this to easily stitch them by putting them in the hoop and doing that. So this is one we added monograms to personalize that. Here's a jean jacket. This is a purchased jean jacket that we did the stitching on, and the machine goes right through these heavy materials with no problems. So that's a little bit about our commercial embroidery system that you can purchase. And I'm going to turn this back over to Blaine so he can tell you about all the specials that they have going on today for this.
Hey, thanks, LuAnn. So, guys, got to tell you a little bit about the Tajima, and then we're going to go live to LuAnn, and I'm sure she can answer some questions for us. But, Roger, if we could put that overlay over there on in the screen, and I'll tell you all about this Tajima 8-needle. Again, guys, this is a fantastic embroidery machine. And one thing that it's going to separate this differently than most of the home machines you see out there, this is made by a commercial company. So the motors and everything in there are commercial motors. This thing does 800 stitches per minute. It has 200 designs and 31 fonts pre-installed. It has a sewing field of 12 inches by 8 inches. The touch screen on the front of that machine is 3.5 inches by 6 inches. So it's got a big screen to edit and things on. It includes the Tajima Writer Plus, a digital software for Windows. So you're going to get that software program that you can put in your laptop, and you can digitize in that software and load it onto your machine. It has the slim cylinder free arm, thread break sensor. It has that laser positioning system on there. And I think LuAnn in that video showed you how that positioning system was. It has the auto thread trimming, has a bright LED light set on it that you can really see. And what comes in the box is you're going to get 2 hoops. You're going to get a 7 by 9 by 11.9, and then you're getting a 4-inch by 4-inch hoop in there. So this all comes, guys, the price on it is $9,999. It is a call-in special, so you have to give us a call to get that countdown to Christmas pricing. 800-401-8151. If you want to go to our website and take a look at it, it's SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in the search bar, all you have to put in is Tajima, or you can put in 8-needle, and it'll take you probably right to that product page where you can do it, see all about it, read about it. And we also have our live chat agents on the website that can answer your questions as well and take your orders. But give us a call at 800-401-8151 if you have any questions or want to place an order for this machine and get that, show special pricing that we have. But right now, let's go right to LuAnn live, and we'll get to LuAnn. So LuAnn, are you there? There she is.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's beautiful in North Carolina this morning.
Well, that's awesome. So I know that we had a few questions about the Tajima 8-needle. Do you know what the weight of that machine is?
It's around about 58 pounds, something like that. We can look that up and put it on the chat, but it's a lot less heavier than a lot of the other multi-needle machines are.
Yeah. And how about, does it come with a table, or is there an accessory for a stand or table for it?
You can get the table separately. We do sell a stand for the machine. That does come separately. Some people, I recommend putting it on the stand that's designed for it because it keeps the vibration down. It's a really nice stand. It has a way that you can actually get to the free arm portion a lot easier. You can put it on a very sturdy table of your own, but I do recommend getting the stand. And I don't have mine set up right now because I'm here to talk about the Ricoh, or I would show you mine set up over here.
Right. So, and then when you talk about the cap equipment, you can purchase cap equipment separately as well for that machine, correct?
Yes, you can. And when you purchase that, you're going to get, it comes in a set. So you're going to get the cap hoop. And then you're also going to get another set of the hoops as well. So you'll have two sets of hoops.
Okay.
So if you're going to do this for a business, you can be stitching one and getting the next one ready to be stitched.
Okay, fantastic. And then how hard is it to change the threads out and thread this machine? Like if you're, I know it has the 8 needles, but like if somebody wanted to change the color, how hard is it to thread it?
Well, I do what everybody else does once you've threaded it. I actually tie the threads and pull them through. It's easy to do that. Let me switch it just a little bit so you can see. It does have the tubes that you thread the threads through, and then it just comes through the tension, around the tension disc, down through the take-up lever, and then into the needles. So it's very simple to thread, and I do just tie threads after I get it threaded if I'm in a hurry.
And we've got a question from Shelly out there. She's asking, does it include any quilt patterns in it, and can you do quilts on it?
You can. It does have some quilt patterns built in. Yes. The big thing, and I did say that, this system comes with the software. A lot of the multi-needle machines, you have to purchase your software extra. This one does come with the complete digitizing software, and it does have designs built into it. There are, I can't even quote the number, there's a lot of designs, and there are quilting designs built into it. I don't have my sample here, but I did a little table runner, and I did the blocks. I quilted each one of the blocks. And you can load your own designs in to the software, and you don't even, you're not committed to just using this software. If you have a software already that you're really happy with, you've worked with it, you know how to use it, this machine's going to read a DST file, and almost every software out there has a DST format. So you can just use the software you're used to, and you don't have to do a whole new learning of the software, and it'll work just fine with the machine. But our software package does come with it.
And LuAnn, also, Deanna is asking, are there any other size hoops that you are offered for it that you can buy, like some smaller hoops and different things?
We do. We have a lot of hoops. We have a set of magnetic frames, which I really like. There's 3 magnetic frames that come with that. And that's really nice when you're trying to do something and you don't want to, you've got something circular, or you want to put it under that free arm so it makes it easy to embroider on. So we do have that. We have sock hoops. We have a wide arrangement of different type of hoops. Because this is a commercial machine, we have all of those commercial hoops available that you can get. We have the pocket hoops. I can't quote everything we have right now, but we do have a large range of extra hoops that you can get.
And LuAnn, also, I know that like if somebody buys it local in the local market from a retail store, they're going to get classes at that local retail store. But I know like some people, if they buy it online, like today from us, is there videos and things? I know there's not classes online available, but are there videos and things that y'all have that are tutorials that would help somebody if they bought it and they're home, trying to figure this out?
There sure is. We have on our website, Juki Quilting. We do have a lot of projects and learning type documents that you can look at to learn how to do things like set text and do things like that on it. We also have on YouTube, we did a consumer training last year, and we videoed it. It was like an hour-long training on how to operate the machine, how to work with the software, and you can find that on our Juki Home channel on YouTube. So there's an hour video out there that will completely show you really pretty much everything you need to know about how to get started with the machine and how to work the software.
And LuAnn, Terry's asking, does it have that laser eye drop point or grid lines for needle placement?
It has a laser. It's a crosshair laser that comes down. And that's going to show you where you want to place the center of your design. And you don't have to place the center of the design in the center of the hoop. You can move it to any part of the hoop that you want it to be in. So yes, you do have a laser crosshair there that's going to show you where that design is placed. We do not have a laser where the needle's coming down, because this is going to switch from, the different needles, and each needle would need that laser. We don't have that, but the crosshair is a laser, and you can set it very easily in your hoop and get everything lined up.
LuAnn, they're also asking, is it Windows 11 compatible?
I just saw 11 this morning. I got a note, so I'll have to find out about that. I know it's Windows 10 and on the way back, but I just saw that pop up on my computer this morning. So I'm going to say it probably is, if it's, but I can't answer that. I'll find that out, and we can post that on your website. But if it's not right now, it will be.
Okay, great. All right, well, LuAnn, I'm going to tell everybody again how they can get this machine and all that, and then we're going to come right back to you, and then we're going to talk all about that Ricoh printer, that garment printer this morning as well, which is just an incredible piece that y'all have, and we love that machine, and I think once everybody sees that, they're going to be pretty impressed with it. But let's go right now, Roger, to the overlay, and we're going to tell everybody again, guys, this is that Tajima 8-needle embroidery machine. And again, I want to stress to you, the Tajima name is synonymous in the commercial industry. They make all these commercial big, large embroidery machines, but they've made this specifically for Juki as a consumer pro machine that you can have at home. It's a very small footprint on it. It weighs just a little over 50 pounds. It's extremely easy for two people to handle. And it can fit, it's a, great machine. And it has, the 8 needles on it, which we really, really like. It comes with the 2 hoops. And again, guys, the price is $9,999, but we have a great call-in special for the Countdown to Christmas show. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have some special financing for you. And if you are, in the market for an embroidery machine, I cannot stress to you enough about this one. It's 800 stitches per minute. It has 200 designs and 31 fonts pre-installed in it. It has that sewing field, 12 inches by 8 inches. It has the big, 6-inch by 3.5-inch full color touch panel screen. It includes, and that's what's great about this machine too, you're getting the software included with the machine. It's the Tajima Writer Plus, a digitizer software for Windows. It has that slim cylinder free arm, a thread brake sensor, laser pointing system with the cross arrows, and it tells you where your center's at. It has those auto thread trimming, has the bright LED package on it so you can really see. And then it's going to come with those 2 embroidery hoops. You're going to get that 7.9 inch by 11.9 inch. And then you're getting that 4-inch by 4-inch hoop that come with it. And again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have the special financing available as well. If you're on the website, just type in Tajima 8-needle in that search bar, or just 8-needle. It should get you there, or Juki 8-needle. It should take you to the product page. You can read all about it. And again, we have a live chat agent standing by that can take your order and answer questions as well. And again, guys, you're talking about if you want some education on this, again, like LuAnn said, you can go to Juki Quilts, their website, JukiQuilts.com. I think that's what the .com. We'll verify that with LuAnn. But they have tons of tutorial videos on there about their products. And the Tajima 8-needle, LuAnn said they have about an hour video on that. So that should help you. You can always give us a call if you purchase one of these. We can walk you through a lot of things from our techs to our customer service team and our sales team. So I know we do have support for this machine, and we do it all the time. So don't be afraid to get one of these and tackle it, because it's not that difficult. It's pretty user-friendly, but it is a commercial machine. Going to have the commercial motors in there, and it's made for longevity and a lot of stitches. So it's a great machine. So let's go back to LuAnn in the Juki studio. And LuAnn, we're going to talk all about this Ricoh direct-to-garment printer. And I know this is one of your favorite machines that Juki has. And And I tell you, we love this machine as well. And, you know, it's been a big seller for us. And I know that, you know, once people see this and understand it, they get pretty excited about it, don't they?
And I get excited about it too. I've had a lot of fun playing with this because I've been doing this a long time in this industry. And yeah, I've done embroidery forever. And it's like, it was time for something new. And so this is our Ricoh direct to garment printer. And what that is it's going to print on fabric. And I, like I said, I've been having fun with this. You know, with COVID, we're all kind of not going into stores as much as we used to, but yet we still want to buy things. And I don't know about you, but when I go into a store, they don't have what I'm looking for, or they may not have the size. So I can, with my printer, make my own t-shirts, my own sweatshirts, and I can actually print my own quilting fabric. And I'm going to show you some of those samples in just a little bit. So to me, this is a great thing, a nice accessory to have in your sewing room. And if you're looking to start a business or you just want to supplement your income, this is a great product for that. So like I said, it's a direct to garment. It's going to print on your fabric. It looks a lot like and works a lot like your document printer that you print paper on. So this is the actual printer here. And then down here is our heat finisher. So this is what we're going to print it on. Then we're going to put it in here to set those inks. And they just set on top of each other. They call it plug and play. You literally just put this one on top of the other, put your ink cartridges in, and you're ready to start printing. Your ink cartridges look a lot like your regular printer that you use for Word documents, only they're super, super large. And they just fit right in just like your cartridges do for your printer. These are textile, water-based textile inks. And you're going to get maybe between 800 to 1,000 prints on one of these cartridges. Now that's going to depend on what you're printing. Of course, if you're printing a large design and it's got a lot of colors and you're printing on something thick, it's going to take more ink. But if you're just printing logos or small things, I've had my machine now for way over a year, and I do a lot of printing with it. I'm still using the same ink cartridges. You do have a window here that lets you know where your level is on your ink cartridges. So if you're getting low, you can see that. But again, the water-based textile inks, what that means is they're transparent inks. They're actually going to absorb into the fibers of your fabric. So that's going to make it super, super soft. I mean, if you want to do baby clothes or shirts for children, this is perfect because this is so soft. It doesn't print to the back side. You can't feel it. You don't have to use stabilizer. There's no harshness to it. It's just your regular fabric. Unlike some of the other printers that are on the market, especially those that do the, sublimation, what they do is they actually print a layer of ink on the fabric and it sits on top of the fabric. And then they come back and they print the colors on top of that. So that's why when you feel those shirts that have a lot of that printing and they're harsh, that's why, because the inks are staying on top and not actually going into the fibers. This is completely machine washable and dryable. Once you take it out of the finisher down here, you're ready to go. You can wear it, you can wash it, you can dry it. So the other thing is software also comes with this. And that's how you're going to transfer your design from the computer to the printer. I don't have the software up because I'm actually using my computer to do this live presentation. But the software has designs built in it, and it also has fonts built in it where a lot of graphics that you can pull. You can also pull your graphics from your internet or your phone. If you want to do pictures, you can pull all those graphics and bring them into the software and work with them. You can bring up to 20 different designs in and work with it. So if you've got 20 different photos you want to bring in, or you've got photos and you want to add a word or a name to each one of them, you can bring up to 20 designs in there and work with it. You can also work with any of your other graphic software packages you have, such as Paint. Paint comes with all, Windows computers. And when you go into there to work with your graphics, you're also going to have access to all of the fonts that are on your computer. So you've got all those TrueType fonts that you can bring in. And that's where, this was a quilt that I did when COVID, it was last year, and I found all of these graphics on the internet, and then I went back and added my own wording. So my children's names here. So I used all the different fonts that some of these are TrueType fonts from my computer. Some of these are fonts that were in the software. And I created this quilt. So this was completely all graphics and printed. And you could do this with an embroidery machine if you're a digitizer, but if you look at all the different color shadings here, the printer's the perfect way to do this. The other thing with the software is you can download your photos directly from your phone. All you have to do is plug your phone into your computer, and in the software, you can go straight into your phone, look at all those photos, select a photo, and send it to the printer, and 5 minutes later, you'll have it printed and ready to go. So it's a really nice software package that you can use for that. So we're going to show you how we're going to print one today, and I'm going to print on a sweatshirt. The other nice thing about this printer is you can print on a lot of different fabrics. Some of the other printers, you can only print on a polyester fabric or a poly cotton. Ours, you can print on 100% cotton. You can print on poly cotton. We've even printed on lycra. So if you're doing those dance costumes and you want to customize something with those, we've printed on lycra before. So there's a lot of different fabrics that you can print on here. So let's get started. I have already sent a design over to the printer, so it'll be ready to go. But I'm going to put that design on this sweatshirt. And this is what I'm going to be printing today. Everybody loves the Grinch. This was a graphic that I got free off of the internet, and the Merry Christmas is also a graphic that I got for free. Once in a while, I'll purchase a graphic, but most of the time, there's a lot of good free ones out there. So we have to get this shirt into our printer. And the first thing you want to do is mark your center placement. I think you can see that pretty good with the lighting. So I have marked a crosshair here, and this is just what you would do if you were doing embroidery. You mark your crosshair where you want to place it. If I were going to place it up here on my shirt, I would put a crosshair here, and I'm ready to place it. So I'm going to show you the tray that you're going to place this on. And that tray is right here. So what we're going to do is open this up. We're going to put our sweatshirt in there. But if you look at the tray, there are markings here that are going to help you line everything up. There's also a registration mark here and here. So if you're doing a shirt, you don't want to place it upside down. You want the top of your shirt to be where these registration marks are. Believe me, I've printed one sideways when I shouldn't have, because I just didn't pay attention. You can print in portrait or landscape, and today I'm going to be printing in landscape. So what I'm going to do is put this over here, and we're going to lift this up. And I'm going to take my shirt, and I don't have to get inside the shirt. I'm laying this shirt down just like this. I'm laying it, and this, by the way, is called a platen. And I'm laying this right here. My neck is up here because my registration mark is here. And then I just lift this up, and if I need to shift this a little bit, I can, so that I get this placed straight. Pretty good. I've done this so many times, it's like I know where those marks are. So now we got to get all this excess out of the way. All we're going to do is tuck this under, those arms and everything. And I have done up to a 2XL shirt. So I'm just tucking all this excess under here, trying to stay out of the camera view so you can see. Once you get everything tucked in there, we're just going to close this. And you just want to make sure that there's no fabric sticking out of these sides. And we're going to close this up. So I have no fabric sticking out. And I'm ready to put this into the printer. So all I do is slide this in. And I'm going to set my heater so that it's heating up. And I've set my design here, and I am going to press the start key. The tray is going to go in, it's going to sense, and it just tells me I need to put the level of my tray down and press start again. So this information key will tell you everything you need to know, everything you need to do. And there it goes, it's going to print. It just needed me to lower that tray because my sweatshirt was thick. So it's going to do its printing, and while it's doing its printing, let me show you some things. So this was a t-shirt I did, social distancing. I did this last year. And also notice you don't have to just print on white fabric. This printer does not print white ink, but you don't have to print on white fabric. This is a blue one. I've actually done a navy blue shirt that had a logo on it, and I printed it in black. That shirt is at someone else's house right now because they were using it for a sample for demonstration. And like I said, quilting. You want to do your memory quilts, or you're wanting to commission someone to do a memory quilt. You know, a lot of people like to pay to get these types of things done. And this is a great thing you can do. This is a photo, and I actually printed the fabric because I didn't want to go to a fabric store to buy an eighth of a yard. And, you know, right now with all this going on with the pandemic still, I just don't want to go sometimes if I just need a small amount. So I printed this fabric. Yard flags. If you look on Etsy or you look on any of those selling sites, yard flags are a very big way if you're wanting to do a business or supplement your income. This was a design I got, and I used the built-in lettering in the software, Welcome Hartley's, and this is a yard flag that I use in my yard. And this is printed on a silver fabric. Here's a tote bag. This is a canvas tote bag. I purchased the tote bag on, I hate to say it, but Amazon. And then I just did a beach theme. And then there's a shirt over here that also has the same beach theme on a t-shirt. You have your own business and you want to promote it, or you want to do these for someone else's business. So much more. Nicole Moore is our new ambassador for Juki, and this is the business logo that she uses, and we printed it on a bag. Here's another bag, Cheermania. This is a gymnastics place that's local here. You could make these and sell them. You could make these and customize them. You know, everybody's into personalization now. So you could actually put the person's name on the gym bag so that they don't get mixed up when they're at the gym or they're at the, this also has a playroom for children too. And here's one, Master Gardeners. I had an uncle that was part of the Master Gardeners. And so here's a bag. So there's a lot of ways you can supplement your income and also do things for yourself. So let me show you, we've got this printed now. So I have it printed. And now I'm just going to put it down here in the heater. And in 2.5 minutes, it's going to be heat pressed. And then in 30 seconds, we're going to flatten those inks. So I put it in here. I push the knob over. It's going to count down. And in 3 minutes, it'll beep. So here's just another t-shirt. I like personalized t-shirts. And here's my buddy. Everybody likes animals. So here's my sewing buddy. This is Montana. I've shown him many times when I do presentations. He's sitting in the window beside of my machine, and I actually got him to look at me. But, you know, a lot of people do children, and a lot of people like me do their animals. So it's nice that this was a photo that was in my phone, and I just sent it to the software and printed it really quick. You have a reunion. This was a family reunion that we did last year, and I put it on the shirt. If you're going to, a lot of people go to Disney World and they want to all wear the same shirt, so they want to wear something that they can recognize each other. This is a great way to personalize that and customize that. So, and again, this has black ink in it, you can see. And sometimes we associate black ink with harshness. This is so soft, very, very soft. It would be nice to wear. And here is a tote bag I made. So my niece had a little girl finally this year. And I just wanted to customize this as a pocket that's got vinyl behind it. And this again was a graphic that I actually found on the internet for free, and it matched the fabric that I already had. So a nice way to personalize, and it has the birth date on here too. So a good way for gifts, if you've got a wedding coming up or you've got a baby shower coming up, you can make all of those party favors for the wedding or the baby shower or the table decorations. There's just so much you can do with this printer, and it's fast, it's easy, a lot easier than trying to do embroidery. Here's a table runner I did. So I did this for last year. I came in and put the wording in here, and then I personalized it down here, put the word autumn. All right, before I show you the rest, got 3 more seconds, and then I'm going to flip this over. And now 30 seconds is flattening those inks, and we'll be all ready to go. So here's another memory type quilt. So I did this for Easter. There's the memory photo. And then down at the bottom, I did the personalization with my name. So being able to bring in the different fonts and work with all of those different type fonts into the software is really nice. And then I took this into the sewing machine and just added a decorative stitch around it. And then I quilted this, and this was quilted on the Juki long arm that I have, but you could quilt it any way you wanted to do your quilting on here. And a couple more things, and then we'll pull this out. I'm going to open this up. And by the way, this gets hot, but it doesn't get, they tell you don't touch it, of course, but it's not something that you have to worry about. It does not get hot on the sides. I can actually put my hand in here and pull the tray out. The only part that gets hot is this right here, and they do give you a plastic tray that you can put on here to prevent yourself from touching this if you want to use that. So here was I like the gnomes, and so this is printed for Valentine's. You know, Valentine's will be here shortly. And you can also print the trims for your towels. So if you want to print this small piece of fabric here, and then this was put down with ribbon, there's so many things you can do with the printer in lieu of having to go buy the products or do an embroidery, which if you're not a digitizer, then you're stuck with what's out there and you have to purchase those. So we have this done. going to take this out. It's beeping to let me know I left it open. And then we're just going to pull our shirt out. And I now have a Christmas shirt to wear. And if you go into stores and look at what it costs to buy anything that has the Grinch on it, you'll understand why this is really nice to be able to do this. And again, this was a free graphic on the internet, so there's no copyright issues or anything like that. So I now have a sweatshirt for Christmas. And then we can just set this back. Oh, the other thing about the Platons, we also have one that's smaller than this. So if you want to print on socks or you want to print your mask, let me step over here a minute. I do have some. We thought we were getting away from masks, but guess what? They're here to stay. So you can actually print your own mask. This is one printed with a logo from a business. This is one printed for the school. And then this entire piece was printed, the fabric and everything. So the whole piece was printed. Where here, this is fabric, and I printed the design. This whole piece has been printed and then turned into a mask. So a lot of people now that we're stuck with the mask for a while are customizing their mask and making them more personal, and they're even matching them to their garments. So this is a great way to do that too. And then just back to the quilt that I did up here. If you can see some of the wording, social distancing, stay home, sew over it. It was fun to make this because I could put all of my different sayings. So here's one, COVID-19, you're out of here. And I had a fun time doing that. So that's our printer. There's so many things you can do, so many ways you can supplement your income if you're looking at it for that, personalize your own, make things for your family, do your memory quilts, quilt your fabric for your quilts. A lot you can do with this printer. So questions?
Hey, LuAnn, I'm sure we probably have a ton of questions on this, but I know that one of them that we saw came up is, I know that, the ink will last. It depends on how much you're using it, but what's the capacity like, for the cartridges, like how many printings can you get out of it estimated?
We estimate between 800 and 1,000, and it's just because we don't know what you're printing. I print heavy stuff. I print a lot. I print a lot of things that have gone in the trash can because I've done this to work and just do different things and make a lot of samples. My ink levels are still at a half, and I guarantee you in the last year I have used this a lot. So it's hard to say, because if we said you could get 1,500 prints and you only got 1,200, well, it's because maybe you printed a lot of things that were really big and used a lot of ink. So it's going to vary, but they are very large ink cartridges. And you'll notice the black is an extra large one here, just kind of like your printers. So maybe next time I change mine out, I'll start adding how many I do, but I'm going to say I've already done way over 800 prints and mine are still going pretty good. So. And they're not that expensive. I don't want to quote prices. That's something that you can do, but these ink cartridges are not very expensive to replace.
Well, that's one of the things that, people always ask, how long it's going to last. And, unlike your home printer that you're printing for paper, this thing, the inks last a long time on it. And, again, it's going to depend on the density of your design and how much ink it's actually putting in there. However, it does last a long time. Now, one of the questions too, LuAnn, about the ink, what type of ink is it again that this uses?
It's a water-based textile ink. It's a transparent ink, which means that it's going to absorb into the fibers of the fabric. So it's going to pick up some of the color behind that. The blue t-shirt that I did, you can't, it doesn't pick it. You can see a little of the blue behind it. Like here's the blue where there's no ink, so it's picking up the fabric behind it, but it actually enhanced the blue of this. So it's a transparent ink that goes into the fibers of the fabric.
So that's one of the things I learned about this, LuAnn, is it impregnates the fabrics, and it's not like a transfer. And so it's almost kind of like dyeing the fabric, because you can wash this thing 1,000 times and it's not going to fade or anything. That's what I love about this ink.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah. And the others, when they print on top, eventually that stuff will crack. I know if you've bought t-shirts from some of these t-shirt stores, and then 6 or 7 washings later, you start to see the ink crack. That's because it's on top of the fabric and not part of the fabric. And this actually is part of the fabric. So it's a much better, softer feel, and a lot cheaper than those sublimation printers that print that way.
One of the other questions they're asking, LuAnn, is does it tell you in advance of when it's getting low of ink? But it does have the ink, fill levels on the screen that you can tell, so you can see exactly your level at any time, correct?
Yeah, you can. And I know it's hard to see because I don't have the camera up here, but there's a little window just right here. It's a little window, and it's telling me now it's ready, but it's showing me the ink level that I have of all 4 of the cartridges. So I have my black, my blue, my pink, and my yellow, and it's given me that level, and it's just a little black line. So you've got this little box, and then the line that comes down as you're using the inks. And like I said, mine are not even halfway used, so I still have over half of my inks available to use. But you do have that window right here that will let you know when they're getting low.
LuAnn, do you know what the weight is of the printer?
Oh, I should have looked that up. No, but you can actually 25, 30 pounds, something like that. It's not that bad. I can actually lift it, and I'm not very good at lifting heavy stuff because it's 2 pieces. This is your finisher, and it's just, you just set it down, and then there's little indentions where the feet that are on here set in there. So this is locked together. It's not just sitting on top where you can bump it and slide it off. There are 4 indentions here, and then there's little feet that sit in those indentions. So they are actually hooked together. So you don't have to worry about hitting it or anything like that. And mine's on a roll-away table. This is a thread cabinet that I have that's sitting on here, so I can roll it wherever I want it to be. So it's not too bad to lift and put together. You wouldn't want to lift both of them at the same time, but you can do them independently, and there's nothing you have to disconnect. I could just literally lift this up, you see, and move it if I wanted to.
LuAnn, we just found out it's 55 pounds for the pair total.
Okay.
So you're probably right. That printer by itself is probably 30 pounds or so. So
yeah, maybe 25, 27 pounds, yeah, something like that. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah.
All right. Is there any other questions coming up, Andrea? Oh, one of them says they're asking about the warranty, and then the other one was the printing area. How big a printing area does it print?
It's 8.5 by 11 printing area, but remember you can do portrait or landscape. I will let you answer that other question. Your second question was?
The warranty on it.
Oh, yeah, I'll let you answer that one because you can pull the warranty. I'll let you answer the warranty thing on it.
Okay. Well, I'll do it when I start doing the pricing. And then what other questions we have? Andre is looking. Oh, here we go. Can you wash your shirt over and over and over without any problems? I think we talked about that, but you can kind of get in a little bit more depth on that.
You can. I might not use the hottest setting in the water or the dryer, but we have washed shirts many times in just a regular normal cycle with warm water, and you can definitely put it in the dryer on a permanent press warm cycle. Yes, there's no special hand washing or anything to this. because those inks are actually in the fibers of the fabric, that's why you don't really have to worry about that.
So, and I think another question that came up was, where can they purchase the ink replacement, in which naturally they can get the replacement ink cartridges through us.
Correct. Yes. You'll need to
guess,
get, you can get those through Sewing Machines Plus.
Or any, retailer that sells the Ricoh is going to have the replacement cartridges.
We sell our Ricoh to our select dealers, our select Juki dealers. It's not just a product you can go out to like Staples or anything like that and get it. So you would need to get in touch with the Juki dealer that sells this product. But the best thing is just to contact you guys. You can take care of them if they need anything like that.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things too, LuAnn, with if somebody bought an extra set of cartridges, and it's not going to go bad, is it? If they let it, like if it's set for a year with the cartridges?
Well, these, just like your ink cartridges on your document printer, which I found out by buying some at Walmart that were out of date. Yes, they can go out of date. So
Okay.
I would not purchase an extra one, and unless you're going to be doing an awful lot of printing for a business and you're going to think, oh, in 6 months I'm probably going to need it. But I wouldn't purchase an extra set and just leave it sitting for a year or two, because they do have a date on them. And they're easy. I mean, we keep them in stock in our warehouse, so they're easy for you to order. If somebody needs one, they could probably have it in just a few days. And you would know by the levels up here when you're getting low and when you should probably order another set of inks.
Okay, great. And, that's a good point, because you don't want them to go out of date. So, my recommendation would be, especially as long as they last, is wait till that ink level, you see it gets down below halfway. Then you might think about going ahead and picking up some extra ones at that point.
That's what I would do. Yeah.
All right. Well, LuAnn, let's me go. I'm going to tell everybody the pricing and how they can get this thing, because I tell you, this is a great, great machine. And I know one of our customers, I think it's Ella Bly, has one of these, and she just absolutely loves it. And she made, I remember a while back, she made a bunch of shirts and sent them to some of our employees here at Sewing Machines Plus, made them specialized and made them on that Ricoh. And I just thought it was pretty awesome what she did and how she used that Ricoh printer. So let me tell everybody how they can get one of these. And guys, the pricing on this thing is incredible. Roger, if we could put that overlay up there. Guys, again, this is $39.50 for the Ricoh printer, but we do have a call-in special for this, and we have great pricing for the countdown to Christmas. But let me tell you a little bit about this thing. You can fit into a 16, now think about this, 16 inches wide by a 27.5 inch space. So it's a really extremely small place. So I know that you can find a place in your sewing studio for this. So 16 inches wide by 27.5 inches deep. And the maximum area that you can print on is 11.5 by 8. So if you can think about a sheet of paper, 11.5 by 8, and you can print that either portrait or landscape, how you want to put that design on it. The A5 tray is an 8 by 5.6. So in that, the A4 tray is the big one. Then it has an A5 tray that's 8 by 5.6 inch. So you have two different trays that you can print on. The resolution settings, this is 600 by 600 DPI. The fine is 600 by 600 DPI. The vivid is 1200 by 1200. It's color fast designs, includes the Ricoh design software that comes with it. Now we have 3 different packages. You can buy just the basic printer package. You can get what we call, and it's called the Home Crafter Bundle. And we call that the standard bundle. You're going to get that Ricoh 100 printer. You're going to get the ink cartridge K, the ink cartridge C, the ink cartridge M, ink cartridge Y, and then you get the AB USB port. If you do the business startup bundle, it's all the Home Crafter bundle that I just talked about, plus you're getting the RH100 dryer. Now, one thing about this printer, you don't have to have the dryer for it. You can use just a heat press to, and what you're wanting to do is once you print this, you want to let it dry, but when you put heat to it, it basically encapsulates that ink into the fabric and locks it in there. So that's what keeps it from fading and all that. But I would highly recommend the business startup bundle because that dryer is really nice. You can put it in there, set the timer, forget about it. It dries it in 3 minutes and you can pull it out. The professional bundle that we also offer is basically the other two bundles combined, the business startup bundle and that home crafter bundle. Plus you're getting an A4 platelet and the A5 platelet. And that's the different things that you put your shirt on. So they can explain all about it. If you give us a call at 800-401-8151, they can talk to you about the different packages we have. We also have some great financing available. But again, guys, this basic package is $39.50, but we do have a call-in special on this. So give us a call. And guys, I'm telling you right now, if you compare this to anything out there on the market, this is a cheaper printer than what it does. And it's so much better than heat transfers or those sublimation printers. I can't, if you see this in person, it's just amazing how it puts that fabric in. It actually almost looks like it's dyed the fabric and like it is part of your fabric color. I mean, it's just amazing. And that you're not going to get that cracking over time like a transfer. It's not going to fade when you wash it. And I'm very, very impressed with this machine. Again, you can ask questions on our website. You can just type in Ricoh in the search bar. It'll take you right to the product page. Our live chat agents are standing by on the website, can help take your order, answer your questions. And then you can call in at 800-401-8151 and speak to our sales staff. They're extremely knowledgeable about this machine and can tell you all about it as well. But we highly recommend it. So let's go back to LuAnn real quick. So LuAnn, I tell you, this is, oh, look at that.
Yep. I'm ready. I'm all ready for Christmas now. Got my customized shirt.
That's the one you just did right in front of us,
it
right?
It is. That's the one I just did. Yep.
So see, it didn't take any time to print, dry, and now you're already wearing it. So that's pretty cool.
I am ready to go.
So I know, LuAnn, appreciate you coming on this morning. We're going to be back this afternoon. You're going to come back here in about 30 minutes. You're going to be back, and we're going to talk about some machines. But anyway, we sure do appreciate you being here, and we'll be back with you in just probably 30 minutes, I guess.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, LuAnn. All right, guys. Remember, if you've been interested in that Tajima 8-needle, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We can most certainly tell you all about the 8-needle embroidery machine. What a great embroidery machine. And then that Ricoh printer, oh my gosh, that thing is just awesome. And you saw what LuAnn did with that quilt. Can you imagine doing custom quilts and doing printing on the fabric and doing different designs like that, and then coming back and enhancing it with embroidery and quilting? You can make some very unique pieces with this, and can't stress it enough. So what a great, great, great machine. So guys, coming up next, we have Laura Star in the house, and we have Mike Vendetti going to be here. And guys, we've got, if you've never heard of Laura Star before, hey, they are the Cadillac of ironing. And what's impressive about the Laura Star is that dry steam heat. You could actually put your hand in front of it and it doesn't burn you like normal wet steam does. And this is pretty awesome. And Mike's going to tell us all about a couple of different models we have this morning. We got great specials on them. So Mike Vendetti, welcome to the show. How are you doing, buddy?
Hey, Blaine. Good morning. How are you today? Glad to be here.
Doing fantastic, man. And we're excited that you're here. And thank you for coming on the show. And I know that everybody's super pumped about watching the Laura Star this morning.
Great. Super duper. Yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Well, let's take it away and show them all about what makes Laura Star special compared to all the other irons on the market.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, welcome, everybody. So I'm just going to kind of go through briefly what Laura Star is, why we're different, and I'll apply to a couple different applications of fabric to really give you a much better understanding in terms of, like Blaine mentioned, why we're different from an ordinary iron. So starting off, Laura Star, we're a Swiss company. We're 40 years old this year, privately held, and all of our irons, steam irons, are all manufactured and designed by Swiss technology. So we talk about Laura Star in terms of an iron. It's a very high-end product. that will last a long time. The average lifespan is between 7 to 10 years on any one of our irons, which I'm about to show you. In fact, we guarantee parts for 10 years. Other irons don't even come close to that. Okay, so what I'm going to show you today, like Blaine had mentioned, is we call it the lift, L-I-F-T. Okay, and here it is. It's a portable steam iron. Okay, in this hand here is the boiler. My left hand is the iron. Okay, it comes in a couple of different colors, but what I want to do is explain to you the advantages of this, why it's different, and how to use it, kind of thing. So one of the biggest things, of course, is the portability. Okay, the cord between the boiler and the iron is 7 feet. So you can put the boiler on the ground and you can reach over someplace 7 feet away. For example, long arm quilters love this because they can lean over when the fabric is on the long arm and hit it with the steam. Okay, so again, it's a very convenience factor. Many people will also take this to a weekend event, put it in their trunk, kind of thing. Okay, so why is LuanN different? Like Blaine mentioned, very simply is on every one of the irons there are 2 buttons. Okay, you have to press one of those 2 buttons to throw out steam, which I'm about to do. Okay, so I don't know if you can see very well from the camera angle, but there's an awful lot of steam coming out here and a high velocity volume of steam as well. But more importantly, the steam is very fine and very dry. Whereas the normal iron, you could not do this, okay? Because the normal iron, that water comes out hot and it comes out wet. Everyone knows that, and most people listening to this presentation have been used to that probably for the last number of years. But again, the steam is the same physical temperature as the iron you've been using. And again, why are we not burning our hand in this case, or rooting the fabric, or things that your normal iron will do? Again, a lot of the excess moisture that causes ill will with a traditional iron is removed from the steam with the LuanN. And again, it gives you that real dry, fine steam. Now, because of that, the steam will go into a piece of fabric, loosen the fabric up. That's all it does. Once it loosens the fabric up, because it's so fine and dry, it dissipates. It disappears from the fabric. Okay? Whereas the normal iron, you've got that hot and wet. When it goes into the fabric, what does it do? It stays in the fabric, doesn't it? That's why you're wrestling with it all the time in terms of trying to get it ironed and get the wrinkles out, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so again, it's portable. Now, what comes with this? Okay, it's a rubber mat. So I can use this, okay, on any board you have at home. Doesn't have to be a specific, specific ironing board. Okay, and with LuanN, instead of putting the iron up like this, okay, the iron goes down on its face. So what we include in the lift is a little rubber mat, okay? And just simply put on so you don't burn your board cover, okay? It also comes with a filter, okay? Portable filter that just simply clicks right in here. And I'll show you in a second why it's required and what the advantage of it is, okay? So it comes with a filter, comes with a rubber mat. It also comes with a sole plate, which I'll show in a second when I'm doing more of a sensitive type of fabric. Okay, so let's get started. Let me take a piece of fabric. So I've got, for example, I'm going to simulate a crease in a quilt, if you will. Normally that's very tough, if not impossible, to get out with a traditional iron. I think it's a fair assumption. Okay, so I've got 7 squares of cotton, nice and wrinkled. Okay, so I'm going to put this on the fabric. Okay, I'm going to press and hold one of the 2 steam buttons, so I'm going to throw steam into the fabric. Okay, I'm doing one side, flip it over, I'm doing the other side. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the top 6 layers, and guess what? The bottom layer is completely ironed, but more importantly, it's completely dry. That's the difference with LuanN. Typically, with a normal iron, you'd have to do these, right, one piece of fabric at a time. And when you move it, this way, remember all that hot moisture that's coming out of a typical iron is still in the fabric. So again, because it's fine and it's dry, it reacts to fabric differently. And it's a heaven sent for a quilter, a sewer, a person who makes their own clothing, et cetera, okay? So, as I mentioned, it also comes with a sole plate. Now, the face temperature on this iron is about 375 degrees, okay, Fahrenheit. Now, in terms of tough, hard, tough to penetrate fabrics, around 350 or so kind of is the optimum temperature. And if it's a delicate fabric, it's about 250 of temperature, okay? Well, with Laurastar, again, this is very warm at 375. My sample here, clothing-wise, is I've got a little t-shirt, okay? And if you can see right here next to my finger, there's this little, 7 or 8 beads that are round and they're red. They're plastic, and they're protruding out from the shirt, okay? So I always typically ask this question to the folks on that side of the table: how would you normally iron this with your iron? It's amazing the comments I get back from, there's no way I'm even going to touch it with my iron. How come? It's too hot. It's too wet. It's going to melt. It's going to cause ill will, okay? Or some people will take a 1/4-inch piece of fabric, put on this. Now think about that. If I'm putting a 1/4-inch piece of fabric on this shirt, I don't have much, value to the iron. There's not much value in that iron if I have to do that to protect my iron from ruining or hurting the fabric. Or some people may fold it in half, right? There's a number of things that different people do. With Laurastar, take the sole plate. And by the way, the sole plate is Teflon. Okay, it's like a frying pan in the morning. Nothing's going to stick to this. So if we're going to do a fabric like this, okay, you stick, it simply goes on like that. It just clicks on in. Press and hold one of the 2 steam buttons. Okay, so what I just did was I took the face temperature of about 375 or so, okay, ran some steam through the sole plate. Now the sole plate is about 250, 260, 280, somewhere in there. But the important thing to know now is the temperature of the face of this iron, okay, is now warm enough to go on any fabric whatsoever. Okay, again, that's a bold statement, isn't it? You can't do that with a normal iron. Okay, so again, we've reduced the temperature. Now it can go on any fabric, including these plastic beads. But remember, folks, what's behind this? That dry steam. So I'm going to put the dry steam and the reduced temperature face right on these plastic beads. There we go. Right over them. And I'm throwing the steam into the fabric. Okay. Well, again, if you were here, it's completely ironed, but more importantly, it's completely dry. No melting, no transfer, no burning, no taking the 1/4-inch piece of fabric, no adjusting, et cetera, okay? So that's the advantage of the sole plate that we call. So when you're going from a heavier fabric, a quilt, for example, where you need that face temperature being very hot, right? Use it without the sole plate. The transition from that to more of a delicate fabric, okay? Simply put the sole plate on. Okay, it's that quick. So now, with that, it's not going to reduce your ironing time eventually as well. Okay, transitioning very quickly from one fabric to the other. Also, what I'd like to do is briefly show you, this is a Rowenta iron that I bought at Walmart. Okay, and it's important. I want to show you some of the differences of the irons that most of you folks typically probably have used in the past versus the Laurastar iron. Okay, first and foremost, if you look at this iron, okay, there's holes from top to bottom. If you look at the Laurastar iron, the top half of this iron, you can see a little plastic V, if you will, okay? That's where the steam comes out of Laurastar. The bottom half is solid. No holes like this. The bottom half is solid. So why is that a big deal? Remember what comes out of here, hot and wet, okay? So all that hot and wet will go into a piece of fabric and stay there, doesn't it? Okay? With Laurastar, again, I'm going back to one piece of cotton here. I'm going to wrinkle up this fabric. Now with Laurastar, the top half of the iron is going to throw steam into the fabric, isn't it? Remember, it goes in and dissipates. Guess what comes right behind it? Heat, right? Because this is all the sole plate. This is hot. So I'm just going to go one movement, which hitting the steam button one time, just like that. Okay. again, if you can see, where I ran that iron across is completely dry and completely ironed. Again, this does not occur in your world of irons with the traditional iron. Again, another iteration of why the steam is so different and how in a positive fashion it reacts so much better to fabric in general. Okay. Also, the normal iron that you see like a Rowenta, okay, the face is not completely flat. It goes from back to front in a slight angle, which requires the user to put pressure on the iron to penetrate the fabric. Okay, so now you're requiring elbow grease. Well, in some cases, if you do a lot of ironing, that can become an issue, can it? Whether perhaps you may be arthritic or a bad elbow or what have you, it requires more physical inertia, if you will, okay, to iron. With Lorastar, remember that, I would say a jet engine type of propulsion, okay? This is my version of, elbow grease on a piece of fabric. None, okay? Another advantage of the fabric of that steam coming out, there's no elbow grease required because the steam will do the work for you. Again, another advantage. Now, it's also going to allow you to iron quicker. Okay, we say by using Lorastar in general terms, okay, you're going to reduce the ironing time at least in half. Now, again, that's a bold statement, isn't it? You just can't casually say that and walk away. Well, with Lorastar, you can, again, because that steam is dry and fine, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so also the normal iron, if you throw out the steam or press a steam button, how does the steam normally come out? It comes out in spurts. Okay, now can you imagine with that hot and wet steam, if it came out like this? Okay, you would literally burn everything in its path or do a lot of damage. Okay, that's why these irons don't do that, because they're not designed to do it, again, because that steam is so different. Okay, so again, those are some of the kind of the minute details or differences between what you may be used to on that side of the table versus what Lorastar has to offer. Okay, so again, these are a big difference. Like Blaine mentioned, again, the lift, we're offering a couple different versions of the lift. Okay, this happens to be, we call it, there's a lift and lift plus. Okay, this happens to be, we call it the lift plus. Why do we add the word plus in there? A couple reasons. That V on this, on the front half of this face, okay, it's designed to, when you put this onto a piece of fabric, it'll open the fabric up to allow the heat and the steam to penetrate the fabric quicker. Okay, so what does that equal? Equals getting the job done quicker. Okay, so again, it's a big. Also, on this here, there's a little switch right here. You can see where my thumb is. Okay, if you can see, the steam comes out in continuous flow by throwing the switch. If you can listen to the pulsating at this point. Okay, the steam is pulsating, isn't it? And I'm not doing this. It's automatically pulsating. Now, that's typically used, we call it with slow ironing. If you're doing something that requires you to move the iron very slowly, okay? It allows you to do that while having to hit the steam button every 2 or 3 seconds. Again, a big advantage in terms of using the iron a lot. It takes a lot less physical, manpower, if you will, to do it. Okay, so those are some of the differences between the kind of the two versions. The other version, we don't have that 3D sew plate. Okay, it's a little different. Okay, but again, it reacts the same. It's the same type of steam at the same temperature of the face, et cetera, et cetera. But that V is designed just to get the job done just a little bit quicker. Okay, but in both cases, they're going to do equally as well. Okay, now we also say that these things will last anywhere, on average, about 8 to 10 years of everyday use. Okay. Again, that's a big deal. People who, if you buy 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 irons in the course of 10 years, A, how much money have you spent? B, have you gotten a professional result every time you used it? No. With Lorastar, you've got every time you use it. This is a professional steam kind of thing. Okay, so again, there's some other clear advantages of Lorastar in the longer term as far as longevity, in terms of results second to none, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so last thing I wanted to show you is this is a silk blouse, okay? I want to give you another iteration of how different the steam is. So I'm going to take the sleeve of a silk blouse. I'm going to wrinkle it. Okay, I'm going to put it on my board. Okay? I'm going to open up the armpit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw steam into the armpit. Okay, so again, this is completely wrinkled right now, right? I'm going to open the armpit and just throw steam into it. But it's on the pulsating, so I'm going to continuous flow. Okay, that quick, this is completely ironed and completely dry. Okay, again, this does not exist in your world of ironing. And again, I want to give you another visual iteration of why the steam reacts so differently in a more positive fashion to fabric. Okay, I mentioned right, a filter. Okay, Lorastar requires minerals in the water for these things to work properly. Okay, the reason why we have the filter is depending on how many minerals come out of your faucet at home. Okay, if there's too many minerals, the filter will take a lot of the filters out before it goes into the boiler. Okay, so again, it controls the amount of minerals going into the boiler, because what you want to come out of here with the steam is basically water with a few minerals. Okay, the filter will guarantee that. Now, how long does the filter last? How do you know when to replace it? Okay, on here, there's an on-off button. Okay, on the left side, you'll see a little teardrop. When that starts to blink, that means it needs more water. Okay, it'll beep and it'll visually kind of chirp. Okay, on the right side, okay, that will also beep, it'll chirp when the filter has to be replaced. The average life of a filter is between 10 and 15 hours of use. Now, by definition of use, okay, when you press the steam button, that's the time when the clock starts to tick. So again, 10 hours to 15 hours. Why is there such a fluctuation? Depending on part of the country that we've seen, in some parts of the country, there's typically a lot of minerals coming out of a typical sink versus other parts of the country. So in those cases, the filter has to work harder, right, to get it to water with a few minerals, which is why there's a difference in longevity. Okay. Also on this, once you use it, or once you turn it on, if you don't use it, within 10 minutes of non-use, again, not hitting the steam, it automatically shuts off. Okay. Now that could be very positive. It also could be very aggravating. How many times do you come back 12 minutes later or 30 minutes later or something beyond 10 minutes? It shuts off. What happens with a traditional iron? You turn it on, wait for it to reboot. Okay. Well, guess what? With Lorastar, you can override the auto shutoff. It's real simple. When this thing is turned on, plugged in, ready to go. Okay. Actually, before you turn it on, when you go to turn this thing on, when it's off, you press and hold the on-off button for 10 full seconds. In 10 seconds, you'll see those little sensors I was telling you about on either side of the on-off button. They will begin to blink. The little red sensor will blink. It's visually, you can see it. Once they start to blink, remove your finger. At that point in time, you've overridden the auto shutoff, which means this will no longer shut off until you press the on-off button again. Okay, that's a big deal because, you know, the traditional irons that you may have been using, these typically go about 8 minutes. Okay, if it shuts off, again, what do? You turn it back on and you wait. Okay, so again, we talked about reducing the ironing time by at least 50% with Lorastar. Another little tidbit in terms of why it is different and is such a time saver. Okay, so again, sole plate, rubber mat, okay, filter, it all comes with all of these units. Okay, so hopefully that was informative for you. Blaine, if there's any questions that I can answer from your customers, or if you want to see something different that perhaps I didn't explain or wanted to be re-explained, feel free to go ahead.
Hey, Mike, I got just a couple questions out there. People are inquiring about using regular tap water versus distilled water, and I know it has that filter on it, but can they use just tap water?
Yeah, that's what I said. You must use tap water. Okay. Again, what you don't want to do, distilled water by definition has no minerals in it. Okay. Now, again, this is a mindset change because these irons, okay, that people have typically used in the past, a lot of the irons required distilled water. Well, guess what? We're now requiring minerals in the water, which distilled water is no longer in the equation. So again, that's why we say tap water, because every tap in America, there is some version of a mineral coming out of that tap. And the filter will control before it goes into the boiler. Okay, so you must use tap water, no more distilled. Okay.
All right. So, and another question says, is it possible to iron, is that circuit vinyl onto, cricket vinyl onto t-shirts with this?
Yeah. So again, in that particular case, right, you want to take that temperature of the face of the iron down, don't you? Okay. So again, and again, that's why I had used this particular example. So what I recommend you do is try it at first, and it should be fine, because again, that's the whole reason. But make sure you use the sole plate. Okay. You don't want the real hot face. You want the reduced temperature of the face. Okay. And again, that's the sole reason why this thing exists. You can go from, again, a different fabric by using this simply. Okay.
Okay. And Mike, the other one more question we have is how much weight does that iron have, just the head itself?
Weighs about 1.25 pounds, extremely light. Okay. Good question, because the reason why it's so light, again, versus what you may be used to, okay, again, this is also ergonomically designed. Okay, this is in the shape of a water droplet, believe it or not, the face of this thing. Okay, so believe it or not, this iron will cover more surface than this will. Okay, so again, the reason why we made it so light is, remember, the user doesn't have to require any elbow grease. The steam velocity does it. Okay? So it doesn't have to be heavy like the traditional iron. Okay, and again, it's very light because of that fact, and you'll notice it immediately when you pick up the iron. It's quite different than weight-wise than what you may be used to in the past.
All right, Mike. Well, hey, Mike, that was a great demonstration, and I think that gave everybody a great overview of how awesome the Laura Star irons are. And I want to, before we go and tell everybody how they can buy one, I just want to say thank you for coming on the show. We always appreciate Laura Star and our partnership with you. And hey, I hope you have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you in 2022 pretty soon.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right, Mike, have a great one. All right, guys, there you saw it. Hey, what a wonderful demo that was with Mike. And again, we're going to tell you how you can get these Laura Star irons. We have a bunch of different models on our website, but we're going to show you 2 of them that we're featuring right now. That first one, Roger's going to put that overlay up there. It is the Lift Pure White. And let me tell you a little bit about this thing. The price on it starts out at $649, guys. We do have a call-in special on it, and we have a free bonus filter that's going to come with it. But guys, $649 is the price, but we do have a call-in special. We have some special financing available, and you're going to get that filter. But here it is. It heats up in 3 minutes. You can do vertical steaming, which is awesome. So if you're doing things like drapes, you could sit there and steam your drapes. The tank capacity is 1.1 liter. So if you can think about the old-timey 1 liter soda bottles, that is a lot of fluid that you can put in that. It has a 10-minute auto shut-off. So after it's been sitting idle for 10 minutes, it's going to shut off by itself. The height adjustable is from 32.3 inches to 40.2 inches for that mast that's holding the head up, okay? So if you have that boiler sitting on the floor, you're going to be able to adjust that mast up. Included accessories, you're getting that anti-scale cartridge in it. Again, you're getting that protective sew plate for the delicate fabrics, heat-resistant iron mat, you're getting the water tank, and then we're going to have that bonus filter we're throwing in. And guys, remember too, you use regular tap water on this. Unlike a lot of the other high-end irons out there, this is regular tap water in it, so it makes it so easy. You don't have to ever buy distilled water again. Get that regular tap water. The next one we're featuring is called the Laura Stiff Lift Plus Ultimate Black, and you see it right there, guys. This is a great looking iron as well. The price on this one is $7.99, but again, we have a call-in special, and we're going to throw in that free bonus filter in it. Again, this heats up in 3 minutes. You have the vertical steaming capability. It has the pulse steam for optimum amount of steam. So that's a little bit of an upgraded feature on this one. You have the 3D active sew plate. You have a tank capacity of 1.1 liters. You get that anti-scale filter. It has a 10-minute auto shutoff. It has the cable rewind, which is really nice. When you plug that in, you can rewind that cable. It has a height adjustable, again, of 32.3 inches to 40.2 inches. And included accessories, you're getting the anti-scale cartridge. You're getting the protective sew plate for the delicate fabrics, the heat-resistant iron mat, the steam cord holder, plus you're getting that bonus filter. And again, guys, this is 2 great products. And we have a lot more of the Laurastar steam irons and ironing boards on the website. So just go to our website. Up in the search bar, you can type in Laurastar, and you will see all the great lineup that they have. But these are the 2 that we're featuring on the show today. And guys, again, we have specials on the whole Laurastar ironing line, but these are the 2 that we're really featuring. So give us a call at 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our sales reps. Or you can just go on the website, like I said, and type in Laurastar in that search bar. You can ask one of our live chat agents on the web for any questions you have, and they can tell you pricing and how to order as well. But great job that Mike did today. And I tell you, we are big fans of the Laurastar irons. And if you ever use one, I'm telling you, you're going to be so sold on that thing because it is such a great piece to use. And I love that dry steam feature on it. It is so awesome. So guys, hey, moving right on along, and we hope you're enjoying what you've seen so far, but we're going to go all the way back all the way across the country to North Carolina. And we got LuAnn back. Hartley's here again. And so, hey, LuAnn, are you ready to go? We're going to show some great machines now, aren't we?
We are. I'm all ready. We're going to show the DX4000, I believe, right now.
Yes, we're going to show that DX4000. And man, I tell you, what a great machine. And we got some great specials on it today. So I'm wanting you to show us all about it and then point out some of your favorite features on it.
Okay, so you have a video you're going to play on this, and then I'm going to be here to answer questions later.
All right, sounds like a plan. Roger, are we ready for that video?
Yes.
All right, so let's play that video for everybody, and then we'll go back to LuAnn and talk about her favorite features.
Hello again. This is our DX4000. This is the newest machine that we've come out with in our sewing lineup of machines. And this has a very large touch screen on it. It is a color touch screen. And we have it's so that it works like an iPad. You can swipe to the left, you can swipe up or down to get to your category of stitches, to get to any of your stitches. And I'm going to show you a close-up of this in a little bit and show you how easy it is to navigate through this screen. We've even made some of the features where it's like your pinch on your iPad, where you can enlarge, and we'll show you some of that. The other beautiful feature is this has a 12-inch sewing bed. From the needle over here, you've got a full 12 inches of sewing. It comes with this large extension table that you see here. We have a flip-up lid with all of our stitches on it, so you don't have to navigate through the screen to find your stitches, although it's very easy to do that and see what the stitches look like. We also have them up here on the flip-up lid up here. So there's close to 400 stitches on here. There's alphabet for doing your quilt labels or for labeling your garments if you make garments. We have a combination feature where you can combine stitches and lettering on here. We have everything right here in front for you to set up your machine. This machine has those wonderful thread trimmers. It's going to cut your threads when you're finished sewing. You can tap this and it'll cut the top thread and the bottom thread. We can also go to our screen and select it on our screen, and I'll show you that. We have needle up, needle down. You can determine, do you want the needle to stop in the down position all the time, or do you want it to stop up? And you can just touch this to raise the needle or lower the needle. A new feature we added to this is we have our feed dog drop right here on the front of the machine. So when you touch this, it will actually drop those feed dogs for free motion quilting. You can also touch this and it will lock the machine. So if you're in a class or you're afraid someone's going to come in, like a child maybe, and work with your screen or touch your screen, you can lock it while you step away. And then we have the automatic presser foot lift. We can set this machine so that when we start sewing, it will lower the presser foot. And when we stop sewing, it will raise the presser foot. It also has that pivot feature for applique, where the foot will come up halfway and hover to allow you to turn your fabric. Speed control. Yeah, we can work our speed control with our foot, but it's nice to have it up here where you can actually set it to the speed you want to sew. And one of the ways I use the speed control is when I'm free motion quilting. You know, the hard thing is getting your speed of the machine and the speed you move your fabric. So I set the machine at the speed that I'm comfortable with, and then I can actually depress the foot control all the way down and get that consistent speed. Otherwise, your foot's on the foot control and you're up and you're down and your speed is inconsistent. So setting your speed control at a set feature, putting your foot all the way down on the presser foot, is going to help you when you are free motion quilting, and it helps when you're sewing as well. We have our pattern end or our tie-off stitch. We have reverse, and we do have the capability on this machine. We can unplug the foot control and run the machine with the start-stop button. We have a built-in needle threader, and one of the things about our needle threader, and I'll zoom in just a little bit and show you this a little bit better. But a lot of the needle threaders, you have this piece that comes down and it wraps around the needle, and then you have to get in here and put that thread up in there. With ours, there's a little slot right here on the side on my needle threader. It's right here. And when I pull this down, it's going to put that through there. So let me zoom in just a little bit here, and you can see that a little better. So again, I'm going to take the thread out of the needle. So instead of having to work up against the needle here, I have a slot right here, and I'm going to slide the thread up into that slot, and I'm going to just hold that so it gets up in there. So the thread's in the slot. I simply pull this down, and it has threaded my needle for me. So we have an improved needle threader on here. You don't have to worry about getting it in the exact spot. Get that thread out of there. In the exact spot, and then floss that thread in that little hook that comes through. The other nice feature of the machine is all of the accessories that you get with this machine. It comes with a full box of accessories. You have your straight stitch throat plate. We have a various number of feet in here. You have a 1/4 inch foot that has a guide, and then we also give you a 1/4 inch foot that does not have that guide. So whether you're doing half square triangles or piecing, you have the option to use either one of those feet. We have the stitch in the ditch foot on in here, open toe embroidery, closed toe embroidery, buttonhole foot, free motion quilting foot, zipper foot, blind hem foot. Those are just some of the feet that come with it. You also get the ruler foot. We're doing a lot of ruler work now, and this ruler foot comes with the machine. It's not an accessory you have to purchase. Another feature this machine has that nobody else has is the capability to change out our feed dogs and make them to a narrow set of feed dogs. Our TL machines are the straight stitch only machines, and they're the powerhouse machines everybody loves. You can turn this machine into that machine simply by changing out the feed dogs. We actually have videos on YouTube on how to do this. So for time's sake today, I'm not going to show you that. But these are the narrow set of feed dogs. You put these on. You put the straight stitch needle plate on. You put the straight stitch foot on that does come with the machine. I was using it earlier. Here's the straight stitch foot. So you have the narrow foot, and you now have a straight stitch machine that has the same powerhouse that our TL series have. So that's just a few things about some of the accessories that come with the machine. The other feature that we have is our walking foot is built into our machine. We call it Smart Feed, and it's actually a pull down feeding system that we pull down from the back of the machine. And there is a set of feed dogs now that are synchronized with our lower feed dogs. So unlike other machines where it's just a piece that comes down and it just kind of feeds, ours is synchronized with those feed dogs. So you're going to get perfect precision. That top one's going to come down, the bottom ones are going to come up, and it's going to perfectly feed that fabric through. It gives you an icon on the screen that lets you know that you've engaged that Smart Feed, and it will not let you stitch any stitches that are not designed for this. This is designed to pull your fabric through. For instance, I'm just going to clear this off, and I'm going to go select a stitch because I had it set on a zigzag stitch. So I'm actually going to select one of our quilting stitches and just show you how this works. So I'm going to go into my sewing stitches and go into my quilt stitches up here. They're called quilt line stitches. And I'm going to select the serpentine stitch. I'm going to engage that Smart Feed, my built-in walking foot. And if I'm working on like a quilt batting, this is just a little quilt sandwich, I can put this in here, drop the presser foot, and now that feed, that Smart Feed, that top feeding system is going to pull all of those layers through the machine for me. And when I get to the end, I can just hit my scissors. It will cut my threads and lift my presser foot and my needle for me. And so there's just some stitching that I did. So that top feeding system is going to allow all of these layers to be pulled through evenly. There is a table runner that I did for the holidays, and I'll show it to you here. So the center of this has double needle quilting on it, and I use that Smart Feed system to keep all those layers even, moving, no puckering or pulling of anything like that. Then you'll see I use some of the decorative stitches that are built in with some of the lettering that's built in, and created my own decorative insert that I have on this table runner. And this one actually has prairie points on it, and I use those decorative stitches to just enhance those prairie points a little bit. You know, we buy a machine, we have all of those stitches, and then we never use them. So I actually use that on this table runner, and this is a table runner that we're going to be teaching at some of our dealer stores next year. So that's where I use the Smart Feed, that top feeding system, to help me guide that fabric through. So let me switch and get a little bit closer with the camera to the screen so that you can see some of the editing features and how easy it is to operate this machine. So all of our functions are now located directly on this screen. When we want to go in and find our categories for our stitches, there's all of my categories up here at the top. I can select my category, and now I have all of my stitches. And I can scroll up, down. I can scroll through the different categories to see some of the stitches that I want. And then when I find a stitch that I want to use, all I have to do is touch it. So let's select this one. And it's now ready for me to sew. But there are some options that I have. Do I want that presser foot to lift when I finish sewing, or do I want to turn that off? See how easy it was to turn that off? I just tapped it and then I can turn it back on. Do I want those thread trimmers to work? Sometimes I don't want to cut my threads, but I just have the option easily to select yes to cut the threads, so I turned it on, or I can turn it off at any given time. If I want to change my needle position, I can change my needle position here, and then I can just touch the screen to get off of that screen. I'm going to go back and select my straight stitch, because I want to show you some nice features that you can do. So I'm just going to go back to practical stitches. And now you can see the needle position. So if I want to do top stitching, or I want to set that 1/4 inch stitch just a little bit closer, I can do that easily. We have a integrated wheel here that I can turn, and you can see what's happening on the screen. You can see where that needle is moving. It's giving me the position number here, but it's also showing me on the screen what's happening. If I want to go to the far left or the far right, I can just touch that. And if I want to put it back in the center, I can just reset it back to the center. When I start to stitch, maybe I want it to start with locking the stitches in place, or maybe I want it to start with a reverse stitch. I have that option on my screen. So here it says sewing start off or on. Now I have reverse selected. Now I have the lock stitch selected. And now I've turned it off. I don't want it to lock stitch or reverse. I just want it to start sewing. So let's turn that back to the lock stitch. I can do so at the end of my stitching. Maybe I don't want it to lock the stitch. Maybe I want it to do a reverse, or I want it to do the straight stitch for the lock stitch. So I can independently set these to what I want to do at the beginning and the ending of my stitch. You're working with decorative threads, or you're working with decorative stitches, and you need to adjust your thread tension. It's right here on the screen. This is what's really cool. When I turn this tension dial, which is the integrated wheel, can you see on the screen what's happening? A lot of times we adjust our tension and we don't have a clue what's happening to that tension. This is showing you that when I turn it this way, I'm actually tightening that loosening that top tension, because this is working the top tension of the machine. It does not change anything in the bobbin area. So you can see that that top thread is being loosened so that it can be pulled down. And if I turn it the other way, you can see that that top thread is now being tightened so that it's pulling the bobbin thread up. So it's nice to have a visual to let you know what you're actually doing to the settings on the machine. Our stitch length knob is here. This would be stitch width. And our presser foot pressure, that's where you determine how much pressure is on this foot. So if you're doing a minky or a wool or flannel, you might want to release that pressure so that it doesn't push those fabrics. Instead of having a dial at the top of the machine, we actually have now the dial here, and we can adjust this to see what we're doing to the pressure of that foot. It tells me the foot number to put on. And if I'm going to engage that smart feed, I can adjust that as well. This is like working with differential feed on a serger, where you can work with the feeding of the feed dogs and adjust that. So we have that option with our smart feed on our machine. So some of the things at the top, we actually can go back and look at a history of our stitches. So this shows me the last 10 stitches that I did. The cool thing about this is if I had adjusted my stitch length, width, or my tension or my needle position, it would remember all of that. So I've been working with some of the decorative stitches and doing some thick sewing with heavier threads, and I had adjusted my tension and my needle position. So see, my needle position has been changed on this stitch, and my thread tension would come up at what I had adjusted as well. A lot of, so the next feature I'm going to tell you is what I think is something everybody needs in their machine. We have built-in instructions in this machine. People look at new machines and they're like, oh, I'll never learn how to operate everything in that machine. Well, guess what? It's all built into this machine. When you go to support, operation of the main body, and it will give me the option to do any of this. So if I want to put that presser foot lift and I need to know how to lift the presser foot, it's going to give me a visual of how to do that. There are also videos in here. If I want to know how to thread the needle, maybe I forgot how to thread it. It's telling me to turn the machine off or put it in lock mode. But now there's a video that's going to take me step by step on how to thread the needle. There's one in here for how to thread the sewing machine. There's one for how to thread the bobbin. So everything you need to know about this machine and how to operate it is built in. If I go back up here to the top, operation of the panel, if I want to go in and find out, well, how do I edit my sewing patterns? How do I put something in the combination and edit these? This is going to show me how to do that. So the functions of the machine and how to get through all of the different things that you can do, all that's built in. Everything is right here at your fingertips. So if you have a problem in the middle of your sewing or you decide to change and do something else, you don't have to go get that instruction book out and look it up. Everything's right here for you. But maybe you do want to look up something in the instruction book. We actually have the instruction book built into the machine as well. So let me just go back into here. Operation of the main body, the panel. Let's close the operation. Let's close this up. And there's my instruction manual. And look how quick this instruction manual popped up. And this is where I can now scroll through to find what I want in my instruction manual. And I can actually, this is set to the black screen, but I can set it to the white screen. You get to what you need, you want to look at, and you can actually pinch. See, this is where I said earlier, we have that pinch feature where you can enlarge. So if you need to read something on here, it works just like your iPad and you can enlarge. So the instruction manual is built right in. We do give you one with the machine, but it's built right into the machine. You can just look anything up that you need to. Internet. We're all over the internet now and we're always wanting to look things up. And yeah, most of us have our phone or we have an iPad, but we also have the capability here to go to our Juki sewing net, and I am not connected here, but we can actually go into the sewing net and go to the Juki website to look up projects or to look up accessory feet. I can go to YouTube. I can look up videos. I can look up any videos on YouTube. We actually do have videos on YouTube on how to access all of the Juki sewing net on the machine. There's a QR code on there and we can scan to get videos of how to do operations of the machine. So they actually thought of everything when they were designing this machine. And the main thing was ease of use. Everything is right here at your fingertips, the instructions, the operation of the machine, and how to do different things. Here's a couple things that I want to show you. First of all, let's just go do a straight stitch so you can actually see this machine go through. This is a heavy fabric that I've been using. A lot of people are making bags, but it'll just power right through that fabric. So you can see this thickness here. Let me get this over to the camera. And I can actually get it a whole lot thicker than this and sew right through it. Sorry, that was off camera when I sewed. Let's do that again so you can actually see the machine. So let me just roll this over one more time. Get it under the foot. And you can see it goes right through. And it lifts that foot, and I can pull that fabric out and put my other fabric over and go right into the next seam. Here are a couple of, show you some of the decorative stitches that you can do. So let me go back over to the screen. We can actually go into our sewing stitches and go into our combination mode. And these are some of the things that I've been working on personally. Here's one where I stitched out Merry Christmas with some decorative stitches. But if you want to start creating another series of stitches, all you have to do is select create new data. And now I can go through my decorative stitches. I can go through different categories and select my stitches. I can actually go to the lettering and select lettering. We do have different styles of lettering in here. And it's that easy to start combining stitches. And that's something that I did on the table runner that I showed earlier, where I had combined those stitches and letters and wrote out Winter Wonderland on there. So here's some other stitches that I have worked with. Get the lighting so you can see that a little better. So these are just some of the decorative stitches. I like to do what's called stitch stacking, where I've taken these and put them together and created this type of a look. I like to make my own trims and my own types of decorative stitching instead of having to go buy something. Here are some others that I have stitched out. These are just combining a couple of stitches here and stacking them together. And then we also have some stitches built in that when you combine them together, you get like this machine will do a 7mm stitch. So when we combine these, we're getting a 14mm stitch. So you can get the feathered look. And that's just by, these stitches are designed to be connected to get this type of look. You're a garment sewer and you want to do buttonholes. We have a large variety of buttonholes for you. Antique, very fine. We do the keyhole buttonholes. If there's a buttonhole out there, I think this machine has it on here. And it does come with the automatic buttonhole foot. It's the foot that you actually drop the button into the back of the foot. Just turned around right. So we drop the button in here and we attach this to the machine, and it will make this buttonhole to the size of the button that we've put in here. It also has what's called a stabilizer plate. So here's a metal plate. It's kind of like a transfer plate. When you're working with a fabric like a minky or some type of fabric that doesn't want to go through very nice, doesn't want to feed, the back of this has rubber on it. It's a rubberized texture. And that texture is going to actually help grab the fabric and the feed dogs and pull that through. So this just simply fits on here. It just slides in. And you put the fabric in between here. And it works as a guiding plate that's going to feed that fabric through. The rubber on the bottom here is going to help get that difficult fabric to work with under the machine and give you that perfect buttonhole. So this does come with the machine as well. So that's a little bit about the DX4000, the Kokochi machine. 12-inch sewing bed, comes with the large extension table, beautiful variety of stitches, and easy to access everything right here on this screen. You don't have to go through pages or go through different categories to find everything. Everything's right here at your fingertips. So Blaine, I'm going to turn this back to you. And if you have questions or anyone has questions about the machine, we'd be glad to answer them today.
Thanks, LuAnn. So let's go back to LuAnn in her studio live, and I've got a couple questions for her. And hey, LuAnn, so one of the things is, do you know what the weight of the machine is? I think you're muted, maybe.
Yeah, she's muted.
You're muted, LuAnn. And then, Andrea, what was the other question? Warranty. Okay. So, yeah, we had two questions, LuAnn, what the weight of the machine was and how long the warranty is on it as soon as you get unmuted. Oh, it's saying your mic's not connected.
No, you can't. I'm going back here.
Okay. Still don't have anything. Let me go ahead and tell everybody how they can get one of these, and then we'll come back and talk about the warranty and the weight on it. So again, guys, this is a great machine. This is the Juki DX 4000 QVP. And I hope that everybody was impressed with that demonstration that LuAnn did with it, because this is a fantastic machine. The price on it is $3,999. But guys, we do have a call-in special for this. Again, and I think I explained this, but hopefully, the previous days, but I probably didn't do it today so far. So guys, when I tell you it's a call-in special, the reason we can't show the prices on a lot of these machines is because they are called, the manufacturers put what they call a minimum advertised price on the product. That means it's a mapped price. That's what that stands for. And if it's a mapped price product, we cannot either state or show a price lower than what they say that we can advertise it at. So when I say it's a call-in special, the only way you're going to get the show special is you have to call in to get it or speak to one of our live chat agents on the website. And that's how we have to do it. But $39.99 for that type of machine is a bargain as it in itself. But give us a call because we do have a countdown to Christmas special on it. But let me tell you a little bit about this machine. Some of the features on it: it has 368 patterns, 4 fonts. The maximum stitch speed is 1,050 stitches per minute. The workspace size, it's a 22.4 times 13.6 inch workspace, which that's a really big workspace. The throat space on it is 12 inches. So you could easily do some free motion quilting and things on this machine. It has a low bobbin alarm, the Juki Smart Feed, which it's a built-in dual feed unit. It has built-in Wi-Fi capabilities, automatic needle threader, automatic buttonhole, 37 needle positions, and it weighs, I found out the weight on it, it's 32.8 pounds. Okay, so it's only 32 pounds. Included accessories, it comes with a ton of feet, everyone. Straight presser foot, that's a foot S. You get the zipper presser foot, foot B, overcasting presser foot, foot C, the blind stitch presser foot D, buttonhole presser foot E, the manual buttonhole presser foot I, the open-toed presser foot O, the patchwork presser foot P. And you're going to get that 1/4 inch guide foot, quilt presser foot for a ruler Q, and the edge sewing presser foot R. So you're getting all those feet with it. You're getting the zigzag free motion quilting set, the quilter presser foot zigzag type, and you're getting that wide table and soft cover for it. So guys, what a great package this is. And, again, give us a call, 800-401-8151. We do have special financing available as well. So if you need to get that thing financed, but guys, $39.99, and we are, that is just the advertised price. We do have a show special on this. You can also go to our website. Up in that search bar at the top of the page, just type in that, the DX 4000 QVP, the DX 4000 QVP, and it'll take you right to the product page. You can read all about it. So let's go back to LuAnn and see if she got her audio working, and we can ask her some questions. So LuAnn, did you get your audio working?
I think so. I found the right unmute button.
There you go. We hear you loud and clear now. So
Good.
Do you know what the warranty is on this machine?
It's 2 years and 5 years. 2 years,
Okay.
yeah, 2 years and 5 years.
So 2 years is going to be on any component, and 5 years is going to be on the chassis, correct?
Right. Well, 2 years on electrical, 5 years on the
Electrical.
other part. Right.
Okay, great. And then I think we covered the weight. Is there any other questions on there, Andrea? Okay. What would you consider your favorite feature of this machine, LuAnn?
I like the screen itself and how easy it is to navigate through it. I mean, I use all of the Juki machines that we have, and this is the most user-friendly. Everything's right here, so it's easy to learn the machine, find everything I need. And it's nice to have everything built in so that I can go reference something if I decide I want to do a technique and I forgot how to set the machine up. It's nice to have that built in. And I've even gone onto the sewing net and played some music while I was sewing. So, you know, that built-in internet feature is good.
Well, you know, that is a great feature, having that. And then I'll tell you what I really like about it
Now I
too, is
can't hear
having
you.
that tutorial and instructions built into the machine where people can go reference if they have a question, just having right there at their fingertips.
Very easy to find too. It just go right under support and it's right there. There's my instruction manual and it'll come right up.
Okay, well, great. Well, next up, I think we're going to go right into the next machine. And if you're ready, this is going to be that, the MO2000 QVP. This is a top of the line serger that Juki has. And I tell you what, we are a huge fan of this machine as well. And we sell a ton of these things, but this is just a step up from that MO1000. You're going to that 2000. And are you ready to go ahead and show all that to everyone?
Yep, you got a video for that one too. The videos are easier to operate the cameras. So, but I'm here when we're done. I'll answer those
so we'll
questions.
show that video, and then we'll come back to you for any questions, and we'll tell everybody exactly how they can buy it as well. So Roger's getting ready to play that video for everybody. And again, guys, this is that MO2000 QVP. So Roger, play the video.
Hello. If you're a sewer or a quilter, a serger is a perfect accessory to have in your sewing room. This is our model MO2000, our QVP model, and it is a 4-thread, 3-thread, 2-thread serger that is an air threading system. And I'll show you a little bit more about that, on how to thread it, how easy it is to thread it. It also has built-in needle threader. It has an LCD screen, which is an information screen, and we'll talk about those in just a minute. This machine will do a 4-thread stitch, which is sort of like a straight stitch. It has an integrated safety seam. So you can use a 4-thread stitch to completely make your garments, your quilts, your home deck items, because that integrated seam works like a straight stitch from your sewing machine. And it will handle your woven fabrics. It'll keep all those seams nice and tight. A 3-thread stitch is like a stretch stitch, or to be used for decorative work. And then a 2-thread stitch is for a fine edge finish on something. It's not designed to be a seam to hold something together with just 2 threads, but it's a beautiful stitch for a fine edge finish, or if you want to do a decorative stitch on the edge of something, it'll keep you from having to buy all those extra expensive decorative threads with just a 2-thread. So we'll talk about some of those stitches in just a minute. It has a nice large waist catcher, and then we have differential feed built in. There's a knob on the side for the adjustments of those, and our stitch length is over here as well. So what is differential feed? A lot of people ask that question. That is where your feed dogs are split into 2 separate pieces. So we can tell the machine by turning the knob on the side of the machine how we want those feed dogs to work. For instance, if you turn it to the higher number, you're going to get like a gathering stitch. So the machine is going to, those front feed dogs are going to push the fabric through really fast, and the back ones are going to come out slow. So you're pushing the fabric through. So for knits, it's going to keep those knits from stretching out of shape, because you're pushing that knit fabric in fast and pulling it out slowly. If you want to gather, that's the setting you want to set your differential feed at. You're going to push those fabrics in really fast, so it's going to gather that cotton or whatever fabric you're putting through here. and pull it out slower in the back. So the lower setting for differential feed does just the opposite. It actually, those back feed dogs are coming faster, they're moving faster than the front ones. So the front ones are pushing the fabric in slowly and the back ones are trying to pull it out fast. If you've ever taken a silky fabric and as you're sewing it on your sewing machine, you kind of hold the fabric taut by putting your fingers on it and laying it flat. Well, that's what the differential feed is going to do. It's going to put a little tension on the back because it is trying to pull it out faster than it's being pushed in the front. So it'll keep that tunneling from happening. It'll keep your fine fabrics laying straight. And that's a little bit about what differential feed is. It's those feed dogs split into two different sections, and we can tell the machine how we want those to feed the fabric. So that's a little bit about the overall of the machine. So let's switch over and show you some of the features of this machine.
One of the features that I really like about this model is the built-in LCD screen. This is an information screen to help you set up the serger for all of the different stitches. So if you look above the screen, you'll see all of the different stitches that you can get with this machine. And then we can select these in the screen and it will show us how to set up our serger. So let's go through some of these stitches. So the first stitch is a 4-thread overlock with an integrated safety seam. What this means is that you can actually use this stitch to completely sew your garment together, especially those woven fabrics. That integrated safety seam works like a straight stitch from your sewing machine. So you can actually use the serger as a sewing machine and get that overlock stitch that will help you put the garments together. So let's go through the other stitches. We have a 3-thread super stretch. This is for those lycra fabrics or the dance wear type fabrics, something that you need a really good stretch stitch for the fabric. We have a 3-thread overlock using the left needle, and we have a 3-thread overlock with the right needle. And what that's going to do is allow you the a different stitch width, thickness, depending on the needle that you use. We have a 3-thread flat lock with the left needle and the right needle. We have a 3-thread narrow seam. We can do a 3-thread roll hem, a 2-thread wrapped overlock, which is just like a an edging stitch. We can do it with the left needle or the right needle. We have a 2-thread flat lock with the left needle and the right needle. We have a 2-thread roll hem, a 2-thread overlock with the left and the right needle. And then we're back to our basic stitch. So once you have your stitch selected, you can touch the information icon and it's going to show us the needles to use. For this one, we're using the left and the right needle. It's going to show us that we're using all 4 of the tension discs. It's going to show us where our cutting width is set, our stitch length, our differential feed, whether or not we're using the stitch finger in the up or the down position. You change that when you're doing a narrow seam or a roll hem, and if we're using the 2-thread converter or not. So let's go to another stitch. So here's a 3-thread overlock. And if we touch the information key, you'll see now we're only using the left needle. And we're using the left needle tension. There's nothing, no thread in the tension disc here. And then we are using thread in the upper and the lower loopers. So this screen is going to give you that information. So when you go through the different stitches, you don't have to look for your instruction manual because everything's going to be built in here for you. So a 3-thread flat lock with the right needle. It shows the right needle. Notice now that our tension is set on a 1. So it's showing you where to set your tensions to get that stitch that you selected. And these tensions are based on normal weight serger thread. If you're going to use a heavier weight thread, you'll have to play with these a little bit, and that's just simply by turning the knob up here on the top. But this screen gives you all the information for setting the serger up to do all of the different stitches, and that is a wonderful feature to have. You no longer have to keep up with that instruction book. We have a large waist catcher that simply just removes off of the machine. This model has an air threading system to thread that upper and lower looper. The most difficult thing about a serger is having to get in there with your hands and either thread the thread in a loop or clip a thread in a loop, and then you have to get inside the lower looper here and twist your hands around trying to get everything threaded. Not with this model. It's an air threading system. We also have a needle threader that will thread both the left and the right needle independently of each other. So first of all, let me show you how to thread with the air threading. We're going to be using tweezers, and another nice feature is all of our accessories are right here on board. So I have my tweezers, my screwdriver to change needles, my dust brush. So we're going to take our tweezers out and we're going to thread our upper and lower looper. One of the nice features about our machine is that we can actually thread the upper and the lower looper at the same time. We could put thread in both of these holes, hit the air threading button, and they would both thread at the same time. But I'm going to do them independently so that you can actually see how this works. So the first thing we have to do is close these chambers. There's a line on the hand wheel, and then there's a mark on the side of the machine. First thing we're going to do is flip this up. And when you turn this hand wheel and line this up, oh, this one was already lined up, so let me unline it. So when you flip the lever up and turn the hand wheel till those marks line up, you will see and hear those chambers are now closed, so I can get this thread in here. So you want to take the thread, make sure that you have enough thread so that when we send it through here, we have enough thread to go through. And we're just going to take the tweezers and put on the end of the thread, and we're going to stick this down in the hole about 1 inch. Now, you may have seen or heard, oh, if you can't get this in here, then just lick the thread so that you can get that in very nicely. Well, don't do that. So I've just put that in about 1 inch. And then I'm actually going to press this, and there it is. That lower looper, that aggravating looper, is completely threaded. If you wet the edge of the thread, you're putting moisture in those threading paths. It's something you don't think about. And that moisture may actually stop the threading from happening. So don't lick your fingers and lick the thread. Not a good idea. So we're going to take the next one. I have enough thread pulled out. I'm just going to take my tweezers, put this about 1 inch down there in that hole, and I just like to hold it while I'm removing with the tweezers. Make sure nothing's caught here. Touch the air threading button, and amazing, that upper looper is completely threaded. And that is how easy it is to thread the upper and the lower looper. So I like to get my threads behind the presser foot and underneath the presser foot, just so everything starts out nice and neat. So now we're just going to flip this lever. We've unlocked those chambers, and we're going to thread our needles. So I already have everything threaded through here, coming down to the needle. You just want to make sure those needles are in the uppermost, highest my needle threader. And I can determine the needle I'm going to thread by pushing this to the left or to the right. So I'm going to thread the right one. So I'm going to push this to the right, pull this down, and you notice it locked into place. I don't have to, my hands are now free. You're just going to take this thread, put it up under the needle threader. There's a little, get my hands out of the way here. There's a little slot right there. And now that needle has been threaded. And I like to do the same thing. I like to come behind it and get that thread under there. Now we've got to thread the left needle. So we're just going to pull this to the left. I'm now ready to stitch. And I have the 4-thread overlock with the integrated safety seam selected. And there we have our stitch. Very easy to thread. Needles, loopers, cut.
So Blaine, that's a little bit about our MO2000, our air thread serger. So I'm going to hand it off back to you. And if anybody has any questions, let us know.
All right, guys, what we're going to do is I'm going to tell you how you can get this, and then we'll go back to LuAnn live and see if there's any, we have any questions by then about anything that she may have touched on or missed. And so, Roger, if we could put that overlay up there, guys, this is the Juki DX, or I'm sorry, the QV, the MO, I'll get it here in a second. It is the Juki MO2000 QVP. And guys, this is a call-in special again. And we are kind of getting low on inventory of this already, LuAnn. We have been, these things are selling out this morning. I just got informed we only have 5 of these left. So hopefully we have some coming, but we have 5 left in the inventory right now that we're going to ship. So if you've been wanting one of these MO2000s, don't delay, because they will sell out this week, guaranteed. But what we'll do, if we do sell out of it, I will honor the price for the show special. And you'll just have to do a pre-order until we'll have them coming in. But I just got off the phone with the general manager of Juki, Rich, and he said that they had plenty of them in stock at Juki. And so we probably have some coming. And so just make sure, if you want to get one of these, get an order, because if we do sell out on the show, we'll get you in, pre-order it, so you'll make sure you get that locked-in price. But guys, it's $14.99. That is the MAP price on it. We do have a call-in special, so give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. We have special financing available. If you're on the website, you can just type in MO2000. It'll take you right to that product page. If you have any questions while you're on the website, you can speak to one of our live chat agents as well. They can actually give you pricing and also take your order. But guys, let me tell you a few of the features on this. This is that easy air threader. And I tell you, the air threading has made life so easy with all the sergers. This one is 1,500 stitches per minute. It has 15 different stitches. Its number of threads is 4. The distance between the needle and the knife is 9.95 millimeters. The throat height is 2.8 inches. It has the thread trimming blade, automatic rolled hemming, LED sewing light, really nice light package on this. It has the waste collection, has a little cup that connects or collects all your waste. Adjustable differential feed, has a LCD screen on it, and included accessories, you're going to get the needle set. It's that 130 over 705H, the Smith's needles. You're getting a screwdriver, you're getting a set of tweezers and a brush, the needle inserter, electronic foot control, the nets and spool caps. You're getting the looper threader, the dust cover, and accessory bag. Like I said, that waste collector, an oiler, and the operation support DVD that comes with it. Again, guys, I can't stress to you, if you've been looking for one of these, we have 5 of them left in stock right now. These things have been selling out ever since the show this week, and I'm really going fast. So if you want one, get one right now, because they will sell out by Friday, guaranteed, with only 5 of them left. But we will take your pre-order to lock you into that special price if you want to get one of them. Again, let's go back to LuAnn. And LuAnn, on that serger, what would you consider your favorite feature of it?
Oh, the air threading by far. I mean, I can thread a serger easily because I've been threading them for a long time, but that air threading is a game changer. It's just so easy. I don't dread changing thread colors or techniques or anything. And that built-in screen is really nice too, because sometimes you want to do a stitch and you don't know which needle to use. You don't know where to set everything up. So that's another nice feature on there too.
Well, hey, LuAnn, that's great. And again, I think that this is one of the top sergers on the market. We love our Juki products, and they're so good. But anyway, I want to, thank you for being on the show this morning. And I know you had some stuff going on, so you recorded all those videos just for us, and we sure do appreciate you doing it because I know that was a lot of work. And but anyway, it was great demonstrations, and glad you were here live to answer any questions. And we wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I know that we'll be working with you again real soon in 2020. So hope you have a great rest of your day.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and everybody watching. I'm all dressed for Christmas. See, I'm all dressed. I'm ready.
I know everybody loves your sweatshirt. So thank you so much. So guys, we're moving right on along. And hey, we have got Sylvain Bergeron coming up next. And Sylvain, guys, if y'all have not got to see him before, what a treat. Sylvain is just awesome. And he is with Bernina. And we are going to talk all about the Bernettes today. We have, if y'all don't know this, Bernina makes the Bernette machines. And we're going to talk about the B79 sewing and embroidery machine this morning. And we're also going to talk about that brand new B64 serger that they have. And Sylvain, welcome to day 4 of the Countdown to Christmas show. I hope you're doing well. Uh-oh. Oh, we're supposed to go break?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, it says recap break.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. So we have to do a recap and a break. So we're not ready for Sylvain yet. He's not on yet. So we're going to come back. And I think he's at 11:30 our time, right? Okay, so he'll be back. He'll be ready at about 30 minutes. So right now we actually supposed to do a little recap of what you've seen this morning. And we're going to do a little short break for you so everybody can stretch their legs and all that. But so anyway, Roger, let's do a little recap of what everybody saw this morning. So guys, the first thing this morning you saw with Juki was that Tajima 8 needle. And again, guys, what a great machine that is. And, we have a call-in special on it as well. The price on it is $9,999. And you saw a great demonstration that LuAnn did this morning on that. And that is, if you haven't heard of Tajima before, that their name is synonymous with commercial embroidery machines. They are the ones that make the big industrial commercial machines, but they made this one. It's a consumer pro. They made especially for Juki to sell to the consumers out there. 8 needle, extremely small footprint, lightweight. And guys, I tell you what, a great machine. You're going to get that digitizing software that comes with it, all for the price of $999. But wait, we do have a call-in special on this. Give us a call, and we are going to give you that Countdown to Christmas special. It's 800-401-8151 to speak to one of our sales agents. Or if you're on the website, you can type in Juki 8 needle. It'll take you to that Tajima 8 needle page. And again, you can read all about it right there. If you have any questions or anything or want to know the pricing, you can talk to one of our live chat agents on the website. Again, guys, if you can't get through the phones today and you're trying to call in, I know throughout the day, Andrea and Roger are going to put up that Google Sheets link in the chat. And all you have to do is hit that link. It'll open up the Google Sheets, put your phone number or your name, phone number, and what you're inquiring about, what machine. And it gets updated real time in our call center. And as soon as one of the reps gets freed up, they will give you a call right back and try to answer your questions for you or take your order. The next machine that we showed was that Ricoh printer. Guys, this is that direct-to-garment printer. And again, can't stress to you enough, the price on it is $39.50 for that beginner package. And we do have a call-in special on that. And we also have 2 other packages available. And we have a business package and an ultimate package on it. And you can get it basically you're getting all the things that you would need to do it. And again, what a great machine. What a great demonstration she did this morning. So the opening price on it is $39.50. And we do have a call-in special on that. And give us a call at 800-401-8151. Or if you go to the website, just type in Ricoh. And that's all you'd have to type in. And it'll take you right to that product page. And you can read all about it in that. Again, we discussed the weight on it. The weight is 55 pounds with a printer and that dryer that sits under it. But if you see it right there in the picture, there's 2 separate pieces. So they think of that printer itself weighs around 25, 30 pounds. And so it's not heavy at all. So it'd be very easy, manageable, and it doesn't take up a very big footprint at all when you're trying to store it. It takes a really small footprint in your studio if you wanted to have one of those. And then the next product we talked about was those Laurastar irons. And again, guys, the Laurastar, they are just one of the best ironing systems on the market right now. We first showed the Lift Pure White Steam Generator iron. This one is $649 where they start out at. Hey, we have a great special on this. You're going to get a free bonus filter included with it. And again, give us a call at 800-401-8151 and they can discuss the show special on this. And then the next one after that was that Lift Ultimate Black Steam Generator. And this is the next step up. It is $799. Again, you're going to get that free bonus filter kit included with it. And guys, again, give us a call on this. We have some special financing available on that. Then we went right back to Juki and we talked all about that DX4000 QVP sewing machine. Guys, this is the top of the line Juki sewing machine and quilting machine. This thing is so awesome. It has so many built-in features and things in it. And again, it starts out at $39.99. We have a call-in special on this as well. So if you're interested in this machine, give us a call. We have some special financing available. And that number is 800-401-8151. And then last but not least with the Juki was that MO 2000 QVP. This is the top of the line serger by Juki. It's $14.99. But guys, we have that call-in special for it as well. So if you've been in the market for an air threader serger, look no further because this is the greatest one on the block. So great machine. And we're super excited about that. So guys, it sounds like we were going to take a break and we're going to take a short, quick break. Is that right, Roger? We're going to do some giveaways, but we're going to take a break, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to do some giveaways. We're going to take a break after that, and then we'll come right back. And at 30 minutes past the hour, we're going to have Sylvain Bergeron here from Bernina, and we're going to talk about that B79 and that B64 serger that they have. And but first off, we're going to give some stuff away. What are we giving away right now? We're going to give some sewing mats. All right, guys, we're going to give some sewing mats away. And these are our world famous sewing mat. And I always tell you, if you don't own one of these already, if you own a sewing machine, if you own an embroidery machine or a serger, if you don't have a mat, you're doing your machine an injustice. You need a sewing mat because it is a very functional piece of equipment that you need. It's a 1/4 inch thick. It's like a giant mouse pad for your machine. But what it does, it reduces the vibration to your machine, and that gets transferred to the electronics and makes it last a lot longer. It also dampens the noise that your machine makes. And then lastly, it protects the surface that your machine is sitting on. Easy to take care of, warm water, a little soap if you need to wipe it off, and just let it air dry. And these things will last for a while. These things are so awesome, but we're going to give these away. You're looking on your screen right now. We have them in 6 colors. That blue that you see is the exact match of the Brother Blue. The gold is the exact match of Baby Lock Gold. Then we have that red for Bernina and Janome. We have the pink. We have what I like to call the North Carolina Tar Heels blue. And then I like to call that purple, the LSU Fighting Tigers down in Baton Rouge, that purple. It matches. Guys, great colors. We have 3 sizes to choose from. We have a medium. That's going to be for your small machines and sergers. We have a large. It's for those mid-sized machines like the Brother 3600D. And then we're going to have that extra large, and that's for like your big top-of-the-line machines like the Solaris, the Luminaire, like the Icons, the Bernina 880s, those big combo machines. So guys, let's give one of these away. And our first winner is Marcel Hamrick.
Congratulations.
So congratulations, Marcel. Watching from Facebook today, you are going to get one of these mats. So just send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of contest, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Tell us your name, your shipping address, and let us know what size of mat you want and what color, and we'll get that right out to you. All right, well, let's give us another one of these away. It's Shelly Moyer. And Shelly, again, congratulations. She's watching from YouTube. Send us an email to contest, plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com and tell us your name, your shipping address, and the color you want. And so great stuff to give away, guys. And again, you know, we're going to probably take a real quick little break, but I got to remind you about the 10 for 10 promotion while we're here. And guys, if y'all don't know what that is, about a month ago, we decided that we were going to have a promotion and try to get 10,000 viewers or 10,000 subscribers to our YouTube channel. And so we said, if we hit 10,000 subscribers, we're going to give a big, nice sewing package away. So we decided if we hit 10,000, we're going to give a $10,000 sewing machine package away. We hit that number. And so we're super excited. So to celebrate that and reward our customers, we're going to give a $10,000 machine away. And this is that Altair XJ1 by Brother. And this is one of the top of the line sewing and embroidery machines. It has that huge 9.5 by 14 embroidery hoop on it. It also comes with the luggage you see. It has that rolling tote to carry your machine, has the other case to put your embroidery unit in, and we're throwing in one of our extra large blue sewing mats to go with it to protect that machine. Again, guys, it's over $11,000 package that we're giving away, and one lucky winner is going to win it. And how you're going to win it, okay? So first of all, you have to be a subscriber to YouTube. So if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube page, go subscribe to that page right now while we're talking. And the other thing is, today, you have to go in the chat somewhere in there. You only have to do it once, so you don't have to do it multiple times, but just do it once. Type in the word Jolly, Jolly, all capital letters, and that's going to, the combination of being a subscriber on YouTube and that keyword, that's going to get you into the drawing. So you can still watch it from Facebook, but just go subscribe to our YouTube channel and make sure you do that, and you'll be entered to win. And this afternoon, we're going to draw a finalist. We've already drawn out 3 finalists. Monday's finalist was Belinda Brine. We had on day 2, on Tuesday, it was Crystal Harrell. And then yesterday, it was Miss Alabama. And so today, this afternoon, we'll draw our 4th finalist. And what we're going to do, tomorrow afternoon, we'll draw a 5th finalist. And then all 5 names finalists will get put in a hat. And I'm going to draw that lucky winner out live on air so you can see it. So make sure you do what we're asking you to do. Jolly, all capital letters. You only have to do it once. And that'll get you in there. And again, if you don't become a finalist today, still don't get discouraged. You know, come back tomorrow and we'll have another keyword we're going to tell you to put into the chat. And once you do that, you'll still have that opportunity to get in the finalists. So it's going to be a lot of fun, guys. And so congratulations so far to our 3 that are in there. And this afternoon, we'll pick one more to add to it. And again, this afternoon, we'll give us another sewing machine away. We're going to give some more prizes away. And we hope that y'all stick around all afternoon. And tomorrow, we got a great lineup again tomorrow. So guys, we're going to take a quick little break. And we are going to be back here at 30 minutes past the hour. So right now, it'll be 11:30 Pacific time. It'll be 1:30 Central time is when we come back on air. And we got Sylvain Bergeron from Bernina is going to be here. Everybody loves Sylvain. He is one of the best educators you'll ever come across. And he's going to talk all about that B79 Bernette, which is a sewing and embroidery machine. And then we're going to talk about that B64 serger. And then we got a great lineup for the rest of the afternoon. So we'll see y'all back here at 30 minutes past the hour.
Bernette for all my ideas.
Just look at those colors. Paracotton Poly Select Thread. Designed by Alex Anderson, this 80-weight thread will reduce bulk at intersecting seams, and it comes in 40 amazing colors. It's thermally treated to remove undesired stretchiness and shrinkage, so it feels, stitches, and looks like mercerized cotton without the lint. Perfect for hand piecing, machine quilting, applique, embroidery, and more. Contact us for our special price today.
Make a statement with embroidery when you take advantage of the entire embroidery field on the Baby Lock Altair. The generous 9.5 by 14-inch embroidery area has all the room you need to create embroidery large enough to make a real impact. And you'll breeze through the stitching at a speed of 1,050 stitches per minute. You'll love how the machine cuts your jump stitches before moving on to the next area. What a time saver to not have to go back and trim. If you're looking for a machine that can help you make all your embroidery projects big and beautiful, check out the Altair. It's the combination sewing and embroidery machine waiting for you at your local Baby Lock retailer today.
all my ideas.
Just look at those colors. Paracotton Poly Select Thread. Designed by Alex Anderson, this 80-weight thread will reduce bulk at intersecting seams, and it comes in 40 amazing colors. It's thermally treated to remove undesired stretchiness and shrinkage, so it feels, stitches, and looks like mercerized cotton without the lint. Perfect for hand piecing, machine quilting, applique, embroidery, and more. Contact us for our special price today.
Make a statement with embroidery when you take advantage of the entire embroidery field on the Baby Lock Altair. The generous 9.5 by 14-inch embroidery area has all the room you need to create embroidery large enough to make a real impact. And you'll breeze through the stitching at a speed of 1,050 stitches per minute. You'll love how the machine cuts your jump stitches before moving on to the next area. What a time saver to not have to go back and trim. If you're looking for a machine that can help you make all your embroidery projects big and beautiful, check out the Altair. It's the combination sewing and embroidery machine waiting for you at your local Baby Lock retailer today.
Well, hey everyone, Blaine Austin here, Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome back to day 4 of Countdown to Christmas, the second half of the day. We hope that you got a little break, got a bite to eat, stretch your legs, and we are raring to go. So, hey guys, we have got a treat coming up next. And anyway, if you've not seen Sylvain Bergeron, I'll get his name here right in a minute. Sylvain is just an incredible educator, and we really always enjoy him being on the show, and he's here today. We're going to talk all about the Bernette B79 sewing and embroidery machine, and then we're going to talk about that B64 serger. And now, if you didn't know, Bernette is made by Bernina, and Sylvain is a Bernina national educator, and we're super excited to have him here today. So, Sylvain, are you ready to go? And better yet, welcome to day 4 of our countdown to Christmas.
Hi, Blaine, and thank you for having me.
How you been?
Good, busy, but I'm going on. I have some time off around Christmas, so this timing is impeccable.
Well, you know.
So, yeah, you just mentioned the Bernettes are made by Bernina. They actually made for Bernina, a small distinction. But
Yes.
The difference is that Bernina does not just put a sticker on front of a machine that's already on the market. What we do is the factory works hand in hand with the manufacturer of the machines and actually inject Bernina engineering sometimes. And you'll see that on the second half with the 79, that the layout of the machine is Bernina because the manufacturer totally built a platform for us. So this first course here is my latest favorite baby. It's the B64 airlock. That's a serger, an overlock. And I'll go through the details in a little bit. But basically, if you're looking for a machine that will do the 2, 3, 4 threads, that's your standard overlock features, right? You can do like over a dozen different types of stitching with it. Anything from like regular, putting pieces together to doing fancier, for instance, you want to do fancier edging, like rolled hams, all that stuff. You want to edge napkins, and you did a little bit of embroidery on them with the 79. You want to edge them, finish them up. This will get you there in a jiffy. It is, as I said, it does all the basic stuff that you want a 2, 3, 4 thread serger to do. But the beauty of this is that when people look at a serger the first time, anybody who works in a sewing store will tell you, right? People look at that and they see 4 threads. Oh, that looks complicated. Well, it's not anymore. First, you have your 4 threads. Yeah, sure. You can use 2, 3, or 4 of those, right? But when it's time to use this, all the bumps, if you want, all the things that could be a little bit challenging, especially if you're new, it's your first overlock, they've been shaved off. Those obstacles have been flattened so that you can actually use the machine and not really have to think much about setting it up and operating it. It sews for you. So I'm going to start from the outside, give you the obvious features, and then we'll work on the inside because that's where the real sauce is. So first, you'll notice that I have a huge surface to work with here. So if you do a big project like hemming the bottom of curtains, what if you wanted to stitch the edge of the raw edge of the hem at the bottom of the curtain, flip it under, and then do a blind hem stitch at the same time to finish the curtains in one operation? With a serger, you can do this. With a sewing machine, it's going to be at least 2 whole passes at a bit of slower speed, typically, to get all of that done. So in less than half the time, you can do all of this with the serger, right? So you have this huge surface if you have big projects. But a lot of projects like that are smaller, you may not want this big flat surface. You may want the project to just hang off the edge. And then when you take the table off, you now have what used to be the conventional serger platform, where it's just a narrow bed. You can just cut your fabric here, sew it, and then it hangs off the edge here. So you have both options. But not only that, in this price range, most machines either come this way without the table or include a table or have it as an accessory. So far, so good. But this even has a free arm. I can pass a sleeve here, and I can literally go around the sleeve. So if you're doing sweat fleece, you want to repair a sweater, you want to rerun a seam that is already looped, like in a tube, you can actually do that here. So that's a big thing because it means that the engineering in here is sophisticated enough to fit in the arm and have nothing block the way. So that is, to me, a big plus when it comes to the B64. It makes the actual stitching easy because it conforms to the type of project and stitching you want to do. So that's for, right from the outside. Of course, there's a handle to carry it. You can, tuck this down. When you tuck this down, pretty standard stuff. This will hold the cones in place. You can carry this and go to class with it or move it from room to room. If you want to, do the curtains in the living room itself, you could do that. I've done that before. So the rest, the controls. If you're going to use a machine like this, a lot of sergers, especially old style, would have you would have to open the side here. And notice, I cannot open this side here because I don't have to. You would have to open the whole panel to get sometimes to the cutting width, to get to different settings like the differential feed and so on. None of that here. All the controls are on the outside. And this is something Bernina has been doing on their own Bernina sergers for a long time. And they insisted that this conform to the Bernina standard to be called a Bernette. And if you don't know, Bernette comes from Bernina and Odette, which is the name of the mother of the current chairman of the company. Bernina is still owned by the family that founded it. It is not a big corporation. It is a family-owned company, and basically their product is sewing, embroidery, and quilting equipment, right? So that's our focus. That's not only our bread and butter, but it's the air we breathe. So to make it easy, when you sew here, you pass your fabric, you need to cut your threads. Cutter's right here on the edge, right there. And then you'll notice also that when you sew on fabrics, for instance, some fabrics will stretch, like a thin knit, like a lightweight t-shirt or onesie. So if you don't want to stretch the knit too much, you could reduce the press foot pressure. And it's not like a spring and a turn screw where you don't know where your settings are. These settings are marked here. It's just a knob you turn and you're done. And it lets you also see how much you turn so you can turn it back. So if you wanted to stretch a knit, like you want to do a lettuce edge at the bottom of let's say a little t-shirt for a little girl, you can actually increase the press foot pressure, and it's right here, and it will do that right there for you. So that's for controlling the press foot here. And talking of, on the other side here, and I think we can still see the foot in the distance here, but on the side here is this little lever. You never need to reach back of the machine to lift the presser foot. It's right here. So on the right, you just lift the lever and bingo, your presser foot is up, and then bingo, you put it down. So you're not wrangling while you're trying to hold the project in place. You're not wrangling with both hands kind of chasing each other here. One is comfortably here, bring the foot down, and then the other one can keep control over here. Then on the right are your typical overlock controls, right? But remember I said about opening the left side sometimes to get to some of these controls? Not anymore. You have here your stitch length. So, you crank it up and down according to what you want. So a rolled hem, a decorative rolled hem, you want a nice tight stitch. So you're going to bring it down, and then you're going to crank it up when you want to just quickly put something together, or if you're sewing over specialty items like pearls and stuff like that. There's a set, by the way, there are accessory presser feet in addition to the one included to do specialty applications. Then you have your differential feed. All good overlockers for a long time have had this. It's a standard feature nowadays. It's here, but it's on the outside. You don't need to hunt for the control. It's right, both stitch length and differential feed, which allows you to either prevent a woven, like let's say you're doing a side seam on a shirt, you could actually do the side seam with the overlock at high speed, and then go to your sewing machine and edge or top stitch like you might do on a shirt to finish it there, and you are done. It will be actually a lot faster this way. So the stitch length and the differential feed are right next to each other so that you quickly, a couple of tweaks if you need to adjust to a fabric and so on. If you have a knit that tends to stretch, because they do, you can crank the differential feed the other way, and then you can turn this as you sew. And because it's here, your hands are not fighting each other. You can adjust as you test a piece until it looks good. You're good to go. So it cuts the calibration phase. Just like at a sewing machine, you need to calibrate how long your stitch is going to be, longer on heavy denim, shorter on fine silk, that kind of thing. You do the same thing here. It's really a sewing machine when you think of it. And then you have your hand wheel for when you need to. For instance, if you want to bring the needle down into the fabric while you reposition the next 3 or 4 feet of that curtain, you can actually do that easily right here, right there. So that's for your regular, this is what I call the driving controls. This is what you use all the time when you sew. It's pretty much like on a sewing machine. It's easy to adjust. Then when it's time to actually thread the machine, your tensions will all be here. Mine are currently set for a rolled hem because that's the last thing I did. But if you want to adjust your tensions back, it's super easy. You can just turn the knobs here, and it's our reference. The default tension is already marked for you. There's a little clip at the back to hold your threads, and then it goes down. The threading is super simple, and I'll get back to that in a second. So we have simple controls for everyday sewing. Once you learn how a serger works, that's it, right? Then the other thing you often do with the serger, and can we see, whoops, let me take that back. Can we see that more clearly here? Yeah, there's a little white wheel here. That's your cutting width, right? Serger means it cuts. And so if you have, it cuts and it overcasts, so you get a neat finish when you are done, right? That's the beauty of the serger. So the cutting width is your course adjustment. It's how much fabric you put into that seam, and then it will do the seam over that. Now, sometimes you go from 2 layers to 4 layers. Think if you're doing something in sweat fleece or polar fleece. You calibrated your seam, it's beautiful, your cutting width is all adjusted to the 2 layers, and that goes. And then you go over a cross seam, or when you put a cuff, at one point you go over 4 layers maybe, and then you notice that your seam is a little too tight. Or you started on thick, and you transition to a piece like a lace type fabric at the bottom of a t-shirt that's thinner, and then suddenly you find that the stitches, the cutting width is actually a little too much or not enough for what you wanted, right, on the thinner fabric. You can adjust here on the coarse setting, and then Bernina sergers have this, and now Bernette serger, like the Airlock 64, have something called MTC, micro thread control. Think of it as the fine tuning. So it's just a little lever here that you tweak. So it's a fine tuning. So if you found that your loops were a little off the edge because suddenly your fabric got a little thinner because you changed as you went into the project, then you can actually just tweak a little bit and you have perfection again. And if it got thicker and you need to allow a little more thread to cover that bulk, you can now tell the machine just by that little lever, just, okay, fine tune it. So if the conditions of your seam change along the seam, like when you're putting different fabrics together, but that are not the same type of thickness, you can actually adapt on the go during the seam without any trouble. And then the next thing is when you want to do a rolled hem, in the old days, that's like the late 80s, early 90s, most sergers, you had to unscrew the stitch plate. And then you had to replace with a stitch plate that didn't have what we call the stitch finger that would allow the fabric to roll and do that beautiful little rolled hem on the edge, right? Bernina was a company that introduced the removable or the retractable stitch finger. That little white lever here, basically you pull it towards you, the finger retracts, your fabric will wrap, and you'll get a nice rolled hem. That's very good for napkins, as I mentioned. It's also good if you need to repair a silk scarf that's fraying a bit at the edge. It's a very fine, very lightweight material. You could put a very fine thread in the machine and actually redo that rolled edge on the silk scarf without adding bulk and making it all, kind of warped on the edge. So you can use this for mending, for sewing, and the setting is just pulling the little lever towards you, nothing else. Then you can adjust the tensions based on your threads and how rolled you want your edge. So that is nice and easy. The knife is retractable. When you don't need it, you can pull the knife out just by, once the cover is open, you can just basically pull the knife and remove it. So some applications don't call for cutting the fabric. Your cutoffs bin is right here when you stitch, and it's big, so you don't have to stop every half mile to empty the bin. It will pretty much carry you through a project, and then you can just toss the scraps. Now, one thing I did not attach because this table does not allow me to use it is, ooh, that looks very Bernina, right? This is a freehand system. So when you sew with the serger, remember I said you can lower the foot here. That's nice on the side, right? And then the foot will go up and down with this lever. But what if you have a project that's a bit slinky? And you know how those are, they're kind of wicked, right? They slink, so they kind of wiggle away from you if you let go. So how about you keep both hands on it? And I'm going to put this free arm adapter back on. So you put your project, and then you say, well, do I want to let go with one hand to go drop the foot? Which in the past is just as hard if you go back here because one hand has to go. Not anymore. You keep both hands here. And then this, when you push with the leg, it will lower the foot for you and bring it down. So then you're ready to sew. So just like on a Bernina, and Bernina introduced the freehand system to the home market way, way back, right? So you now have the same functionality on a Bernette serger. So this is where the Bernina DNA gradually comes down to the Bernette line to give you superior features But the Bernette line is made for Bernina so that we can offer these features at a better price point. So the rest, when the foot is up, just like a sewing machine, the tensions are open so you can thread more easily. And then talking of threading, this is where the best part of this machine is. So the number one obstacle, anybody who works in a sewing store will say, when somebody sees a serger for the first time, I mentioned that you see 4 threads, you go like, oh boy, I'm gonna have to thread this, right? Well, this practically threads itself. This has it's an air threader. So, and if you have a serger, and actually you don't even need to remember this because this machine is not limited to that. But on a traditional serger that you thread yourself, you have to get in there and work through the path. And yes, Bernina's always had color-coded paths on their machines, and it works. It's just that you have to do it. You have to get in there, and it takes a little bit. Once you know how to do it, it's no biggie. But at first, it's intimidating. So basically, what air threading will do is, when you bring the upper and lower looper, the 2 loopers that are working inside here, the ones that crisscross over the edge to give you that nice, that what looks almost like a knit on the edge, those 2 thread themselves. You put the thread into the little hole, and if I engage the pipes, then there you go. If I engage the pipes down here, when I press the button here, you probably hear this. That's the air pump, and the threads come right out of the loopers. Done. And traditional sergers, the ones you manually thread, you always have to do the upper looper first and the lower looper second. Now, ignore all of that because on this machine, it does not matter. You thread and it goes through and it's threaded in the right place. So you don't have to worry about it. So far, all the things that make a serger look intimidating and that on very old ones, like in the 80s, were a little bit intimidating, they became gradually less so. All of these potential obstacles have been basically paved over. Everything is outside. All the controls are outside. The only time you open this is to use the self-threading mechanism. And then while you're there, all the tools that you need are on board here. That is not standard in this class, but Bernina's always had this where when you open the cover, your tools are there for you. You don't lose them when you need them, like the screwdriver to change the needle, like the brush to clean the lint, because once in a while we have to do that. All these little things, the tweezers, if you need to, handle a thread specialty, whatever, it's all there. So you don't have to. And there's even a needle threader here and a needle thread and holder that will help you change the needles. So it is a very, very easy operation. All the stuff that used to require kind of a this and that procedure in that order, it's pretty much all taken care of. You don't have to do it that way anymore. So you are surging in no time. So that is for basically the high level features. When you're done threading, whoops, I need to disengage my pipes, and then there you go, close it, and you're ready to go. You have your seam allowances marked up on the bed of the machine right above the cutter here, so you have an idea what where it's going. Operation of this machine is really straightforward. So you focus on your project and what kind of stitching you need to do today. You can do decorative stitching with this. You can do flat lock where you flip pieces of fabric and you get that ladder stitch that you may have seen, and that looks like a ladder on one side, and it looks like a flat overlock, like kind of woven, not woven, but crisscrossing stitch on the other side. You can do that with heavy threads. The beauty of this is that you can put heavy threads in those 2 loopers, the ones that go up and down like this from the top and the bottom, that knit over the edge. You can use thicker threads, razzle dazzle, shiny stuff, metallics. You can put those in the loopers. And now when you use this, you can create decorative effects that are a little trickier at the sewing machine, because the needle of the sewing machine basically is finer eye as opposed to a looper. Looper has a bigger eye. So you can put heavier stuff in it. It's really a straightforward, smooth operator. My colleague who wrote the first class we did with this, when I asked her, and we're spoiled, remember that I work for Bernina. I'm spoiled. I have top-of-the-line Bernina products in my sewing room. So when we played with this, I said, I like this. And she said, oh, yeah, it's really nice. And we're used to top-of-the-line Bernina stuff all the time. The reason is that Bernina works closely with the manufacturer, injects Bernina features in there, and like micro thread control, that's a Bernina feature. A lot of the stuff that you go in there was basically shaped in cooperation with Bernina so that it would live up to the usability, the ease of use standards of a Bernina. So, Blaine, do you have any questions?
Hey, Sylvain, I don't know if I got any questions, but I do want to tell everybody how they can get this before we move on to the B79. And again, guys, what a great machine, this B64. And Roger's going to put that overlay up there for us. Y'all can see this. The price on this is $1,299. But guys, again, that's the advertised price that we can only show. I can't tell you what the show price is, but you can call in and get this. We have 15 of these left to sell. And guys, if you want to get one of these, jump on it right now. And let me tell you a little bit about this. It has an automatic air threader, which is huge, that air threading. Stitches at 1,300 stitches per minute. The number of stitches is 16. The width overlock stitches is 3 to 7 millimeters. It has 5 LED lights on it, over 5 inches of workspace. It has the micro thread control, a free arm, super large slide-on table that you saw Sylvain do or show that. It's freehand system. Included accessories, you get the standard presser foot overlock. You get a screwdriver and a little oiler. You get a spool net, 4 of those, 4 spool caps and 4 spool stabilizers. You get a spare upper knife, that stationary knife. You get a Bernina needle set. It's the EL705. You get a needle threader inserter. You get the tweezers, a brush, the upper looper converter, cutoff bin, the free arm cover, deco thread guide, and the threading wire. And Andrea has just given me an update. Guys, wow. We had 15 of these. We're already down to 4 left. So we only have 4 of these left. So guys, if you want one of these, make sure you give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And we're taking orders right now for them. We do have some special financing available. If you're on the website, all you have to do is you can punch in Bernette B64 in the search bar. It'll take you right to the product page. You can read about it. We also have our online chat specialists that can, chat with you on the live chat, can answer questions, give you the pricing. But again, guys, it looks like we just sold down to 4 of these. But what I will do, I'll tell you again, if we run out of these, okay, if we run out, we're going to honor the price this week. So if you want to order, once we get rid of those 4, right, Andrea, it'll go to pre-order. So Andrea is going to set the website. Soon as the 4 sell, we're going to go to a pre-order situation where if you want to get one and you pre-order it, we'll honor the price. And we're going to do this all the way through Friday, which will be tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific time. We'll honor that price. We only have 4 left. It looks like we're blowing these things out. So I'm sure by the time I get finished talking, those 4 may be gone. So if you really want to get one, get on the phone right now and give us a call. If you can't get through the phone lines, make sure you do the Google Sheets. Roger and Andrea are putting that up in the chat right now. It's a link to the Google Sheets page. Just put your name, your phone number, and what product you're looking at. It'll update real time in the call center, and they'll give you a call back. And once you do that, you're locked in to make sure you get that countdown to Christmas sale price. So great product. And we are going to go back to Sylvain. He's at the Bernina Studios, and we're going to talk all about the B79, which is that sewing and embroidery machine, and what a great machine. So Sylvain, tell us all about that B79. Oh, is he still working? Okay. Oh, hang on. So he's still got to get his machine switched around. So again, guys, if you have any questions on the B64 or the B79, hey, make sure you put them in the chat. And I see Elizabeth right now. So how long does it take to learn this machine? Lessons. Elizabeth, it probably won't take long at all, because I know one of the things about the sergers, they're extremely easy to use. All the new current ones out there, especially the air threaders. And there is a ton of videos online that you can go for tutorials and get that. But we'll ask Sylvain when he comes on here and get a better, what's that? Okay, another question. What feet come with it? We'll ask Sylvain that question too, because I don't have that on my notes about the feet. But we'll ask him if there's any feet. But I know he was working trying to get the machine switched out, put his B79 up there, and we'll kind of go from there. So just let me know when he is ready, and we'll go back to Sylvain. And
so let's go over the 10K giveaway. Remind them.
Okay. All right. So while he's still trying to get his machine ready to go, we're going to talk about the 10K giveaway. and let y'all know a little bit about that. So guys, right now we did a 10 for 10 promotion, and what that meant is once we hit 10,000 subscribers on our YouTube page, we said we would give a $10,000 sewing machine away. Well, we hit that number, so when we hit it, we said we're going to give it away on Friday. So that is tomorrow. We will give a winner away. Here's the stipulation: you have to be a subscriber to our YouTube page. So if you're new, watching today is your first time to watch, and you don't know about this, what you need to do, go right now to YouTube. Subscribe to our channel, and if you don't have an account at YouTube, no worries, just go make you an account on YouTube. That way it'll let you subscribe to our channel, and it'll alert you when we put a new video or have any kind of new content. But what that'll do, that's going to get you in the contest. But here's how you kind of get your name in there. Each day we're given a code word, a keyword that you're going to put in chat. Once you put that word in, you only have to put it in once. Today's keyword is Jolly, Jolly, all capital letters. If you've already done it once, you don't have to do it again, but you only have to do it one time. Put the word Jolly in there, all caps, and what that'll do, if you're a subscriber to YouTube, that'll get you in the drawing. And what we're going to do this afternoon late, we're going to draw another finalist. We're basically taking each day, we're pulling a name out that's going to be a finalist for Friday's drawing. And once we have all 5 names in there, we're going to pull that name out, those 5 names in a hat. I'm going to pull it out live on air to let you know. But right now on Monday's finalists, we had Belinda Bryan. Tuesday we had Crystal Harrell, and Wednesday we had Miss Alabama. And so we had all 3 of those have already qualified today, this afternoon. Again, we're going to draw that 4th finalist out that's going to be in the drawing. But if you haven't been chosen yet, don't get discouraged. Tomorrow, again, it'll start all over. You can go in and we'll give you a keyword first thing in the morning. You can go in and put that keyword in. As long as you're a YouTube subscriber, it'll put you in the drawing, and we'll draw out that 5th finalist tomorrow. And then tomorrow afternoon, late in the afternoon, we're going to give away that $10,000 package. And guys, what a package it is. It's that Stellaire XJ1 from Brother sewing and embroidery machine. And guys, this is one of the top of the line machines out there. It's got the huge embroidery, field to sew on. Also has that huge LCD display. And not only are you getting the machine to do embroidery and sewing, you're going to get that carrying case right there. You get that rolling tote bag that you can put your machine in. You're getting that other case to put your embroidery unit. And then we're also throwing in that blue SMP sewing mat to go with it, and it's the perfect match of Brother Blue. And guys, what a great package this is, and it's all you have to do. It's free. It's all you have to do is just go to YouTube, subscribe, and then just go right now and put Jolly in all capital letters in the chat, and guess what? You're entered. And this afternoon we're going to draw that 4th finalist, and it'll be awesome. So all right, so I think Sylvain is all ready to go. We're going to go back to the Bernina Studios to Sylvain, and he's going to tell you all about this B79. So welcome back, Sylvain.
Hey, well, actually, back from Lucerne, Switzerland. The conference room I'm working from today is called Lucerne, so I feel like I'm traveling. All right, I love this machine. This is, I was part of the team that launched this line of 70s series Bernette. And I was the midwife at our convention. I taught about 400 people in 3 days how to use the machine. And when I started my class, and I meant it. I said, I'm a Bernina snob, but I love this machine. Again, the Bernette made for Bernina, but this particular series, the 70 series, and the 79 is the perfect embodiment. It's where Bernina worked one hand in hand with the manufacturer, and even the layout of the machine. And I'll go over that. The layout of this machine is made Bernette only. You will not find this set of features, this layout with a Bernina interface anywhere else. So from the beginning, the mission for this series of machine was that it needed to be either top of class or at par with the existing top of class across the board in this price segment. And this is what we call the more affordable price segment compared to, let's say, Berninas that can be more pricey because they're Swiss engineered, right? But this, in this, what we call the value market, where you get a lot of value for your money, right? This was at the top of, and I saw all the spreadsheets, and everything was ranked at the top, whether it's embroidery size, speed, and so on. So I'm going to go through some of the details as I go along. It is a The 79 is a combo machine. It does sewing and embroidery. It's all included with a machine. There's even, I put it on the floor because I needed room on the table. But from the word go, it comes with a very high quality, like a backpack type material, denier cordura, soft cover that lets the handle come through so you can carry the machine with the cover on. And the pockets are big enough that your foot control, all the goodies, the hoops, the extension table can travel with the machine right in the cover. So from the word go, from the outside in, it's really well packaged. Now, when it comes to the basic features of the machine, it's got 9 inches to the right of the needle. That is big for this category. The lighting is LED, it's bright, and it's a drop-in bobbin, so you get to see how much thread you have left. It has Bernette dual feed built in when you sew. So you basically, you don't need a walking foot. The dual feed is built into the machine. And you can just invoke it by dropping it, putting it in place like you do with that kind of dual feed. So Bernette dual feed is built in. It has the Bernette freehand system. So again, there's an E-bar. When you put it in, when you push it, it will lift the foot. When you let go, it will drop the foot. So while you sew, your hands stay on your project. And that's huge with the Bernina philosophy. The machine should not be the focus of interest itself. The machine should help you keep your focus on your sewing. So Bernette has that partly because of this, the freehand system, but also the controls on the front. So let me switch sides so I can point more easily. So on the side here, you see that the screen, first, the screen is centrally located. So that screen is right at your eyesight. If you're looking at your project by the needle and you can glance up here, you don't need to turn your head to see whether did I remember to put my needle down on? Did I, how wide is that stitch? Or did I lengthen that straight stitch for basting? Whatever you want to do, you can glance up. If you need to turn your head away, your brain switches task. It's now into like, okay, let's go find the information. But if you know the information is right up here, you just look up and there it is, and then you're back on your project. So you don't waste time. That's huge. It's a 5-inch touch screen, and it works with what we call the Bernina user interface. Now, in the value segment, that is a new and a big step. What Bernina did, they said, okay, all right, Mr. Manufacturer, you make us a machine that's affordable, and we will put the Bernina brains in it. So all the features that you're used to on a Bernina, the eye functions, all that good stuff, like 100 some years of usability research with home sewing machines goes into here. And then on the right, you have the multifunction knobs. Now, most machines don't have knobs in this price point. It's a plus or minus on screen to change the stitch width, the stitch length, and all that. But if you've tried, for those of you who have a car where there's a touchscreen radio and there is no knobs anymore, when you need to tune a station or change the volume while you're going over a bumpy, Chicago streets, for instance, it's not easy. A knob is easy because once you find it, you know how to crank it up and crank it down. So that's built in. And actually, a nice little touch is that the knobs are notched every 0.5 millimeter increment in stitch width and length. So it's easy to get to a setting, especially for beginners. It makes your navigation much easier. And then here is something that is unheard of in this segment, period. Because even in the not the luxury, but the high-end market, like Bernina and the big brands, most any other brand, they can't do this. On a Bernina, which is inherited here from Bernina, and therefore now on Bernette 70 series, you can move every stitch. So if you're doing an applique and you want to line the fabric with the edge of the toe, you don't need to gamble where the fabric and the needle needs to be. You line up your fabric and then you tell the needle, you go there, and you move your stitch over instead. This is something that came from Bernina that's unique to Bernina until now, and now Bernette has it in the 70 series Bernette. So when you sew, you have complete control over your stitches. The machine does not dictate how you're going to do it. You can actually make the stitch work the way you want to work. So a blanket stitch on an applique, you can move it to the far right with the open toe foot, line it up with the toe, the applique with the toe of the foot, easy guiding, your eyes don't get tired. You can get your applique done in less time, with less fatigue, and with better quality results. So that set of ergonomic settings, if you want, or dispositions on the machine, that was all inherited from Bernina. It's a beautiful thing. It really is. And if you happen to have a Bernina also, sometimes I go to this and I do a double take because it's very similar to like a 5 Series Bernina in terms of features and size of screen and so on. So it's really, really gotten the brains from the big leagues in an affordable package. So one thing in the past, we've always had this dichotomy. You had Bernina features, well, I'm trying to stay in frame, at Bernina prices, right? You get what you pay for, every single penny, but it's pricey. And again, you get the value for it. And then you have entry-level or more affordable machines, but they might be lacking in features. And Bernina said, well, how do we bridge that gap? And they found a formula. They worked very closely with the manufacturer, and I saw changes made before we launched these machines. We fine-tuned a few things, and I will show you a result of that in a minute. So they kept polishing this on the way to the launch. And what happened is that the manufacturer is super responsive. Everything, when we mentioned something, they would come back with a fix like in short order. And so they were able to take the high-end features, the more affordable price, and that is the bridge, the step that allows you to get the goodies for your sewing without breaking the bank. So you get the best of both worlds that way. So that machine is a complete sewing and embroidery package. It comes well equipped. There's, I want to say there's about 10 presser feet. Blaine will have the list for sure. And everything fits in the tray neatly. Everything fits in the accessory box. You don't have to hunt when you look for things. They're all at a glance, even your bobbins. So that's for the accessory box. It latches on the machine where, if you put the machine sideways, like upside down, if you want, the accessory box won't fall off. It's actually latched to the machine. That's nice. Then you have the foot control. And ooh, there's a really, really cool feature on this. So most machines in this segment of the market have what I called kind of squishy foot controls. They're a little, you have to be careful not to put too much foot pressure on it because that machine might start running if you even didn't mean to. This again, the manufacturer went back and redesigned their foot control to match basically Bernina standards. It is firm. You put your whole foot on it, and it's a foot rest. So when you're not stitching, your foot is resting. Think of those secretary footrests that they sell, that are slanted, or the dead pedal in your car, on the left, so you can rest your foot on a long drive. So your foot can stay here, and then when you put your foot on here, you want your heel to be over this little pad at the bottom, little half moon here. That's the back kick. Back kick, until very recently, was unique to Bernina. Bernina first put it in, and it was unique to Bernina, and it's even on a Bernina, it's even programmable, right? Well, since I said this has Bernina brains inside, the back kick here is programmable. If you do a batch of something and you say, I need to run a quick seam, and then I wanted to cut and pitch it in the basket, make another one, you're doing batch for a group project, whatever, you can actually program what the back kick will do. So when you kick on the back kick, the default is that the needle will go down if it was up, or it will come back up if it was down. I sew with the needle down almost all the time, because if I pause in mid-seam to regroup and rearrange my fabric, I don't want that seam line to jut, right? I don't want it to move at all. So with the needle down, it's stabbed under the foot, double safe, I'm good. So that way, when I finish a seam, well, the needle is down. I want it up when I start, right? So it's a reflex now. When I finish a seam, kick the heel, and the needle comes back up, done. You can reprogram it to do other things if you want to. You can have it secure and cut. You can do, you have a variety of things you can program it with, or you can leave it to the default. It's your decision. And the foot control is like firm. It's super firm. So again, it's a foot rest, which means no fatigue. And when you put your foot on this, your heel should be here, which means all you do to sew is rock your foot forward or rock it backwards to get the back kick. You are not squeezing down you're not pressing down with your toes, which strains your knee at first. Then that climbs up your thigh. And if you sew for 6 hours like that, the next day you're a little stiff. Not with this. This is a foot rest. Ergonomically, it's brilliant. And that is unheard of in this segment of the market. And it came, courtesy of Bernina features. So that was when I saw this combined with a freehand system and the dual feed, I was super impressed. In this segment of the market, in this value segment, that's unheard of. That combination of rich features is unheard of. And then we can do embroidery. So embroidery, the module comes with, and I'll go over the hoops in a bit. So the module, when you do embroidery, you don't need the feed dog, right? You don't want the feed dog scraping on the bottom of the fabric when you do embroidery. So on machines of this caliber, typically you would drop the feed dog and then put the embroidery. This, when I put the module on, it drops the feed dog automatically. It does a mechanical lever and it drops the feed dog. I don't have to do that. When I put for embroidery, the machine manual calls it the embroidery stitch plate. I call it the straight stitch plate. It's good for both. And it's good to use a straight stitch plate in embroidery, because since the module is moving the hoop in all sorts of crazy directions, and your sewing machine needle really prefers one direction to compensate between the two, the straight stitch plate keeps the bobbin thread lined up so that the hook and the needle thread, everything meets in the middle more consistently. So that's good. When you change the plate on the machine, like if you go to embroidery, it will tell you, change the plate to a straight stitch plate. When you put this on, you unscrew it, 2 screws, you put it on, you screw it back on, it knows what plate is on. So not only drop the feed dog, when you put a straight stitch plate on, even in sewing, let's say you want to do some top stitching, edge stitching, and you want to do fine piecing, quilt piecing. And by the way, quilt piecing, there's a 1/4-inch foot available for the machine. Not everybody quilts, so it's not part of the standard set, but it's a 1/4-inch foot available, and also has the 1/8 of an inch measurements on the inside of the toe. So when you want to do a fine seam, you want a straight stitch plate, for instance, you put it on, it automatically will restrict the needle swing to the center. You don't have to think about anything. The plate on the machine takes care of it for you. That's sophisticated, especially in this range of machine. It's really, really well. Now, when it comes to embroidery, we have 3 different hoop sizes. And again, they are at par with the largest field in the category. So we have a smaller hoop here. That's about 2 inches, but by almost 3. So that's for your small stuff. Then we have the medium hoop, which is pretty much in the 5 by 7 inch range, right? And then I'll have to do it sideways, but even my big ears clear this one, okay? This is 6 1/4 by 10 1/4, okay? That is big. Now, a couple of things with the embroidery. Remember, though, I keep saying about sophisticated features thanks to Bernina brains inside. Well, this platform, when you put the hoop on, you see that little shiny square here. There's a little circuit board. There's a little module on the arm of the module here. There's a little white module. It reads the hoop. It knows what hoop is on. So if you enlarge a design and you don't realize that you had a medium hoop on, but you intend to work with this, it will give you a red line on screen, and you'll know that, oops, I need to check my hoop, right? A red line means my design's too big. So you would just change the hoop, and as soon as you put it on, it knows. It knows. So the hoop slides in, and then as soon as it reaches here, machine knows what's on there. No mistakes. And one of my favorite features, when you hoop, let's say oftentimes you do this project, it's the similar hooping, multiple hoopings of the same stuff. Let's say you're doing a photo album quilt, you printed a printable fabric to do a quilt. It's going to be the same weight of material pretty much throughout, right? So when you embroider, let's say if it fit into the medium hoop in this case, you would take the first hooping, you would hoop it up, and then you would tighten the screw until it's just the right tightness to hold everything, right? When you are done with the first block, you would just simply release the lever here. That opens up partially. You pop the hoop, re-hoop the next block, and then simply reclamp it. So it's a form of memory, if you want, where you've already tensioned that screw. So the bracket here, the clamp, lets you loosen and retighten to the same pressure on the hoop. So that is a big time saver when you have to chain on and repeat embroidery. And then each one of these hoops comes with its own template. So the template here, the lines, and then the template on screen. When you use a template feature on screen, it has the same grid lines, so that if you position something down on the fabric using this and you place your hoop on the project, let's say you wanted it just a certain spot, when it's time to move things in the hoop, you know where the lines are because they're the same. So there's no guessing involved with that. So embroidery, up to, I'm going to give you numbers now, right? Because we always want to know. There's over 200 designs built in. and there's alphabets in more than one language. So you're covered for the basics. There are, it will embroider up to, I believe, 900 stitches a minute. It's pretty fast. It sews to 1,000 stitches a minute, the regular sewing. So that's fast. That's pretty much at the top of the category. And that combined with dual feed, you want to do curtains. I mentioned curtains earlier. You want to do your vertical seams, put your panels together. This takes no time whatsoever. You can go to town. It's not, a lot of machines in this category will max out at 800-900 stitches a minute. You'll be surprised. That little extra with dual feed means you get done sooner, whether it's thin or thick. So that's for that. On the sewing side, there are 500 stitches organized in menus. And let me take the embroidery off the machine. And when I do that, I'm going to just peek over here now, and I'm going to go home. It's so easy, you can do it upside down. I'm going to go back to sewing. It will tell you, when you go from sewing to embroidery, it will tell you, go ahead and change the stitch plate. If you had the straight stitch plate and you want to do zigzag now, right? And change the bobbin case. And going back to, I was on the final development team, if you want, the testing team before we launched these machines. And I'm a user. I'm a sewer. I sewed for 3 years on a Bernina before I was hired by Bernina. I was a civilian once, right? And I have my demands as a sewer. I'm a customer, right? And the machine needs to develop, to perform for me. It needs to deliver. I need to be able to trust it, and I need to be able to predict what it's going to do with the material I'm giving it today, right? So originally we had one bobbin case. And we said, you know what, in embroidery, no, embroidery typically requires a little more tension on the bobbin. So rather than play around with a screw, we said, no, let's put a second bobbin case that is for embroidery. And that, basically you can just drop it in, and it just drops in place. Since you're going to switch the plate typically, then you put the plate back on top. It knows what plate is on. You're ready for embroidery, right? And then you reverse when you go back to sewing. That optimizes your stitch forming mechanism depending on what kind of stitching you're doing, whether you're sewing or embroidering. And that's a good thing, okay? Like even on Berninas, we have a bobbin case we use for embroidery because it optimizes the results there. So same philosophy here. So when it tells you to do this, you just go through the screens, and then it will go to the regular menus. Right now it's switching everything, the brains all the way to the sewing side. When it gets there, the stitches are all organized. And those of you who have a Bernina will look at this and go like, you mean that's not a Bernina? This is the brains of a Bernina in a affordable hardware platform. So your stitches are organized, practical stitches, decorative stitches, alphabets, buttonholes, and buttonholes. There's a slide buttonhole foot where you put the button on the foot and you drop a lever here, and it will do the buttonhole to the size every time. And you can basically use whatever style of buttonhole, and there's over a dozen buttonholes. I believe it's 17 in there, something like that. And then you have a quilt menu, including your blanket stitch, triple blanket stitch. And just like on a Bernina, you can save the stitches that you like. Let's say I prefer when I do small applique, I like a blanket stitch. I like it, like the spine to the right, the tines to the left. And then I like it about 2 by 2. 2 millimeter wide, 2 millimeter long. That's nice little delicate applique. I can save it pre-made that way. And I can move the needle position all the way to the right so that the spine of my blanket stitch will be right inside the toe of the foot. Now that's all courtesy of the Bernina user interface and the needle position button, right? And the knobs made it easier to size my stitch. But not only that, this is another feature inherited from Bernina. It's called Altair. It's an ugly name, but it's beautiful features. You don't have to do anything to take advantage of it. It's on when you turn on the machine. It's called temporary altered stitch memory. So altered stitch means you tweak the stitch. So I did a straight stitch and I lengthened it a little bit because I was sewing on heavy material. And then I did an overcasting stitch and I moved it and I widened it because it was a heavier material. And when I go back and forth between the two stitches, I leave a stitch behind and I come back to it, it remembers how I left it. That's brilliant. That's coming from Bernina, right? And every stitch in the machine, you use 20 stitches today, you use 50 different stitches today. Every single tweak that you did to every single stitch, whether you change the thread tension, whether you change the needle position, the length, the width of the stitch, anything like that, It remembers every tweak to every stitch. So I'm almost 60. Sometimes I drop details. Well, what did I do that stitch 2 hours ago? I don't remember. It does, just like on a Bernina. That's thanks to the Bernina user interface. That is brilliant. By the way, no other brand does this. Not even, compared to Bernina, no other major brand does that either. So this is something that is premium in a premium brand that's now available on a value, on a value package. So I love that feature. It saved me so many mistakes, and it gets better. You need to quit for the night. I don't sew that late at night. I'm a morning person. So I sewed. I'm tired. I don't want to make me. I don't. When the minute I take out the seam ripper at night, I know it's time to quit. So I tweak stitches today. I'm still in the middle. I'm not done with my appliques. It's going to go on the border of a quilt, whatever, right? So what I do is I go here and I touch the echo button, and then the machine goes into the screen turns black. The lights come off. The machine goes in power save mode. Basically, it's not off, but it's on minimal power, and it's on standby. And even my cat cannot sew right now. So when I come back tomorrow morning or Saturday, whenever it is, right, a day or two later, I touch the screen, and if I had left the machine on a stitch, needle down in the middle of a top stitch, whatever, it knows where it's at. Because it's like it was never put on echo mode. It's just a standby and wake right up, just like your computer. Not only that, you can leave it on, for extended days. I was on my Bernina, but by mistake, I forgot to turn off the machine when I went on vacation for 3 weeks. When I came back, echo had been on for 4 weeks. It was fine. We don't recommend doing that. But if you did something in echo, you put the machine in echo, you come back the next day because you did not want to lose all your tweaks that you did yesterday because you're in the middle of that project. Well, when you go back to that stitch, it remembers the way you configured it, right? The way you tweaked it. So now you can save it from there. That's the beauty of it. So echo is kind of the safekeeper in the background. And if you forgot, what did I do with that? It's as long as the machine is still on, it knows, and then you can take that stitch and save it if you want to use it over and over again, like an applique stitch. So it's the beauty of it. It's really a very sophisticated, powerful set of features in a value hardware package. And we sewed a little project when we launched this. It had cork and cotton, basic cotton, with a layer stabilizer. And when you're done, you have like 12 layers when you turn everything and you sew the corners together. And we went with a dual feed. We still had the embroidery needle, like the Schmetz 75 gold. And we just plowed through it, and the machine did not even hesitate. Like it was butter. It's strong, it's fast, and you get your work done. So a couple of things. In addition to this, it comes with a standard set of presser feet for all the basic tasks, right? Hemming, buttonholes, buttons, that kind of stuff. But there's also 8 additional presser feet that are available separately. For specialty, not everybody quilts, so the patchwork foot is optional. But there's also a set of 8. There's a set of 8 feet, all the optional feet put together in one. That's called stocking stuffer, right? That are available all at once if you want at a slightly better price. That way, you have outfitted the machine for everything that really is capable of doing. So just to recap, you have a large platform, big workspace, brightly lit, with good traction, with a dual feed built in. You have a drop-in bobbin for ease of use. You have the speed. You have the Bernina user interface, the brains, with the knob and the needle positions, all there. And you have the built-in thread cutter, of course, which works on sewing and embroidery. And all the convenience buttons are here on the front. So your foot up and down. The foot, when you cut, will lift automatically. When it's time to sew, you step on the gas, the foot drops, and you start sewing. There's no lever back here. You don't need this anymore. You focus on your sewing. It will save you a ton of time. And, most of us have limited time and energy for sewing, right? It's work, children, grandchildren, groceries. By the time we get to the sewing room, we only have so much time and energy left. So the more of these little, I wouldn't say hassle, but extra manipulations that used to be needed to get the machine to the point where you can step on the gas, a lot of this has been shaved off. You can now just step on the gas, foot down, machine goes. So you can actually get some work done and enjoy your sewing time more. The rest, with 500 stitches, 200 embroidery, and this reads multiple embroidery formats, home embroidery formats. You can buy designs from embroideryonline.com or anywhere. If it's a home embroidery format, typically the machine will read it. You may want to check first if you have something that's arcane, but otherwise the common formats are read by the machine. So you can even change the colors in your designs if you wanted to. It's very, very sophisticated. So Blaine, I'm sure you have information about how the machine is offered right now, right?
Hey, Sylvain, we sure do. But first, we've got quite a few questions, if we could, and I'd like to just throw it out there for anybody that had questions about the B64 serger. Go ahead and post your questions now, and we're going to try to read those to Sylvain. And then we got the B79 questions as well. Just make sure you put in B64, B79 of what question you're asking, so we can kind of figure out which one it is. But I know one of the things that they were talking about on the B64, so are the feet snap-on?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I was reading a comment that this machine saved somebody's mind during the pandemic, and say, yeah, sewing is better than therapy. So the feet are actually they snap on, but unlike they're firmer, they clip on harder than what is typical in that category. So the way we put them on, and I'm trying to do this backwards right now. You basically grab the front and the back corner and you just pop it in, and then bingo. So you don't have to gamble how you line it up. You bring it to the shank with your fingers, and you can verify there that it's lined up, and then you just pop it in. So yes, they are snap-on.
Okay, Sylvain, the next question we had was that we know that it has 3 hoops that come with it. Do you know what the sizes are, those hoops?
Yes. So basically they were about 2 by 3, roughly. Don't quote, they're millimeters, right? So roughly 2 by 3. The other one's about 5 by 7. That was 120 by 180 millimeters. And then the big one is 6 1/4 by 10 1/4 inches. That's a nice size, actually.
Yeah, 6 by 10 is a great size. So that just kind of tells everybody exactly what size. I know everything was in millimeters on this machine. What was the next question, Andrea? Hey, do you have any idea right now on the B64 how much it weighs and the B79 how much it weighs?
I could do the lift. I do not have that off the too many machines. I don't have that off the top of my. This machine's got to be close to like 17, 18, maybe close to 20 pounds. The other one would be less than that. The other one is probably in the 13 to 15 pound range, but don't quote me on that. That would be on the specs, probably in the brochure.
I'm sure we can probably find those numbers for everybody out there. But hey, what's the next one?
With the older feet of the Funlock 004D.
Okay, I got it. So they're asking now. Linda's asking Sylvain, would the older feet on the Funlock 004D fit the B64?
Unfortunately not. They're made by a different manufacturer, so the feet would not be cross-compatible. That's especially with overlockers. There's so much going on with the 2 loopers kind of crisscrossing each other, and then the needles coming in between those 2. The feet have to be really specified to the engineer of the machine. So more commonly than not, they're not cross-compatible, and in this case, they're not. No.
And then Kimberly's asking, what format does it read, the embroidery file?
Off the top of my head, it's been a while. I know that PES is in there. There's a Viking format, a Janome format, most of the home formats. It may not read Barudan and some of the industrial formats. Again, on the website, mybernette.com, the brochure is available for download if you want all the fine grain of the detail. And that will have, I think it's 8 or 9 different formats that it reads. The default format is what we call Bernina EXP. EXP is originally from Melco, but Bernina enhanced it with a second file that is for the color table. So the default format, the designs built in, will be EXP, but it can read the other formats.
Okay, perfect. Well, Sylvain, before I go and tell everybody how they can buy this, I just want to thank you for coming on the show and demoing both the B64 and the B79. It was great presentation and great information, and wanted to wish you happy holidays and hope you have a great new year. And I'm sure that we'll be seeing you real early in 2022 again.
Thank you, and happy holidays to everyone.
All right, buddy. All right, guys, we're going to talk a little bit about the B79 now. That B79 is from Bernette, and which again, it's made for Bernina. And, you know, Sylvain talked about all those Bernina brains and functions in this machine. And guys, again, this is $19.99 is the advertised price. We do have a call-in special on it. But let me tell you a little about all the features that Sylvain went over. First of all, it has that 5-inch touch screen right on the front, big display. It has a sewing speed of 1,000 stitches per minute, and you can embroidery at 850 stitches per minute. It's 9 inches to the right of the needle, so you're going to have 9-inch throat space. It has 133 decorative and 35 quilting stitches built in, 17 buttonholes. It has a slide-on extension table. That maximum area for embroidery is a 10.2 by 6.3. So basically a 10 by 6, you're going to have embroidery area on that. It comes with 208 embroidery designs, and then it has 7 embroidery alphabets installed. If you have access to that Bernina toolbox, so you can download from the cloud, you can get 300 additional designs and 100 additional fonts. Like Sylvain was saying, the hoop sizes, you're going to get 3 hoops that come with it. You're going to get that 2 inch by 3 inch, a 5 by 7, and pretty much a 6 by 10. It's a 6 1/4, but you know, like 10 1/4. So those are the ones going to come with it. Again, included in accessories that come in the box, you're going to get 3 bobbins. You're getting in that spool net. You're getting a selection of needles, I think, and then you're getting that brush and seam ripper. You're getting the spool disc, a large, I think 2 large, 1 medium, and 2 smalls. You're getting that felt disc. You're getting a second spool pin, a seam guide, a screwdriver, a dust cable cover. You're getting the power cable, foot controller, and a bottle of oil for the lubricant. And again, guys, these machines have been extremely hot. And Andrea is telling me right now we have 1 left. So 1 left. These are going to sell out today for sure. So she's telling me 1 left. And again, guys, if we do sell out, which I know we are, we will go ahead and honor that price. So if you've been wanting to get one of these, jump on the phones right now and give us a call. But once that one is gone today, we will go to a pre-order status. We do have them. I talked to Bernina just a minute ago on the phone. They are shipping us some more in. We have them on order, and they told me they have them. They're ready. They're going out hopefully today or tomorrow. So they'll be in here early next week. But you'll get that, but you'll lock in the price. That's the most important thing. So if you want to get one of these, as soon as this one is gone, we'll go to a pre-order status. Go ahead and pre-order it. We'll honor that, countdown to Christmas pricing, and you can go ahead and get that ordered. And as soon as it comes in, we'll get it shipped out to you immediately. So again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have some special financing available and to help you out. And also, if you're on the website, you can just go up there and you can type in B64 to look at that serger, or you can go to the B79 and look at this sewing and embroidery machine we just featured and read all about it. We also have our live chat agent standing by that can answer your questions and take your orders. So, guys, moving right on along, and really want to thank Bernina and Sylvain for being on the show and highlighting those Bernettes for us. But, guys, we're moving next, and we have Carrie Philpott coming in. And Carrie is going to be talking all about that Viking Brilliance 80. And guys, this is another one of those top of the line machines that we're so happy we have to get to talk about. And Carrie, so welcome to the show. Welcome to day 4 of Countdown to Christmas.
Oh, Blaine, it's such a great honor to be here with you. Happy Christmas and holidays. You know, when I'm all done showing this machine today, I think it's going to be time for me to go and make some cookies.
Yeah, well, I love your,
Yes.
I love the antlers or whatever you call those. You can't call it a hat.
Christmas trees. I thought it would be festive to have something like that today for us.
What do you call those things you wear on your head like that? You can't, is it a headband?
Well, it is a headband of sort, but I like to call them just sort of bobble ears.
Okay, bobble ear Christmas trees. We love it. So, hey, we're excited about this Brilliance 80, and I know you are too, and you're going to tell us all about it. And we got a great special in this machine. We're super excited to show it from Viking, and so we're going to let you take it away. And if you would, when you get to the end, talk a little bit about what some of your favorite features are on it as well.
Oh, well, there are just so many that I'm going to have to take this entire show to talk about all my favorite features on this machine. But we will start off with the Husqvarna Viking Designer Brilliance 80. This actually is one of our midline machines that is a sewing, quilting, embroidery, and crafting machine all in one. But it has so many top-end features built into it that it might as well be one of our top-of-the-line machines. Designed and engineered in Sweden. But one of the things that I really love about the entire Husqvarna Viking line, Blaine, is the fact that this is made by sewers for people who sew. And this machine does just about everything that you could possibly want in a sewing, crafting, quilting, and embroidery machine. So let's talk a little bit about what the machine looks like. We'll start off there with the fact that it has 10 inches of work area space from the base of the machine over to the needle. That means that it's big enough that you can put a fairly good sized project in so that you can be able to sew, quilt, and embroider to your heart's delight with lots of room to be able to do a large project or the smallest, most delicate project. I love the LED lighting. My eyes aren't getting any younger, and so having this beautiful, cool, bright light on both sides of the needle means that I can see what I'm doing, even when I'm sewing black thread on black fabric, because we all know that that can be a little bit of a challenge, now can't it? Some of the exclusives on this machine are the fact that it has our deluxe stitch system, which was one of our exclusives. What is a deluxe stitch system? It's something that people talk about and we go, well, what does that actually mean? Why is this something exclusive and why would I want to have it in a sewing machine? Well, that's because we have over 550 built-in decorative stitches on this machine. And when you look at some of these, and by the way, whatever machine you have, do a stitch out of a lot of the decorative stitches. Otherwise, you're going to end up using the same 6 ones over and over and over again. I know that's something that I fell into a trap with before I did a stitch out of my decorative stitches. But you can see that some of these stitches are not created equal. With the deluxe stitch system, you're in a situation where the machine will measure out exactly how much needle thread is needed to form the stitch perfectly. On a traditional tension system, the needle always takes 18 inches. This one may take 10 inches. This one may take 18 inches, and this one may take 24. The machine senses when you select the stitch what's the right amount of thread to make that stitch come out beautifully every time. It's an exclusive. It's something that I really enjoy because I do love doing our beautiful decorative stitches. Another thing that we have that is very special on this machine and an exclusive is its sensor system, electronic sensor system. And this means that when you're doing something heavy like denim, because do we ever buy a pair of jeans where the hem's the right length? Almost all of us end up having to do at least some kind of a hem on our jeans. So we have the notorious lump. When you're going on this machine, I'm going to do just a little stitch along here. First of all, I'm going to tell it that I'm going to be doing a straight stitch with just a touch of my stylus here. You notice that my stylus is my finger, so I never have to worry about the cat having dragged it out under the sofa. So when we're sewing, and this machine will do over 1,000 stitches a minute full speed, but when we come to that notorious lump, do you see how the foot is just rising up and then rising back down so that it can float right over that lump? Then when we touch our built-in thread snips, you can see that here, I've even done it a couple of times, so every single time, all of those stitches are exactly the same length. No long ones, no short ones, because it's not struggling to go over that lump. The exclusive sensor system that we have built into this machine. Now, with that, it means that we have incredible piercing power as well. So if you want to do really heavyweight projects, this is 13 layers, by the way, of Levi 501 denim. went through it like a hot knife through butter. But yet, if we want to do something as light as this silk organza, once again, you notice I'm not having to raise the foot up and down. It automatically is happening off the foot pedal. I love how quiet and smooth this machine is because look, no hands, and it's feeding perfectly. That's the power of our beautiful built-in feed dog system. And the bobbins, thread, stitches are as perfect as the needle on this lightweight. So if you're going to be doing something like clothesline projects, because that's all the rage right now is to do these clothesline, we can do these. And you can make them reversible by putting a decorative thread in the bobbin. And it's as pretty on the back side as it is on the front. No skip stitches, no hesitations, no broken threads. That is the beauty of the piercing power with the exclusive sensor system that we have with the deluxe stitch system built into the Designer 80 machine. I have so many more exciting things to talk about with this machine, including the bobbin winder. You can wind your bobbins while it's sewing because it has its own little motor going right on here so that it's powered all on its own. It has 29 needle positions, so you can move the needle easily to wherever you want the needle. And you notice that it's registering as I'm touching this in millimeters. You can go into your settings screen and tell it you want it to talk in inches, because not all of us speak in metric. Some of us really prefer inches. The walking foot is included with this machine so that you can have that extra feet on the top if you desire it. Structurally, that means that this machine is easy to use, practical to use, has these top-of-the-line features, and yet isn't quite as large as what you have with one of our top-of-the-line machines. But wait, here comes the functions that are top-of-the-line functions. 7-inch full capacity color touch screen right here. So if you have a smartphone, and don't most of us have smartphones these days, or a tablet, it works much the same way. Once again, we have our pointers that we can use with our fingers, or you can use a rubber tipped stylus, depending upon what is easiest for you in your sewing pleasure. So when we go to our home screen, which is just a touch of the button right here at the top that looks like a little sewing machine, it's always good to know how to get to the home screen, isn't it? The first thing you're going to see is the Joyous Advisor. Now, we've had the Sewing Advisor on our Husqvarna Viking machines for many, many years, but every time they come out with a new machine, they just enhance it a little bit more. So along with that, we do have a built-in user's guide, but let's talk about the Joyous Advisor, because here we have the ability to select sewing, quilting, embroidery, or the Knowledge Center. And in the Knowledge Center, we have a stabilizer guide, a quick start guide, and a sewing instruction guide. Now, the quick start guide is really lovely because sometimes when you get a new machine home, it's a little bit of time before you can go into your local dealer, like those of you at Sewing Machine Express, to have your owner's classes. You can touch that button and you can find out everything about winding bobbins, threading the machine, making all the different aspects of the machine comfortable for you so that you're ready to get into some of the more exotic parts of this machine before you actually have your owner's classes. So going back to our Joyous Advisor and our sewing, first we're going to select fabrics. And one of the things they've added is more fabric types. So we have our woven medium, of course, which is a traditional sort of cotton broadcloth that you'd use for quilting. Or we have different stretch fabrics, including stretch heavy, which is what you would use for polar fleece or velour, leather, and even have vinyl. Because as we're doing more handbags and different projects, Vinyl is coming into play more in our home decorating as well as in our accessory sewing categories. You select vinyl, and then you can select the technique that you're going to be using. Basic sewing, collars, pockets, but I really love the fact that it has zippers also built in. And when you select that, it's giving you 2 different examples of the types of zippers that will work best when you're sewing in vinyl. I love doing fly front zippers, but I can never remember exactly how to do them. So by touching this button, the machine is now set the foot to tell us what to use, the recommended stitches, the tension, the stitch length, and all of the details so that we can put a beautiful stitch into vinyl fabric just like this. See how once again it's feeding so smoothly that I'm not even having to hold the vinyl in place, just the same as I did with that very, very lightweight burgundy just a few minutes ago. And we get a beautiful stitch all the way along. But getting back to the fact that I don't necessarily remember how to do a fly front zipper, here we have information at the bottom of the screen where it's talking about that technique. Here it's giving us our list of materials that we're going to need to have on hand to do it. And then as you scroll along, anytime you see a screen that has the circle with the arrow, you touch that arrow and you get a video that is going to show you step by step exactly how to put that zipper into your machine, into your project. I love that because I'm a visual person and I don't always want to just have the written word on how to do it. But it's great to have these techniques right here at our fingertips. This machine has over 120 built-in videos on these different techniques. Another beautiful touch of the Designer Brilliance 80. All right, going back to our home screen at this time, where we have all of our different techniques, let's go to woven medium, because that's what we traditionally are going to be sewing on today. By touching Start New, you will see that we have decorative stitches, 550 built-in ones in 19 different categories. We have a multitude of different built-in fonts, 5 of them to be exact, and we have what I like to call is the I love you screen because it's got a heart on it, but it's actually the Smart Save, and that gives you the ability to take a stitch if you've altered it some way, like change the stitch length or the width or whatever. You can save it right there for your future use. Now, in going back to the decorative stitches, all 550 of these, talking about the different categories, they're all organized so that your heirloom stitches are different than your quilt stitch areas. And while we're here on the quilt stitch, we do have a few quilters out there, I assume. We have a very special quilt stitch that is built in right here. And this one, I'm looking for my symbol on it right here. It's called the hand look quilt stitch. But if you're doing a light and a dark quilt, you can put your light colored thread in the needle and your dark colored thread in the bobbin, and it will sew the light color in the dark areas and the dark in the light. So you have Sashiko stitching built right into this machine. You don't have to buy a separate machine in order to have that quilt stitch available to you. I think that's pretty special. Now, as we scroll along, let's go to some of our specialty stitches that are unique in this machine. Applique. Applique, whether it's for home dec, clothing, projects of all works and sizes and shapes, quilting, whatever, is something that we enjoy doing. We have applique stitches that are built into this machine. And here I have some examples of ones that I have done that are built in, sewn with cotton, sewn with glitter flex, And I even have some like these pairs. That's Mylar balloon. Isn't that amazing that with our stitches, we can actually be able to sew all of these different fabrics as applique stitches built right into the machine. Scroll down a little bit and we have another specialty area of stitches built in, and these happen to be our sequin stitches. Yes, you can sew sequins onto a project that you're working on. And in this case, what I've done is I have sewn them around the neckline of the shirt that I'm wearing. You can see that. That means that you can take something as an ordinary t-shirt and make it extraordinary. These are unique built-in stitches that we have. We also have pop-up stitches and theme stitches and all different kinds of different techniques, all 19 that we have that you can use to enjoy your sewing. Another one that I really enjoy are our pictogram stitches. Once again, these are not new to our machine, but they've just been made a little bit different in how easy it is to program in combinations of these different stitch elements and be able to come up with a beautiful table runner such as this. This is all sewn. This is not done in the embroidery hoop. I did this as sewing on our machine. And the way we do that is by programming. Programming used to be a case of pull out the manual, figure it out, push this button, push that button, and maybe eventually you'd get something. Well, now we just touch the button that says program, and we'll go in this case, and we're going to select one of our decorative stitches. Let's take this pretty one right there with these hexagons. And then what I want to do, see, they're showing up right there. Let's take a font. We'll do our outline font. And here comes up a keyboard, just like it does on a typewriter or on your computer or your laptop or your tablet. And I typed in my name. Boop, and touch OK. And now it's showing you there how this is going to beautifully sew out. So we can sew this right like this right now. And by touching the stop feature on our machine, what it's going to do now is it's going to sew one repeat of this, and it's going to stop, tie a knot, and complete the sew out. So smooth, so even. Once again, no hands. Touch the built-in thread snips. And here we have the decorative stitch with my name. How easy will it be to make labels for your garments? How easy will it be to make all kinds of different labels for your quilts, to put on backpacks, or whatever you might be making, to make something personal when you can program this easily? Excuse me. But as I said, this machine isn't just a sewing, crafting, and quilting machine. It's also a built-in hooped embroidery machine. We come back to our home screen, we touch the button, and here we are ready to set it up for embroidery. Once again, selecting techniques gives you access to all the different beautiful designs, all 565 built-in designs that you have on this machine in a multitude of 30 different techniques that you can do to create hooped applique and hooped embroidery and hooped shape creating. Now, it comes with 3 different sized hoops. We have our traditional 4x4 hoop. We have ours that's a little larger. This one is 7x10. And then we have a full-size jacket back hoop that comes with the machine. And this one is 14x7. But then there's more, because we have all kinds of optional hoops available including the grand hoop, which is 14 inches by 14 inches. So for your larger projects, we have a hoop that will accommodate being able to do this technique. It embroiders at 1,000 stitches a minute, and it has some functions in it that are, of course, unique to this machine. One is that it has what is called a shape creator function. Now, with the shape creator, what you can do is you can take, like in this case, a circle. I'm going to take a decorative stitch. I'm going to select one of my decorative stitches. Let's take this one as an example. Touch that, hold it, and it's showing 1 on the screen. I am going to make that so that they're going to go all the way around the circle. So I'm going to change that to say 50. And now I have a ring of those. And of course, we can just take our fingers and magnify it up to 600%, so that you can see exactly how many you're going to want to have. And once you have that and touch OK, what you can do is go back and repeat the process, where we're going to select another circle that's a little bit different sized. We're going to say, whoops, I forgot to tell it what we wanted it to do. So let's select that circle. We have to select a decorative stitch to go on it. Let's take a different one this time. Let's take one of our satin stitches. And we're going to do a multitude of those. Let's do 50 of those. And there we have a circle surrounded by a circle. Now, if it's not enough, all you do is touch the button. You can either add one at a time, or you can go in and add more, just that easily, so that you can go ahead and create like this centerpiece that I have made here, where I have different circles going in with different stitches. And this one happens to be reversible, by the way, because once again, our bobbin threads look as good as our top threads. Here's a ring bearer pillow that I made using this same technique. And by the way, in the embroidery arm, I did make all of this beautiful lace to match exactly with the threads that are going on in the embroidery design. But it doesn't just do circles. It also will do hearts, triangles, shields, curvy lines, and straight lines, so that you can have a multitude of different shapes available. Or you can take one of these shapes and go in, add more embroidery designs, add writing with your fonts, and have something that's unique and special. We also have, though, if we come out of this screen and we go back to our home screen and start new again, and it says, do you want to clear it? You have your choice. You can save it or clear it. You have your built-in applique. This is machine applique, where once again, you can select a shape, and then you can decide what kind of a border do you want to have going around it. In this case, I have taken candle wicking. We have this ability, though, to put different appliques, stitches around. Here's a satin. Here's our traditional buttonhole. Here we have the candle wicking that I've done in just this cute little quilt. So these are just what's built into the machine that's special, that makes it so that all these top-of-the-line features are available in this beautiful midline machine. But wait, there's more. There's the MySewNet Wi-Fi, which we have for this machine. That means that it is Wi-Fi compatible on any Wi-Fi, anywhere you might be in the world. So if you take your machine on vacation, or to class, or to a friend's house to have a sewing retreat weekend, you have access to your MySewNet account, which is free, by the way, to set up. And that gives you the ability to create designs from anywhere in the world, transfer them straight onto the machine so that they can be held there for you. It comes also with 3 free downloadable applications, the My Sonnet Monitor, Quick Design, Joyous Advisor blog, and so much more, because then there's the My Sonnet library with over 7,000 designs right here, ready to go into your Husqvarna Viking Designer Brilliance 80. Whew, that's a lot, isn't it, Blaine? I can hardly believe all that this machine has to offer in this lovely size, in this lovely, beautiful machine that would look perfect in your sewing room. So, Blaine,
Well, hey,
what
Carrie,
do you think?
You are exactly right. That thing is packed full of features, and I'm telling you, they're getting a great, great machine here for the price. And I got to tell everybody exactly how to get it and all these great features in this machine. Again, guys, this is from Viking. It is that Brilliance 80 sewing and embroidery machine. And guys, look at that thing. That is such a good looking machine. The price on it, and yeah, this is the right price. Look at the price, guys. I mean, this is a $12,000 sewing machine. We are selling it to you at $49.99. This is a factory reserviced machine. It came right from Viking. Their technicians go through the machine, make it like brand new again, and it's all new boxes. Everything's packed in it. So it is like a brand new machine. Some of these have never even been opened. And so they really are they're like brand new. So again, $49.99 for this, guys. And we do have a call-in special on this as well. So give us a call. We are going to make you a great, great price on this today for the Countdown to Christmas show. But let me just tell you a little bit about this machine. Again, it has 1,000 stitches per minute. It has a huge embroidery area of a 14-inch by 13.8-inch embroidery area, 10-inch work area, has 11 buttonholes, 550 built-in stitches, automatic thread cutter, 7-inch full color screen. Sewing Advisor gives on-screen advice and tutorials, 29 needle positions, 2 free motion settings, and the accessories that are included are the hoops. The designer, it's got that square hoop, a 4.8 inch by 4.8 inch. It has the crown hoop, which is a 10.3 by 7.9, and a royal hoop, 14.2 by 7.9. And guys, we are throwing in a free bundle with this. The free bundle includes My Sonnet Embroidery Gold 2021 software and small universal roller bag by Husqvarna Viking. That bag is a 22.5 wide by 10.5 inch deep and by 15 inch tall. And the feet that come with, oh my gosh, this thing has a ton of feet. You're getting that utility foot A, you're getting the decorative stitch foot B, the buttonhole foot C, blind hem foot D, the zipper foot E, you're getting the non-stick glide foot H, edging foot J, piecing foot P, the embroidery darning foot R, the slide motion foot S, the sensor one-step buttonhole foot, the sensor Q foot, the interchangeable dual feed foot. Guys, this is a fantastic package that we've put together for you. And again, it is $49.99. This is a factory reserviced. Guys, these are like brand new. And again, we only have 16 of them, 16 of these, and they are going to sell out this week. I promise you, we can't keep these in when we get them in. So again, if you've been looking for a high-end machine from Husqvarna Viking, this is it. This is one of the top of the line machines, and we are so happy to be able to present this awesome machine. Again, it's the great price. It's the Designer 80. I mean the Brilliance 80. And make sure you give us a call, because we do have show pricing on this, special financing. And you can go in our website up at the top in the search bar and just type in the Brilliance 80, and it'll take you right to the product page. You can read all about it. And what a great, great offering, man. I'm pumped about that machine. So guys, we're moving right on along. Got a special thanks out there to Carrie. Carrie, thanks so much for coming on the show today. And thanks to Husqvarna Viking for letting her come on and help us educate on that machine. So again, guys, we're moving along. And coming up now, we have Floriani in the house. Do we have him?
No, we don't.
All right, so we're still waiting on Trevor. We have Trevor Conquergood coming in today. And Trevor is going to tell you all about Floriani software, the total control, and then we're going to talk about some threads, but we're waiting on him. He's still not here yet. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a little quick break, and we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back, and we'll try to find out what's going on with him. He's probably having trouble getting in because he's up in the Great White North up in Canada. So he may be having some trouble getting in. But we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and give y'all a chance to stretch your legs, and then we'll be right back with you, okay?
Bernette for all my ideas.
Just look at those colors. Paracotton Poly Select Thread. Designed by Alex Anderson, this 80-weight thread will reduce bulk at intersecting seams, and it comes in 40 amazing colors. It's thermally treated to remove undesired stretchiness and shrinkage, so it feels, stitches, and looks like mercerized cotton without the lint. Perfect for hand piecing, machine quilting, applique, embroidery, and more. Contact us for our special price today.
Make a statement with embroidery when you take advantage of the entire embroidery field on the Baby Lock Altair. The generous 9.5 by 14-inch embroidery area has all the room you need to create embroidery large enough to make a real impact. And you'll breeze through the stitching at a speed of 1,050 stitches per minute. You'll love how the machine cuts your jump stitches before moving on to the next area. What a time saver to not have to go back and trim. If you're looking for a machine that can help you make all your embroidery projects big and beautiful, check out the Altair. It's the combination sewing and embroidery machine waiting for you at your local Baby Lock retailer today.
Hey everybody, Blaine Austin here, Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome back. We had a little quick break, but we got all of our technical issues worked out and we're ready to go. Hey, we have Trevor Conquergood coming up from Floriani, and man, we have a great treat in store for you. Trevor, welcome to day 4 of Countdown to Christmas. How you doing, buddy?
Blaine, how you been?
Man, I've been great. How about yourself? You been staying warm up in the Great White North?
Yeah, well, you know what? I have been warm, and I'm so happy to see you. It looks like Christmas down there. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, man. It is our set. I can't take any credit for it. My wife came in and decorated, and I mean, it just looks fantastic. And we got presents, well, on this side over here, presents under the tree. You can't see those, but she's got presents, and it's pretty awesome. So we're all in the spirit down here.
Put me in the mood too. You know what? I'm actually at R&K Distributing today. So instead, you're like, hey, that's not Trevor's studio. Where's his wall of thread? I got a new wall of thread, you guys. I'm down at the office. So
oh, wow. So
you're doing some awesome training this week. All of our educators, the whole national education team was here in Knoxville. We had a ton of fun, and I know that everybody's going to be super excited to see us next year in 2022 when we visit. So hopefully I'll get down there sometime soon, and we'll have a ton of fun, Blaine. That's what it's going to be.
Man, we're looking forward to it. Well, buddy, we're going to let you go. I know we were a little bit behind, so we're going to let you have 45 minutes to talk all about these great products.
That's awesome. I will talk and talk and talk. So thank you very much, everybody. Yeah. So anyways, thank you so much to everybody who's logged in to be with us today at SewingMachinesPlus.com. I really appreciate you guys waiting until we got those technical problems worked out. I'll try to make it worth your while to stick around for me. Want to give a shout out to my friend Susie, who was texting me this morning that she couldn't wait to see me on the show. Listen, you guys, I love to create embroidery, and Blaine asked if I could talk about some of my favorite things. And one of them is thread. You guys, I'm absolutely a lover of thread. Sometimes I introduce myself as like, I'm Trevor and I'm a threadaholic. And like, how much thread do you own? Because, you know, if you do embroidery, you're probably collecting things. We're collectors. Let's face it, you guys, we collect software, we collect embroidery machines, we collect thread, stabilizers, and knowledge, right? One of our favorite things to collect is new knowledge. And so I hope I can share with you guys some interesting things. The other thing that I love thread. And of course, I love our software. I am the software manager for R&K Distributing, you guys. And so I'm going to talk to you about the Floriani software today. So what we'll do is I'm going to sort of stop sharing my screen and go to sharing my desktop. And that'll allow me to switch on to the Floriani software. And I'm going to show you one of our newest features. Let me just give you a little taste of it. It's called Ripple Fill. And it's a really simple thing. And I think that's one of the things that Floriani is really known for, is sort of making embroidery easy and kind of just, you know, fun to click and try things. This is a new one, you guys. I want to say it's new, but really it came out in July. So it's not like brand new. We've had Ripple Fill is the newest feature in the software because it was in our most recent update. So we're going to look at Ripple Fill today, and just another like beautiful design made with the same simple tool. This is literally all one shape, just copied in a big circle and using that cool ripple effect. And so let's go ahead and take a look, Blaine, and see what we can do with the Floriani software today. And then we'll talk thread. So we'll do software, then thread. Sound good to you guys? If so, give me 2 thumbs up and just let's roll with it. So I'm going to click on the button that says share my screen, which should allow me to switch on over to my desktop. And so let's click on this and find this and share. So, okay, hopefully I did that correctly, and you guys are all now looking at my desktop. Here's the Floriani software, and I thought before I would get too far down the road, I would share with you guys my email address. It's tconquergood@rnkdistributing.com. And I always like to say, if you own our software and you have some ideas on how we could make it better, go ahead and email me at R&K Distributing. I would love to hear from you, because that is my very favorite job to do, Blaine, is working on the updates for our software. One of the things that I think people really love about when they own Floriani software is that everybody gets the update at the same time, and it's absolutely free. So I'm talking about a free new tool, this Ripple Fill. You can also get me, Trevor, at sunsetstitches.com. That's for the people that are members of my Floriani workshop classes, if they've missed the latest download. And then I always give a shout out to my mom, Wendy, because she helps me when people need the latest class. You might get an email from my mom. And if you do, don't be afraid to say thanks, Mom. Okay, you guys, so here's what we'll do. I'll click on new, sort of like an empty workspace. And as always, the Floriani software is what I call artwork-based embroidery. And so to make it easy on me, I'm just going to click on this custom shapes library. It's a little button that opens up kind of like a gallery of shapes. You can obviously draw your own shapes, and I would be happy to show you guys how to make a shape. But to get started, I'm just going to select that little leaf shape. So I have all kinds of shapes in here, and it's kind of like alphanumerical. So I'll go down to the L's and click on this little leaf. And so this is a piece of artwork. If I look over on the right-hand side of the software and kind of expand that sequence view, you see it says it's artwork. In other words, this is not an embroidery design yet. I mean, I could save this to SVG format. You could call it a digital cutting file, if you will. What it is vector artwork, and vector artwork, perhaps if I select this leaf, you'd know, first of all, vector artwork, you can tell it is because it's made out of shapes. And when you look in the sequence view, there is a shape. And I guess the reason I say that is because there's a totally other kind of artwork. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? If I look here on my little library, here's one of my favorite, like Merry Christmas. It's like a truck with the, in the back. So let's just move this little leaf out of the way. This is not vector artwork because notice in my sequence view, there's no green tree. There's no red truck. What there is, if I look at it closely, what do you see? Oh, that's too close. Pixels, right? Little dots of colors. That's the answer. And so the point here is there's a difference. This is an artwork shape. And if you have an artwork shape, oh, this is easy. Let's do the ripple while we're talking about it. So zoom in over this little shape. And whenever you have something selected, you'll know because it has a box around it. Tells me its size, 3.38 inches by 3.42 inches. But as soon as I fly home, that automatically converts on over. You just click on the ruler to metric. And I'm just kidding because, I'm from Canada and I like to do things in metric. Sure. But to be honest, I do most of my measuring in inches, to be quite frank. And so I keep my ruler set on inches. And therefore, it kind of tells me on my selection box. So I guess the point is, it works for both Canadians and Americans. I'm just kind of kidding. Okay, so down at the bottom are all the different styles of embroidery, and you can click on any one of them. Look, if I click here, I've made a run stitch of the leaf. If I turn on 3D, you can kind of see it. And if I kind of slow redraw, you'll watch it sew out. See, it goes forward, 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 forward. That's how the software works. You select your artwork, and you choose the kind of stitch you want at the bottom. So now let's try a satin border or a steel stitch. Now you get a kind of border around your leaf. This one's fill. Now it's going to be like a standard fill it in solid. The next one's a fancy fill. So now you've got like, when I choose the fancy fill, you're going to get, I think my something is stopping me from clicking on that. Let's see. I think it might be the barnyard. I'm trying to learn how to move the little sharing screen. There's a thing that Barnyard put there. There we go. Found it. Sorry, you guys. But technical difficulties exist, and sometimes it's just me. Okay, so what I'm showing you is fancy. Look, every click makes another style of embroidery. And what I love is, okay, one click makes that style, but come to the properties box, and now you can change it and choose whatever it is that you want. So scroll through, pick a different style, and click apply, and now it changes the decoration in the background fill. And it goes on and on. The next tool is a motif. Now it puts a motif in my leaf shape. You can choose which motif you want, and there's like dozens of them. You can even mix two motif patterns together and choose any two patterns, and it'll mix them, and it's kind of a big motif for the size of the leaf I got. I'll just make it smaller so you can see more of the little pattern that I've made, right? So can you see how you can choose like two different motif patterns, and it totally just bang becomes a whole new thing. So okay, this is the concept. That's how our software works. Once you get it and you learn it, it's very easy to learn the next thing because it's just simply how it works. So the new one, drum roll please, right here, Ripple Fill. I wanted to show you guys the latest tool. If I click on Ripple Fill, what it does is it starts in the center. and it goes around and around and around and around and around until it gets to the outside, and it makes a ripple fill. So thus the name, ripple fill. Pretty cool. But ripple fill doesn't just stop with that one click. But wait, there's more. So the cool thing about this one is, actually there's several, but the first thing I'll show you is the gradient. So notice here on the properties box, it's changed, right? When we clicked on fancy fill, there was properties that related to the fancy fill. In fact, if you might notice, there's even more than one tab of settings that you can use to control. So just as an example, if I click on something down below different, like let's say back on the fancy fill, then the tabs all change. And I have, so depending on what kind of embroidery you're doing, these are all the different ways that I could manipulate it. First of all, there's the kind of fancy fill you want, including things like stitch length and density and how big the emboss scale of little diamonds will be. But then your next tab is where you set your underlay stitches. This is the stitches that sew first. This is called a perpendicular underlay. And those are the important stitches that help your top stitching kind of turn out nice, and it stops the fill from sinking into the fabric. And so when you select this embroidery design, you have properties, and there's more than one tab. This is a gradient tab. This is called the push and pull tab. This is where you can control the splits of the satin stitches, and on it goes, how you can clip your stitches, like power clipping. This is for your sort of start and end points, or your needle point, trim commands, that kind of thing. And there's a sort of stitch end type tab, lots of things. So you don't need to know about that. You don't need to know, you don't need to ever learn about it if you don't want to. The software does all the stuff for you behind the scenes. But that said, if you become sort of really knowledgeable and you want to fine tune something, you want to take control, I don't know if you guys know what the Floriani software is called, but it's FTCU. And let me just explain what that stands for. It's Floriani Total Control, and then it's Ultimate, or it's universal, or it's unbelievable, or maybe it's just for you. I don't know what we think it's probably universal. FTCU is what the name of the software is. And really it's about total control, but with one click. So first you select your shape, and with one click, you turn it into the ripple fill. But now you come to your properties box and you change the gradient. So here's linear increasing, and it starts in the center, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter density towards the outside, or the opposite, linear decreasing. And so it just like, wow, it changes the sample again. And then you go to concave and convex. And so convex will sort of start open, go to kind of heavier again, and then open back up on the other side. And concave is the opposite of that, where it'll start kind of heavier on the outer edges, lighten up towards the middle, and then get heavier again in the center. So these are really cool things, and now it just gets going. So if I switch over, I think I have like a little camera here that should be able to kind of shoot my thing. It's upside down here. Let me see if I can flip it around, make it easy on me. And so there you go. Okay, so I've got this, but I wanted to show you guys the gradient profiles stitched out so that you could get an idea of just how cool it really is, how much it can really change it. So this one is like just the regular one, started in the middle, round and round and round and round. This one was the increasing, so kind of starting more open towards the outside. There you got the decreasing, and then you've got your concave and your convex. And so I think it's the opposite, convex and concave. But you get the idea, right? You've got this whole gradient profile that can really make the designs pop. And then you'll find that if you adjust the densities, it even kind of takes on, more of a dramatic effect to it. And so if you've got it, with this concave, and that's at 2 millimeter density, you could try it at 1 and you would get more of it, or you could try it at 3 and you would get less of it. And there's no right or wrong, right? It's whatever looks good. And you never know, like from one shape to the next, where it's going to look the coolest. Now, there's several other things that I can show you guys about this. And so I'm trying to decide where to go next, but I think I'm going to go here. So now notice that in the properties box, it says single run. So the run stitch that goes around and round and round and round and round is a single run line. If I click on that, I could change it to a double run, or I could change it to a bean stitch, or a half bean stitch, or a motif stitch. Now you might be saying, what does that all mean? These are like, so single run goes forward, 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 forward. Double run will literally start in the center of that leaf, stitch to the outside, and then reverse direction and sew back to the center again. A double run. Every line will get done twice. A bean will start in the center, kind of like the single run, and when it runs around to the outside, instead of doing a single run, it does a 3-ply. So bean stitch means goes forward once, then steps backwards once, and then it goes forward twice. So forward, forward, back. Forward, forward, back means every stitch gets done 3 times, kind of all in one pass like that. The half bean, this gives you the ability to make modifications to your bean stitches and give them a bit of a dimension with a thickness. And then the last one is the motif. And the motif is just like I showed you before, where you choose a motif pattern. And now that motif pattern is going to travel around your lines. Now, this is where I guess taking a little bit of an understanding of how to modify it is going to help, because with the sort of pattern that I've chosen, there are some areas where I guess with the concave pattern, I'm concerned that maybe it's getting heavier in some areas. And so that's where you might say, okay, fine, I can go with the motif pattern. But when I do that, I need to open the density up too. And so I try 4 or 5, just trying to have not quite so much of it. So now I'm feeling like it's probably going to be successful here, but I'm starting to still wondering about some of the areas. I don't want it to get too stitch heavy. I guess what I'm telling you is where there's a lot of power, there is not necessarily it doesn't necessarily mean you don't need to learn anything, right? And this is the point. You can get really creative with it, but you might find that you've got a heavier spot. That's all. So change the density and open it up a little bit, or try changing the point. So here's another thing that I didn't show you guys, is that if you click on your shape tool, so we're currently using the select tool to select this leaf and modify it. But if I change to this tool, it's called shapes. When I click on that one, it gives me the points that make up the outline of the leaf, right? If you want to like reshape your leaf, you could do that too. But what I came here to show you is how the center of where the stitching sews from can be moved. And sometimes moving it to a different place kind of helps the pattern, to work better. And so that can be cool. Maybe that would be something that would show better if I like started over here. Let's make another one. So I'll click on here and then I'll just scroll through and grab like a butterfly or something that's kind of cute. Remember, this is vector artwork. And the trick is, if you want to do a vector artwork, it's pretty easy because you just select your butterfly and you apply your ripple fill, right? Just go on in, select your butterfly, click on the ripple fill. Now it's all cool and rippling. And if you want to click on the shape tool, you just select that point and pull it down. And so I know that Blaine's thinking, wow, that's really cool, Trevor. But I did start out by saying, what about the tree, right? Or what are you going to do if you don't have artwork of a butterfly, Trevor? It's great if you have the artwork, but I've got a JPEG that I got from a website. That's the flip side of this. And so then really somebody needs to digitize this tree. And that could be you, right? We have an artwork tool. You click on the artwork tool and you go click, 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 click. And you can hold your control key down and get curvy lines, or don't hold it down and get straight lines. Essentially when you are done, you right click. So if I right click, I've drawn a shape. It's not exactly a tree, but it is a shape. I can select it, I can fill it in or leave it outlined. And if I want to embroider it, I just come down to the bottom and give it a ripple fill. And so there's my kind of latest piece of ripple fill. Now it's taking a bit of time. It's kind of like an irregular shape. So it must be like working around and around and around to get there and there. So it's given. So sometimes it has to work, you guys. Like if you ever see the words at the top of your software and it says not responding, that means I'm busy. I'm still doing the thing you last asked me to do. Doesn't mean I'm not going to respond. It means I'm not ready to respond, right? So, and by the way, that is not a good time to start clicking, right? If your software is still working on the last thing, give it a minute to go forward. Okay, so I made this big shape, made a ripple. I drew it myself, and I could do the same thing with the tree. I could click on that tree and go click, 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 and draw around it. We also have like a wizard hat, and the wizard hat would like fully automate vectorizing or artworking the tree, right? Like it would go through a series of steps. where I could either do auto digitizing, would like put thread in it. Auto artwork would just convert the shapes, the picture into artwork, and then let me digitize it. So does that make sense? Like auto digitizing says right from JPEG to thread. Auto artwork says, well, just how about you just vectorize that one, and then I'll decide what kind of stitching I'm going to get. And so now you go through like a little wizard that goes, select the image. So you've got to find it on your computer. And so let's see, where do I have that tree on my computer now? Forgive me for just giving up, because I think it's going to be like a breadcrumb trail to kind of look through. But the idea is if I go through, it gives me the artwork. Instead of doing that way, and let me just back out of this, okay? I'm going to show you another way. So yeah, that would create all of the shapes. That's sort of fully automatic. And we could do it if you really wanted, but I really wanted to get back to Ripple. What I wanted to show you guys is the magic wand. So that beside the wizard hat, you also got the magic wand. The magic wand is like an auto tracing tool. And when you have clip art that's like this, where it's like, yeah, it's clear, it's green there, and it's red here, it works really well. All I got to do is click on the green tree, and it outlines that green tree. Notice over on the right-hand side now in my sequence view, there's actually an artwork shape for the tree. You could go ahead and click on it. If I hide the backdrop for a minute, so we call this a backdrop. When you put a JPEG on your screen, and it's not really the embroidery artwork shapes, it's simply a picture. And I can hide it or show it, and so there's the tree. Now you could be like, oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll do a motif fill for the tree, or that's silly. Why wouldn't you do a fancy fill and put a, shaggy pattern on it or something like that? Or maybe you want to do a funky tree and do ripple, or maybe you want to do a mylar tree. And so you choose a mesh fill. And a mesh fill would fill in the tree with like sort of more open spacing that would leave room for like areas for your mylar to show. A lot of times when I do a mesh fill for mylar, I choose a pattern that has 2 passes. So it creates kind of like cross stitch, but it's not the same. This sews rows going one direction and then rows going in the other direction. So it's not cross stitch. It's called a mesh fill, and that's 2 layers of mesh fill. But it's a great way to do like a mylar Christmas tree or whatever you want. So coming back to ripple fill, let's really dig in on ripple fill for a couple more minutes and show kind of the cool parts of it. So like I was showing you, I can select this butterfly, go to my shape tool, and decide where on the butterfly will the sort of stitching wiggle around and go. And remember, it emanates kind of from there, around and around and around and around. And then, like you said earlier, you can change your, pattern to be concave or convex or any of these kind of cool things like that. I actually used a heart. So let me grab a simple like heart shape from my artwork gallery. I have lots of shapes in here. By the way, if you own the software and you're looking at it going, hey, I don't have that sewing machine, or I don't have that. That's because you're allowed to save your own artwork to your gallery. If you've made it, you just go to the tools drop-down menu and say save custom artwork. And so anytime I draw a cool new shape, I save it. Then I've got it kind of in my library for easy use. So this is the one I'm saying I did a ripple fill. And then I opened up the density to be, it's a little bit more open. And I even did like, I think I did like an increasing pattern on it, or maybe it was a concave. I can't remember. I've got a sample here and I don't remember exactly how I did it, but I think it was like this. And so see how I've got quite a bit of space between those rows, and that kind of gives it more room to do, instead of a single run line, to do a motif line. And so now I chose a motif, and the motif I chose, should have wrote down the number, but I think it's this one. It's an arrow. Yeah. And that's exactly what I did. And so this is a really neat tool. And so that's how I was able to do this sample, right? Where you've got, again, it's upside down, Trevor. Yeah. So ripple fill, one of the latest ones. If you've got the Floriani software and you haven't downloaded the update lately, all you really need to do is go in your software, click under help, and just tell it to check for updates. It'll take you like on a web browser to our website where you can see, okay, the latest version was released in July 2021. So it's actually probably time for us to have a new update sometime soon. Wonder when that magic guy will get on with that. Anyhow, I'm just kind of kidding. This is the same download for all these different programs. F is for FTCU, Q is for Total Quilter, S is for Sketch-A-Stitch, L is for Lettering Master, R is for Rainbow, C is for Creative Express. They're all different programs that we have and put together. And remember, today I'm talking mainly about F for FDCU, right? So that's where you can get the latest version, 3792. And if you've got it, then you should have our Ripple Fill tool. I want to show you another sample, and then because this is where it gets like, oh, that's cool, right? Like I can take the fill and take that point and pull it outside of the shape and make 3D FTCU or 3D, it says Trevor. So I want to show you guys how cool and yet how absolutely easy that is to do. So why don't we do my initials? So I'm going to scroll down. I'm just going to use my text tool and choose an option that's called importing true type font artwork, like as just not as embroidery. It's just going to make me the T and the C, and then you can choose what font you want them to be from, right? And there's all kinds of different letter styles that might come with your computer, and so it doesn't really matter which one you choose, but go ahead and scroll through and find, like some kind of a font that you want to make into embroidery. So why don't I do something like just a plain block font, like Arial's fine. And then you also have, this is kind of neat because now you have access to things like italics or bold or whatever, or regular or narrow or whatever. So why don't we go with like this nice big bold black one like that. And then you can also choose kind of how size they're going to be. Of course, you know that even if I choose the biggest size, doesn't really matter because I can resize it anyway. Once I say okay, and I get my big TC on my screen like that, you can make them any size you want, right? And I think you guys all get that I could grab the little corner handle and make them smaller or make them bigger just by dragging them around like that. So now that I've got this TC on my screen, I select the T and I click on the ripple fill, and it does that rippling, only to get it to do that sort of 3D effect that I did, I select that T, I grab the shape tool, and I take that center point and I bring it down here, and I'll make like a common point for both the T and the C, like in between. And so when I move it down there and push enter, see what it does? And so maybe I'll just open up my density so that you can kind of see it a little bit more clearly what it's doing. But it still goes around the T. In fact, a lot of times what I do is I'll take that T shape and I'll copy it and paste it. So there's actually two of the T, and the second one, the one that's on top, I'll make it like a border so that you can really find the letter T, but now it's got this cool sort of like and it's getting bigger. And so we can do the same thing for the C, right? We'll select the C, give it a ripple fill. Maybe while we're at it, we'll just adjust the density to match the other one. And then again, selecting that sort of starting point and moving it from where it starts out to and bringing it down to the same point where we put the T. That way it gives that, wow, 3D TC. And once again, I might select that C, just click on the copy tool and paste. So see how in my like sequence view, you can see that there's like two of the letter C shape. And it's the second one that I would click on, the steel stitch outline. And that way you would get like the T and the C that are nice, kind of bold like that. And they kind of ripple out of this cool spot like that. And so now, can you see how easy it was to do this? Because all I really did was I actually put my name down twice. So once I had done the rippling, I put the name down there and I made it kind of in a rainbow pattern. And so, okay, one more, and then we're going to do thread. Look how cool this is, right? And that's like the sort of like 30-second star, literally I'll make that for you guys in 30 seconds. And so look, let's click on a new empty workspace. And I think what I'll do is I'll just grab like a sort of like a freehand drawing tool from our sketchbook software, and it's going to make a run stitch. And so I will just draw for you guys like a shape that kind of goes like this and like that again, right? Something like that. Select it. Now, okay, I made a run stitch out of it with my sketchy program, but now I'll just select it and say, well, what I really wanted to do is make that into a ripple. So I choose the ripple tool, and it ripples around and around and around. And then to make it kind of cool, what I did was I took the shape point, found that little center point, and brought it way out here. So it kind of does that. Okay, so now we're getting sort of halfway there, and I need to use another tool, and it's a layout tool up here in our layout tools. This is the circle layout. And so when I choose circle layout, right away, boom, it puts like 6 copies around a circle. Maybe you want to do 7 copies or 8 copies, and you can rotate them to be at different angles to see like where do they start to look the coolest, you know, and maybe you want to go the other way and you want the points pointed to the center, and you want the waves on the outside. And so there's no right or wrong. It's simply combining the ripple fill with freehand drawing with the circle template. And so you guys, I don't know how to say anything other than this is just a ton of fun, right? Like I'm having fun. It is fun. Floriani software is fun. And I clicked off of share my screen so I'd come back on and tell you guys that's my ripple fill demo. It's the latest tool, like I said, but I have to save some time to talk about thread. It's literally my favorite thing to talk about. So Blaine said roll on since I came technical difficulties. I couldn't get connected and figured it out. And so I apologize, you guys. It was me. Don't blame Blaine. It wasn't their problem. It was Trevor. But that said, I'm here to talk about thread. And I just dropped all my samples, so I'm still here. You're just talking to me while I'm leaning over to pick them up. Okay. So first of all, I should have probably told you guys that there is a really awesome promotion on our Floriani software right now. You need to call in to find out. But the good news is if you don't own the Floriani FTCU, because we have a suite of software, there's 5 different programs. There's our Total Quilter program. There's our Floriani FTCU embroidery software, the Sketches software, the Lettering Master software, and our newest one is actually called Rainbow. But the great news is a special promotion right now, and they're all bundled together called the Universal Bundle, and it all comes for basically not much more than you would normally pay for our FTCU. You can have all of 5 of the programs together, and there's a special little bonus that you get. It's these cute little you don't get these guys. It's called the Unisign. You get 15 sort of custom embroidery collections. They don't come from Blaine. They're going to actually come directly when you register the software. They will be shipped to you from our office in Knoxville, Tennessee, you guys. So if you're interested in software, you want to call Blaine. If you already own FTCU, there's also a special for you. It's called the expansion pack. So Universal Bundle means all the software put together. What's the special deal for the brand new customer, Blaine? And then the expansion pack, that's for the person that already bought FTCU maybe years ago at an event. And you're like, I'm interested in Sketches, Stitch, and Lettering Master. Well, there's an unbelievable price to get all the rest of the apps. So you want to call in to find that out. Let me ask you about thread. So I bet that every person here's already collected like at least 1 or 2 embroidery designs, at least, right? And so in that collection of embroidery designs, have you ever encountered a design that was overly dense? You know, the ones that are a little hard when you sew them, you might even call them bulletproof, right? Yeah, so that happens, right? Sometimes it's because somebody's changed the size of the design. That could be part of the reason why. You never know. But what I want you to know is thread comes in different sizes. Hi, Denise. Thread comes in different sizes, you guys. You can get our regular embroidery thread, which is probably most of what's up on the wall here. We have an awesome, it's called the, we have a really cool thread set. Let me see if I have, let me look on my desktop, you guys, because I have a picture. What I'm trying to tell you is you can get the Rainbow software if you get this cool. Is it coming up now? So, you guys can't see my desktop. You're still looking at my face. So that didn't work out very well. Okay. I'll show you in a minute when I go back on one more time. But the thread, what you want to know, first of all, our regular thread is called 40s weight embroidery thread, but we have thread in our collection that's thicker and thinner. And that's why I asked the question about the heavy design, because if your design's overly dense, one of the simplest ways to fix that, and there's more than one way to fix that, but one of the simplest ways is to use thinner thread. And the funny thing about thread numbers, if you're learning about thread, 40 weight is the default. That's the one that we have like 360 beautiful colors of Floriani embroidery thread. You can buy them every day of the year. Just go on down to Sewing Machines Plus. They have them in the store. That said, we've got thread sets. If you look on the website, you can get the rainbow thread set's got 126. It's the color spectrum thread set with the rainbow software. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Anyway, it's on special right now. 120 spools of thread plus the rainbow software for an excellent price. And there's other, you can get 100 spool thread sets. There's different thread sets, and there's different kinds of thread. That's the one thing I really want you to know is that 40s weight embroidery thread is beautiful. And it's the one I use the most, but I also really love my 60s weight thread. We have beautiful 60s weight cotton thread. We even have beautiful 80s weight polyester thread. And what I want you to know is thread gets thinner as the number gets smaller. So if you have 40s weight thread, 60s weight is thinner and 80s weight even thinner. So we also offer a 12 weight thread. That's thicker. That's going the other way. And so just as an example of like using a 12 weight thread. So here is a little guy and he's sewn originally in 40s weight thread. But when you, and I made them like considerably bigger, but can you see how much more bold the lines are over here on this side? That's thread. It's the design was just, in fact, I made it bigger to kind of, but you don't have to make it bigger. The point is you can change your thread and make your lines thicker. Like imagine when you all have markers, right? You color with markers, you use markers to write your, addresses on boxes. And, when you do the address on the box, you get the thick marker, right? So it's really noticeable. But when you do your regular coloring with the kids, you get your kind of nice coloring pack. But if you buy some of that really cool Zentangle, like, adult coloring pages, you need the fine tip markers to be able to get in all the fine detail. It's the same thing with thread. If you're doing really fine detail work like this, it looks more beautiful if you use a thinner thread, because the trouble is if you put lots of detail with a thicker thread, it starts to close up. The space between the threads kind of goes away. And so these are designs that we would call a micro embroidery design. And the reason is, look at all that sort of shading in there. And so it shows off the thinner thread is really what it is. But to me, changing the thread is like a problem solver, right? Maybe you have a design, but you want to make it half the size, but it's got all this detail in it and you're worried about it kind of closing up. So you switch your thread. Another time we do small, thinner threads is letters. So here's a sample. Maybe what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on share so that I can show this for a minute and not have to kind of like wiggle while it's sharing. So now we should be going back on to my desktop again. And so if you can see my desktop, you can see the little design there. And there's my cutting mat. And so this is what I wanted to show you guys. I've made a stitch out. And what I actually have is like a single design. So let's just zoom in on one of them. So this is the Redwork Lady. That's the original design. And what I did was I made it smaller and I made it smaller. And what's happening is the detail, it doesn't, so the Floriani software won't take details out of your designs. If you give it a filled in design, like imagine you give it the Ford logo and you resize the Ford logo, the software can actually recalibrate the stitches and maintain the densities. But this design doesn't have any fills. It's just outlines. And the software won't take out on outlines. So what happens is as you make it smaller, same amount of outlines in a smaller area. And then again, so this is 4 inches, 3 inches, 2 inches. Well, by 2 inches, my details all kind of closing up and you really can't see what it's supposed to look like. And so then the idea is you can change your thread. And so here I've sewn it in 80s weight thread. And so you can really see the difference when I go from the 40s weight to the thinner 80s weight thread. In 80s weight, she looks good at 4 inches. It might be a little thin. You could probably say, you know what, I think I like it better over here. But, so that's fine. But at 3 inches, it looks really good. And even at 2 inches, still looks good. I even tried her in 1.5 inches, you guys. I didn't try the 1.5 inch size with 40s weight thread because I could already tell from the sound of my embroidery machine when this one was sewing that it wasn't going to be able to do that one. And so this is the concept that you can change your thread, you guys. And so I know that when we talk about the regular 40s weight thread, there's great thread sets, 100 spools at a time. You know, you can collect all the colors. But then once you collect all the regular default colors, you can start collecting other ones. And so this sample actually has, this is the 40s weight in polyester. This is the 60s weight in cotton and the 60s weight in polyester. And then the 80s weight in polyester. And the 60s weight and the 80 weight ones actually come from our Quilter Select line. And now I'm not in my studio, and I'm in our office, and I'm looking around going, is there, here we go, right here on the winder behind me. There's a spool of it. So I could show you guys kind of what you're looking for when you go on into the store. But see how that says Quilt Select on the top instead of Floriani? But it's all available from Sewing Machines Plus, you guys. You can get Quilter Select thread from there. We've got this is actually the 60s weight cotton thread. There's another spool that looks just like this, but it's got the 80s weight polyester. See, it actually says right on there, 60s weight perfect cotton. Plus, there are 60 colors in this line. We have 40 colors in the 80s weight polyester line. They also come in on pre-wound bobbins. So you can get the 80s weight polyester thread on a pre-wound bobbin that'll look kind of like this. There's like some of the pre-wound bobbins. There's actually a rainbow ring. I don't have my rainbow ring handy, but there's one that has like all 40 colors in one little pack. If Blaine's got any of those on his website, do yourself a favor. Get the rainbow ring. Bobbin thread is so much better when it's pre-wound because I'm a firm believer that the tension coming off the thread is actually much more consistent than when I wind them. I don't know about when you guys, but when I wind them, they never seem to be perfectly kind of tensioned like that. So what I'm trying to say is changing the thread can be a real sort of problem solver. I have a few more other examples of different weights of thread. So the 12 weight thread really kicks because it's like now you're going the other way. You're going bolder. And so this is an example of doing, run stitch embroidery with nice, big, beautiful. I mean, if you use 12 weight thread to quilt with, the quilting will be the star of the show. If you use 80s weight thread to quilt with, it will kind of hide, right? Look how this outline style design just really has bold lines when I do it with the 12 weight thread. And this is kind of another sample of me having like a run stitch design that is 40s weight on one side and then 12 weight on the other. So you can really get in a sense of how much bolder that line is. I know it's probably kind of close to the top of the hour and I'm supposed to probably stop talking, but I'm still going. This is the satin stitch. So now I'm taking that same 12 weight thread and doing my regular embroidery designs with it. And I'm telling you, if you could feel this, it feels almost 3D because that 12 weight thread is so much thicker. Now, the beautiful thing about that is maybe you want to resize your designs bigger. You could make it twice as big. So with the 12 weight thread, it would still fill in perfectly. The one thing I'll say about the 12 weight thread is when you do these run stitch style designs like this, normally with regular embroidery, you might have a 2 millimeter stitch length or a 2.5 millimeter stitch length. Well, with the 12 weight thread, you can use the 2 or the 4. But what you really want to do is you want to go, what does he got to say there?
He says wrap it up.
I'm coming. Okay, so bottom line is lengthen your stitch length. And sorry, I'm getting told that it is the top of the hour. And so why don't I do this? I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to come back on and I'm going to say thank you so very much to all you guys for waiting for me when I was I couldn't get connected and then like everything went wrong all at the same time. Has that ever happened to you? It's like one thing, then the next, then the next. And so it took me, I don't know, 10, 20 minutes to get on there, Blaine. Thank you. You're such a patient gentleman. I mean, I'll never stop talking, so you have to let me know, hey, that's your power.
Get the hook. Get the hook. Hey, Trevor, man, we sure do appreciate as always, you're exciting and inspiring. And we love you coming on the show. And again, we're getting to talk about two great, Floriani products, the thread, the total control. But you know what? I've got to show everybody how they can get this.
Yes.
And anyway, we sure do appreciate y'all coming on. Thank you to REK. Thanks to Floriani. And thank you. And I hope y'all have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I'm sure we'll see you early in 2022.
You have the most awesome show. Thank you for having me on it. And thank you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to everybody. Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, we're going to show you exactly how you can get this. The first thing that Trevor talked about was that total control software. And again, guys, the price on it is $29.99, $2,999. But we have a call-in special. You have to call in for this product. Again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And again, this thing, I mean, he just basically scratched the surface of what this will do. Trevor could have spent 2 hours just on the software alone because it has so much things involved in it. It has that splice tool for splitting one artwork element into multiple elements, photo stitch wizard, true type text fonts, auto digitizing wizard, art tool. It has that wave gradient fill patterns, apply template layouts to designs. I'm telling you, the list goes on and on and on. And you know what? The accessories you get included, you get 15 free You Design It designs, and they'll be mailed to you after your purchase. And again, guys, this is a great software package. And like I said, you've probably heard a lot about the Floriani Total Control. This has been a huge software out there in the industry. So give us a call. It's 800-401-8151. And we have sales agents standing by. You can also go right to our website, type in Total Control, and it'll take you right to the product page. You can look at there. We have live chat agents standing by that can answer questions as well. But again, I mean, Trevor made it look so easy. This thing will do so much. And guys, if you ever needed some embroidery software, this is it. The next thing we talked about was the thread. And again, guys, Floriani has been famous through the years for their thread. We have a bunch of thread bundles available. So guys, there's so many. You got to call in and find out the bundles. They can tell you each bundle we have, how many threads come with it, and the pricing. We have some great call-in specials on the thread today, and it's probably the best of the year. So again, if you wanted to get stocked up on your thread, now's the time to do it, to make all those projects for Christmas. In time for Christmas, we'll get it shipped out to you ASAP. But again, guys, this is call-in special, and we do have some special financing on some of the packages. And again, guys, you want to jump on the thread because y'all know how great the thread is. Again, we want to thank Trevor Conquergood for coming on. He is always such an awesome presenter, and hopefully we'll get him out here in San Diego in 2022 for some live events. And anyway, he's a great guy, and I really enjoy him being on the show. But guys, we got to keep moving on. And again, we have Anita Goodesign in the house. And we had, Brian was on here. Today, we have Drea, I think it's Boucher, isn't it? Yeah, Drea Boucher and Goodine, I think it's her last name. And she got one of those three names. It's hard for me to remember for some reason. I can remember the Boucher. And but anyway, because I was living in Louisiana for a long time, so there was a lot of Bouchers down there. So but anyway, we got Drea coming in, and we're going to talk all about the Anita Goodesign. And guys, we have a fantastic special on Anita Goodesign today. You will not want to pass up all these great designs in the all access packages. And I'm telling you what, she's going to tell you a little bit about it, but it's almost like getting that all access for free today. It's pretty crazy what they're offering. So, hey, let's welcome to the show, Drea. She is here. So welcome to day 4 of Countdown to Christmas.
Hello, thank you so much. You said all 3 of my names correctly, and that never happens. So thank you.
Well, I was going to tell you, I moved here. I lived in New Orleans for a while, lived in Baton Rouge for a while. There was a lot of Bouchers down in that neck of the woods.
That's where my dad's from. So BS.
So we are so happy you're here. I know, you came on our show back in March or June. It was June when you came on our show, and we had so much fun. And I know you're a fantastic presenter, and you're one of their national educators that travel all over the United States doing this. So, God, we are so honored that you're here, and we can't wait for you to do the presentation today.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. All right. Hi, everybody. I see some comments popping up. It's good to see you or virtually see you all. I am, as Blaine mentioned, Drea. I work here at Anita Goodesign as the creative director. So what that means is I have my hands in a lot of different things. So we are very fortunate to be a small company in Charlotte, North Carolina, if you're not familiar. And we create embroidery designs that are not only fun and exciting, but we create education that goes along with those designs. So there are traveling events, but in every design we release, we give you the education to be able to create and get the same result that we got in-house. So that is just a fantastic way to try some new things, and don't ever be afraid to try out some techniques with our designs. So I want to show you while I'm here. I have a stack of samples from December that are brand new, fresh off the machines, and I have some sneak peeks for some things that are coming. So let me start by showing you the good stuff. I want to get you some goodies. So this month in December, we released a 50 states collection. So the second half of it, we did 25 in November and 25 in December. And here is one that we put on a jacket. So this is our artistic rendering of Nevada. We have all the little landmarks for each state. Remember, these are our interpretation with threads and fabrics. So we have beautiful, rich detail for these. And there are 2 parts, again, to this collection. So December is that second half. You can get all of these lovely states. Each one has some fun facts and story with that. We also did, this is one of my favorites, we did some larger lace designs. Now, these lace, or we call them living lace, and you'll see there is a little bit of applique. We used some organza. You could use tulle or sheer fabric, and we matched our bobbin. So the front and the back are the same. And these are just done on a wash away stabilizer. So maybe 2 layers since they're a little larger. You run your applique. We always give you placement and tack down stitches so you know exactly where to put everything. No measuring, no thinking. You just follow those directions, and before you know it, you will have your design. So we have all kinds of animals in this collection. They are a good size, so you could 100% could stitch them onto, maybe not that one, but you could stitch them onto an item of clothing if you wanted to hoop a shirt or towel, or they are freestanding. So beautiful lace designs. We even use some sparkly organza. I don't know if you can see that, but we have so much fun with our threads and our fabrics here. Never, ever a dull moment. Another collection that we came out with in December are these rustic snowmen. Now I'm going to get in close so you can see the detail here. There are various appliques and embroidery. You can see some accent stitching around these, some little ghost stitching at the bottom. These have been a fan favorite. Now I know you may not get snow where you are. We don't either. But you can bring some winter cheer into your home and into your projects with these absolutely adorable rustic snowmen. So these are, again, featured in our December All Access. They are fresh off the press, nice and brand new, and they are just cute as can be. We use some denim, some flannel, some different kind of dimensional fabrics to give them a little extra coziness for the winter season. But there are a ton of different designs included in this and every collection. So when I'm showing you a design collection, I do want you to remember that these are just a few of the items. Remember, this is not every design included. So we like to include as many as we possibly can. Let's see what other goodies I have hiding down here. Now, we do have quilting. Here they come. We do our quilting in the hoop. So it's innovative in that we build from the stabilizer up. So what we do for our quilting, we start with a piece of no-show mesh or cutaway stabilizer. From there, we give you a placement for your batting. So you place your batting on top, tack and trim. Then it's already in your block. So then on top of that, any base fabric that you'll be using goes on top of that. And then any embroidery accents. So these are 2 beautiful quilting sampler collections that came out in December. You'll see we have a variety of techniques. So you have your running stitches, your bean stitches. You have some applique, some realistic, and some more whimsical designs included. So we love, love, love to do these time-honored techniques and traditional collections and quilting items. And then we do them straight in the hoop with your embroidery machine. So before you know it, you too are a quilter. A lot of people ask how we finish our samples. I'll show you a close-up. We back and bind, and then we stitch in the ditch. So if you want any more information on the really easy way to finish, just look on our website. There's some education there for you. But someone said they love these samples. Me too. And if you think, you can blend these together as well. So what's really amazing about our quilting, not just these 2, but all of our quilting that have that mix and match designation, means that your blocks from one quilt to another quilt can go together seamlessly as long as you stitch the same size. And we give you letter designations so they're nice and easy to create, which I love. I love mixing it up, kind of making a new fresh design, maybe with some older and some newer collections. And we've done all the thinking for you. Now there's some other goodies in December I want to show you as well. This has been one of my favorites. We made it into a bag, but look how precious. This is our Precious Pandas collection. There is some hidden applique here. And what that means, you'll see in a lot of our designs that are realistic, we use what we call hidden applique. Now, if you can see under the brown for the tree, the black and the white, we use some applique there that is somewhat peeking through, but you would definitely want to use it tonal. You don't want to use anything bright and neon like I have on, otherwise you'll have a pink panda, which is okay. But in our realistic stitching, we try to use this hidden applique style. No matter how simple the design, it really gives you some extra dimension and it allows for less stitch time using some unique colors and fabrics. So you'll see a lot of that. I'm going to show a couple more pandas because they are just the cutest things, right? Nice and roly-poly fun designs. So again, you have that hidden applique technique with our realistic stitching. And you can see, I'll show you the bag one more time that we created. We always try to make samples in-house so you can really see. This one even has a pocket on the back. We have some amazing people on staff here that made this bag just out of her great mind that you can do a lot with. So a great use of some beautiful applique designs. Now there are some other goodies as well this month. I'm going to pick up and show you. This one is a little large to bring, but I'm going to show you one of my favorites. So on the front cover, you'll see this beautiful runner here. This collection is called Reversible Runners. Now what that means is if you're like me and it was Thanksgiving and then, oh my goodness, all of a sudden it's Christmas, these runners are beautiful for your table, and then they are reversible. So you can flip it right over and have your next design. And I'll show you what I mean here. So each of them they have 2 blocks. So you can see they have a coordinating set so you can repeat. And then we show you how to create, again, a 2-sided project. So with your designs, we always try to give you some information on how to put it together. So anything you stitch or anything that we create, we show you how to stitch and put together. So you can see here for the reversible runner, we put the pumpkins on one side for Thanksgiving and then went nice and winter whimsical on the other. That way you can keep it up as long as you'd like all through the winter. And no matter what you celebrate, you can be coordinated with these beautiful designs. And the reversible runner stitches just like quilt blocks, so it's nice and easy. That process I just described is all you need to do. 2 in 1. If you're like me and have a smaller space, this is perfection. So there are different themes. I'll show you a little more sneak peek of this. Different themes throughout, and we show you how you can switch up your colors, how you can really kind of match to your decor and customize something so you can have something nice and beautiful. And they are year long too. So all of our designs, we try to give you as much versatility as possible. That way they're practical and beautiful. So that is our plan. Now, with some of these things that I've shown you for December, there are also a ton more projects that we release and a ton more designs. So there are a couple of different ways that you can get in on these designs. And I want to tell you a little bit about what we call all access. So everything we create is available as a set. If you wanted the lace designs, you could buy that set of lace designs and have all these beauties. You could get them individually for a very good deal. Or you could do the same with the pandas, the snowmen, etc. Or every month we create a curated set of designs, and you can get that on what I like to call a bundle special. We call that bundling our all access club. And what that means is every month we create a set, a bunch of designs. Nothing's repeated. And we do as many techniques as possible. So you'll always have the 3 main categories for Anita Goodesign. You'll always have your embroidery, and those are the projects that you can put onto other things. You'll always have some quilting, a little bit, your variety there. And then you'll always have your projects. So projects are various things that are maybe completed in the hoop and maybe not. We like to combine them. I want to show you one of my favorite projects. I wasn't disappearing. This is a beautiful project that we created. And it's the cozy wrap. Now we filled it with some rice, some little aromatherapy, and look how cute these little blocks are. So it says, time for a cat nap. It's a block that we use with some dimensional fabric, and we show you how to put it together and line it and have something nice and cozy to relax with. So we always give you all 3 of those, embroidery, quilting, and projects every month. Now, if you're like me, you like to be creative, you like to do all sorts of things. So this bundle is surely the way to go. Let me tell you how you can get it. So there are a couple of different options and some new things. And like Mr. Blaine said, some great deals just because you're watching this event. So the first way we do it, every month you will get your subscriptions. You get a 12-month subscription. This is a printed version. So for this particular option, you'll get a printed book with all your details in there. And when I said we give you education, we give you full color designs, we give you directions, step-by-step, and notions, all the information you need. And my favorite, we give you the machine steps in the back. So we show you everything we did, all the threads, all the colors, all the sizes. You cannot fail by following these directions. So the printed version of this is $1,400 for the calendar year. Now, your year is 12 months. So whatever your year, if you were to start now, you would run 12 months from your start date, and you would get every collection that we create in these categories for that year. You'll get your printed book, you'll get your digital files right in your account. They are so easy to access and use, and they're there forever. That version is $1,400. You'll get a year's worth of content. That's an amazing deal. But wait, it's even better. If you get the $1,400 club, you get your year of content and a $1,400 gift card to AnitaGoodDesign.com. We're turning around, just like Blaine said, we're giving you your money right back to buy all the extra designs. We have years and years of good stuff that you can get, and you can keep that gift card. It does not expire, so you can use it piece by piece or even share it with someone if you want to. That is an amazing deal. $1,400 for the print version, year's worth of content, and a gift card. That to me is a no-brainer. But I did see a couple of comments. Maybe you've done it before and you only want your year going forward. We have that option as well. So this one is also a printed subscription, the paper version. You'll get your books, you'll get your files for 12 months. This one we used to call a renewal, but you can do any of these options. I'm saying yes, you can do any of these options as many times as you'd like. So the year just going forward is $9.99. No extra freebies, but still a great deal for 12 months worth of content. Again, the $1,400, you get the $1,400 gift card, you get your printed books and all your digital files for 12 months. That is a phenomenal deal. There's also, maybe you're not into paper and you want a little different variety. We have a fully digital version as well. Now, the digital version is the exact same content, there's just no paper. So you get all the same files, all the same education, all the same goodies, but no paper on this one. So this digital content, digital subscription is $4.99 for the calendar year. So 12 months, whenever your 12 months starts, you run for that 12 months. We are, for this wonderful Sewing Machines Plus event, we are giving away a $250 gift card to AnitaGoodDesign.com with the digital version. So you have your options, and I will repeat them one more time because they're all really, really good. Any of these three options, you still get your 12 months of Anita Good Design content. It's just up to you. Do you want paper? Do you want digital? Super great deal. So here they are. The first one, print version, $1,400. You get all your books for 12 months. You get all your files and a $1,400 gift card to Anita Good Design. It's like getting your money right back. Super good deal. There is a $9.99 print version that you get your year going forward, a little bit of a discount, but no extra freebies. And there is a digital version, $4.99. You get the same content, no paper. And because you are here with us today, you can get a $250 gift card to Anita Good Design. They're all great, great deals. When you are ready to sign up for one of those options, you can use the code Christmas. Very, very simple. Use that code Christmas. Call us, email us, sign up in any way you possibly can get in touch with us. Just say Christmas and that you heard about it from Sewing Machines Plus, and you will get those extra goodies that we talked about. A phenomenal deal. And I promised you some sneak peeks. So I have a few things. We already have January put together. Shh, don't tell. I'm going to show you some goodies that aren't out yet that you can look, just kind of quietly peek with me at. Does that sound okay? I think so. This first one is one of our favorites in-house. So we've called it Fancy Flock. It is a rooster, a chicken, a beautiful damask themed. You can see all the details. This beautiful quilt is coming out. This is just a sample, so not the whole thing. Remember, I'm not supposed to be showing you this yet. There's some other goodies. There's some blooming cacti here, which we love. Different applique and embroidery. Oh my goodness, they're super cute. I have some other goodies as well. There's some more quilting designs. We used organza and some beautiful threads. We turned this into a pillow. So all kinds of goodies that isn't this cute. All kinds of goodies that are coming your way. If you're signing up for all access, these can be yours in January. If you want to get a head start on Valentine's Day, we have some beautiful hearts. We use matte thread and organza to make these. So all kinds of goodies. It is never the same content. So here at Anita, we don't repeat anything. So once this is released, that's it. You won't see them again. You'll see the design again only in that collection. We don't do any repeats. We don't re-release. Sometimes we love something so much we add on to it, but we don't ever repeat any content. So you'll be able to get brand new, fresh content and some new ideas. I also have some more goodies holding down here. Oh, someone said, Santa, I hope you bring me some Anita Goodesign. That is what I love to hear. If I have any puppy lovers, we have a dog collection that's coming out, some realistic dogs. These are coming for January. Remember that hidden applique I told you about? This little guy has some applique under these parts. They are so, so cute. So all the goodies, every dog you can imagine. Of course, we can't always do all of them, but we love to keep it fresh and unique. Every month there's something new. And I challenge you too, when you do sign up, I know you will, when you do sign up and you get your goodies, try to think outside the box. Look for something, maybe you're not sure about that particular collection. Those can sometimes be your favorite ones, right? I know they are for me. So some of the new things that are also on the way, I'll show you a few more. We have some teapot cozies. So there's some covers for your teapot. There's a little pocket. We show you how to create these with quilting. There are some coffee lovers. This is me right here. How do I take my coffee? Seriously, very seriously. We're all that person here. And if you're not, you know someone who is. All the goodies. We even have some little bags we show you how to create for yarn, crafting, and crocheting. All kinds of goodies that we show, just all the details that we use to create. You can create them. So I hear at a lot of events, people say, that is way too complicated. I could never do this. I couldn't do the quilting. We give you those directions. And when I say we really do give you directions, I know I showed a little bit, but we show you step by step everything you need to do. We start out with begin by hooping whatever type of stabilizer, and we walk you through with picture steps, tutorials. We walk you through with the machine steps. That way, if you have to stop and start, you know exactly what to come back to. So we want you to use those amazing machines that you're getting. We always want to give you as many ideas as we can. And we want to keep things nice and fresh with those club deals. So you have your 3 options. You have your club options for all your goodies to come. I even have one more thing, though, that I want to offer you as well. So maybe you're already in the club. Maybe you're not sure you want to sign up for that yet. I have a coupon code for you. So this coupon code is on any of our regular price items, any of our collections. Simply go to AnitaGoodDesign.com, spelled just like you see here under my name, AnitaGoodDesign.com. And here's your code. So it is SMP Christmas. Just like, so there it is right here. Thank you so much. SMP Christmas. Put it all in our little coupon code box on our website, and you will get half off anything you order, any collections, not the club, but any of the collections that you want to order. If they're old, if they're new, anything that is not already on sale on our website. It's good from the 15th all the way till the day after Christmas. So if you get your goodies, if you get your gift cards, if you sign up for the club, oh my goodness, and get a gift card, you sure can use that coupon code together with that gift card. Smart, smart, smart. Share that gift code if you want to, the coupon code SMP Christmas. It is good, again, from yesterday all the way till the day after Christmas. Get your goodies for half off. Get your club deals. We can't wait to see what you create too. We're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, and our website, AnitaGoodDesign.com. And we have real people behind the scenes. We have real people looking at your comments and your posts. We love to interact with you all. So whether it's in person or whether it's virtual, reach out to us. Show us what you're making. We love to see your projects and your products and things that you create with these amazing machines and our designs. So thank you so much for letting me come and chat with you today. If you have any questions or anything I can answer, I would love to do that. If we don't get to them live, I'd love to hear from you. You can reach out to us on our website. We have a contact us little button. Just touch that and we would love, love, love to hear from you. But thank you so much for letting me join you today. I hope you all have a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, all the things. I hope they are merry and full of embroidery.
Well, Drea, hey, great presentation. And we love Anita Goodesign. And I cannot wait to go back. I'm going to go over all these in detail again with everybody so they can make sure they know how to order. But again, thank you for being on our show and taking the time to do that. And we hope that you have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And hopefully we'll get to see you early in 2022.
I would love that. Thank you so much again for having me. We look forward to hearing from your amazing customers and participating in any events that you have.
Awesome.
So,
all right. Well, have a great day.
You-
All right. So, guys, Anita Goodesign stuff. If y'all are not excited about what you saw, man, you need to get excited real quick. And the pricing, guys, I mean, this is awesome. So the first package we're going to talk about was that all access. And again, I think that's the wrong one, Roger. Nope, wrong one. Keep going. Now there should be 3 of them. We're one at $14.99. All right, so Roger doesn't have the right overlay up there, but I'm going to tell you all about it. So the first one was that 12-month all access for $14.99. And what we're going to do, guys, or $1,400, it is a 12-month access to all the new collections you're going to get. And what is awesome about this, you're going to get a $1,400 digital gift card that you can use to shop on Anita Goodesign or AnitaGoodDesign.com. You're going to get that full color physical book mailed to you that you can look through all their catalog. You're going to get the illustrated tutorials, exclusive designs in this, and you're going to have access to the digital download. So that is the whole thing. And again, you're basically buying this and getting your money returned. I mean, it's not really getting it free, but you're getting a ton of stuff for $1,400. Plus, you're getting that gift card for $1,400 to buy all kinds of different designs. The next package is what he's showing right now. It's also the annual. It's the $999 annual subscription. You're going to get the 12-month access to the new collections, the full color physical book mailed to you. Again, the illustrated tutorials and exclusive designs. And then if you just want just the digital download, the digital download is $499. And it's a 12-month access to the new collections. You get the illustrated tutorials, exclusive to designs. You're going to get that PDF format in the digital download. And guys, if you do this one, you're also going to get a $250 gift card to spend on individual designs from AnitaGooddesign.com. So again, great specials on all 3 packages. It's suited for your needs. And then on top of that, guys, if you go right now to AnitaGooddesign.com, you can take 50% off the regular price of any design they have, individual design, from the December 15th through 11:59 p.m. Eastern time on the day after Christmas, on December the 26th, all the way till almost midnight. You're going to be able to use that coupon code SMP Christmas all together right there. That's the coupon code SMP Christmas, and you're going to get 50% off any design, individual design like that you want to get. What a great deal this is, guys. And again, when you want to, if you order that digital download, just in the notes when you make the order, make sure you tell them it's Countdown for Christmas SMP, and the same for that all access $1,400 to get the gift card. Make sure when you give them your order at SMP, just tell them it's for the Countdown to Christmas, to put it in the notes when we send the order over. Again, guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151. They can explain this to you again, and they can take your order. We have some special financing available too for the Anita Goodesign All Access. But guys, what a great deal this is. And again, this is not a regular deal you can get every day. You're getting it today on this show, but we're going to honor these prices all week long. And so again, if you want to get on this, make sure you do it before Friday, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific time to get the special deal. So great things from Anita Goodesign. And so guys, we're going to move right on along, and we have a treat for you. So you got to see earlier in the week on Tuesday, you got to see Baby Lock, you got to see the Celebrate Serger, you got to see the Altair, where we're repeating those again. And we have our very own Candace Trevino is in our San Marcos classroom today. She's going to do another demo on both of those machines. And again, she is fantastic at this. So we're going to go live right now to our classroom in San Marcos, and welcome Candace to the show.
Hey Blaine, how you doing?
I am doing fantastic. I know you're doing great today because you get to talk all about two great machines. And the first up is going to be that Celebrate Serger, which I know you're a huge fan of.
Yeah, I really like the Celebrate. It's a great little serger, perfect to, you know, carry around. It's small and compact, but it can do everything I need. Okay. You want me to get started? Hey, I can just get started.
If you could. Yeah, go ahead. And what we'll do is if you just, you know, let's talk about that. In about 25 minutes, we'll come back to you and we'll talk a little bit about the pricing and what people are getting. And then we'll jump right back into the Altair and we'll talk all about the Altair.
Okay, sounds good. Well, hey, first of all, I had to do my holiday ears. So I've got my antlers on just to be festive like the rest of you guys. So welcome. Thanks for hanging out with us for 4 days. So it's the end of the day. Hopefully we're going to just rock and roll. And I want to talk about this really great serger. So this is a serger. Now, there was a couple of little confusion about a serger and a cover hem or a cover stitch machine. These are two separate machines. A serger is for construction, where we put things together and we serge, or overlock is the term. Cover stitch, you can think of that as hemming, where I'm going to hem something, or like top stitching. That is done on a cover stitch machine. So two completely separate machines, or you could get a combination machine that does both. Now, if you get a combination machine, you'll see they usually have 5 spools of thread. So that's how you tell the difference. If you're looking at a serger, that's the first thing you look for. How many spools of thread does it have? This is known as a 4-3-2 serger. What does that mean? That means it can do 4-thread overlock, 3-thread overlock, and 2-thread overlock. So let's take a look at those and see what this machine can do. The thing I like the most, of course, is this is air threading. So it's air threading technology using the jet air threading system. So let's kind of take a look at that. So I have my left needle is not threaded yet, so I can show you how easy it is to thread this machine. It's threaded by air, and all I need to do is lock my loopers. So I push in my button, I turn my hand wheel, and there we go, and it locks. Now I can use the jet air system to blow my thread through. So, you know, it makes it so much easier than trying to manually thread this, especially your lower looper, which is always the most difficult. So I'm just going to put this in, make sure my presser foot's up, all my tension discs are open, and I'll put about a 1/2 inch of thread right down here into my port. I'm going to make sure I'm on L, so the air is affecting this port right here. So I'll put a little bit of thread down in there and then blow it right through. And there it is, came right out my lower looper. So it's threaded. That was it, easy peasy. So I leave it, I leave my tail hanging, and that's all I need to do. I am going to thread one of my needles so you can see how easy it is just to thread the needle. So in order to close this back up, I have to disengage my loopers. Otherwise, my hand wheel won't turn and I can't use my serger. So I just use this little lever. Now I can turn this hand wheel and now I can thread. Now this does have an automatic needle threader. That's here on the side. I just line up these 2 green lines and I can use the needle threader. It's a lot like a sewing machine type of a needle threader. Really easy to use. So I'm going to show you how to put in a needle and to thread the left needle. So this has an R for right needle, an L for left needle, uses a flat screwdriver. So really, really simple. So I have a handy little case right here that comes with the machine. So you can put needles, all kinds of stuff in here. So I keep my needles in there. And this is a flat to the back. It uses the same needles as a sewing machine. So, whoops, I'm going to make sure my foot's down. Now, I have a challenge getting in there, so I can use one of the tools that will hold my needle in place. And I can just put that down in there. You go straight down into the hole and straight up. This has a little window so I can make sure that my needle's in there properly. So it makes it very easy to see the needles. And you probably can't see it, but the needles sit at different heights. So they're not even with each other. So serger needles sit at different heights. So now I'm going to thread my needle. So again, you can see how easy it is to thread. It's just really like a sewing machine. Now, this is the threader, and making sure those are lined up. I may or may not be able to do this on camera, but we will try to get that in there. You got to get it just right, and I'm not even going to try. Usually, you know, on camera, things like that don't always go right. So I've become an expert at threading with tweezers. For many of you, you've never used tweezers for sewing until you got a serger. So these bent tweezers are the best ones to get. Okay, I'm all threaded. I have 4 threads, which means I'm doing a 4-thread overlock. So let me close that up. So 4-thread overlock, I use that for construction. And I'm going to set my tension dials. I'm going to set all of them to 4. So you can see there's a little black highlight there. That's kind of your standard stitch with the tension is all at 4. And then I'm going to test my stitch. Now this machine also allows me to adjust my length and my width. So my width is my cutting width. My knife moves when I move my width. And my length is just like on a sewing machine. It's the length of the stitches in relationship to each other. My differential feed is on neutral or N. And this looks beautiful. Now I'm going to show you a little trick while we're here. If you already have a serger, there's times when you want to come off. And if I need to stop right here, one of the tricks is to make sure your needles are up, your presser foot is up, and then you take your fabric right out from under those needles, and then you can jump right off. And there you go. I have a perfect little stitch, and I don't have any weird, hanging over stitches. I came off perfectly. So nice thing about a baby lock serger is I get a good stitch every time. This has what's called a twin cam feeding system, which means it doesn't really matter what fabric I use or what thread I use. It will deliver the correct amount of thread to give me a beautiful stitch. All right, so I'm going to do, so I'm going to back it up a little bit. I'm going to do a neckline. So let's pretend this is a neckline on a garment. And I'm just attaching 2 pieces. This one is folded in half. When I begin a stitch, my favorite, I have to remove this clip. So I can't put a needle here. And I don't want this to move around. So what I use is glue. Fabric glue is the best thing to use. So I'm going to grab some fabric glue. And I'm just going to put a little bit of glue here where I begin my stitch. And I've got 3 pieces, so I'm going to put some glue there. And this is wash away glue. My preference, again, is fabric glue. So anything that's, a Dritz or a type of a fabric glue that washes out, I think is perfect. And now when I go to stitch, you can see that's not going to move around when I go under my blade. All right, let me drop my foot. I'm sewing at a weird angle here, but let's give it a try. Now, the other thing I like to do, so for any of you that have a serger, you're new to serging, you need to be able to see all of your different fabrics. So I use my tweezers and I get under here and I just kind of move everything around so I can see it all. And then you stop, readjust it, and keep sewing. Now we use, apologize for that. All right. So I always want to trim. This is a concept we have a big discussion, trim or not to trim. When you trim, you feed enough fabric to cover that stitch. And so you get a much nicer stitch if you just trim or you skim your fabric, just a little bit. So now I have my band for my neckband. So this is where you would say, okay, now I'm going to go to my cover stitch or my sewing machine and maybe top stitch that or do a cover stitch on that. But that is a band that you would put on a garment and done with a 4-thread overlock. All right, I'm going to show you real quick how to do bands. Let's pretend this is my sleeve. So here's my sleeve, it's inside out, and I need to put on my band. So a band is just fabric folded in half. I'm going to drop it down inside here, matching up the seams. And we stretch it so that I find the half points. So there's my half point. I stretch it again to find my other half point, my quarter points. And this is the way I put in all bands. So you have bands for your neck, you have bands for your sleeve, you have a waistband, you have bands at the bottom of your shirt. So all bands are pretty much done the same way. Now, if you were to take this to a sewing machine, you'd probably want to sew it like this. But that I would be fighting with my fabrics to do this. So on a serger, we sew on the inside, okay? So I just put it in here. And I could pre-trim that, or I'll just kind of eyeball it since we're doing a demo. And then I can do what's called clearing the stitch finger. That means I'm going to pull my threads so that I can get my fabric right under here. So my threads are not bunched up under the needles. So that's called clearing the stitch fingers. So this little machine does such a great job with standard construction. Okay, so now I'm going to start trimming. And you can see we never sew fast. We're sewing short little pieces at it, and then you stop and reposition your hands. And this makes it so much easier sewing in a circle, is to do it on the inside. If I needed to make sure something was lined up perfectly, again, I would use my glue. And it's a good way to match up your seams. So I'm coming to where I started. So now I need to come off. I'm going to lock my blade and stitch about 1/2 inch, and then I'm going to stop, lift up my foot, lift up my needles, and jump off. So that leaves me with a perfect, oops, my thread stuck to me, a perfect serged edge. No, not a bunch of hanging off threads. And then I use my double eye needle. If you guys have your little double eye needle, darning needle, and I'm going to feed those under my threads and put all 4 thread tails right through that needle eye, maybe. I have one of my threads is a woolly nylon right now, so it has a tendency to puff up. So this is how you use a double eye needle, and you just pull it through and you have reinforced and secured your stitch. You really don't need to do this technique unless you're sewing, you know, in a circle. You have your tails that aren't secure, another stitch. Okay, then we're going to fold that out. And there you go. I got my band. So really simple. So construction, that's what you want a serger for. So many of us live in knits. So we live in knits and we want to sew something fast and easy, and we want it to look professional. We don't want it to look, you know, wonky, because knits move around a lot. So sergers are meant to be used with knits. They're fabulous for knits, but they're also great for woven fabrics, especially those that ravel all the time. You can definitely use your serger. So that's a 4-thread construction. So now let's take it down to 3 threads. So if I want to do a 3-thread, I'm going to do a narrow 3-thread. I just cut my left needle. Make sure I sew out all the thread and take out the needle. Now, I probably don't have to do a lot of adjustments here. For a 3-thread, it does tell me that I can take my loopers down to about a 3.5. But I found that this does a fabulous job, even with all of these set at 4. So I locked my blade. Let me put my blade back up. And again, I just lift up my toe right there to the edge. So that is a great, beautiful 3-thread stitch. Now I've got woolly nylon in here. So, or woolly thread or poly yarn, they're all kind of in the same family of threads. What they do is they puff up as you sew with them. So they're fabulous for different types of seams. So if I wanted to do the edge, let's say I have something like a fleece blanket or garment or something I've made, and I just want to do some edge work on here. And then I'm going to make my stitches kind of far apart. I'll make this as wide as I can. And I can just do some decorative edge work. So you could use that just as a decorative edge. And if I had some really bright threads or 12-weight threads or 8-weight threads, I could definitely do something really fun with that. A lot of us want to use our serger for a rolled hem. So how do I convert this to a rolled hem? Again, very, very easy. My stitch length down here has the ability to go from standard to rolled hem just by moving this dial. So I'm going to turn it to rolled hem, probably like a 1. I'm on about a 1. And then I do need to tighten up my loopers. So I usually put my lower looper to about a 7. And my upper loopers, probably about a 3. My needle thread, around also about a 3. I always make my width pretty wide because I like as much showing as I can get. Now, depending on your fabric will depend on how much this will roll. So let me try this fabric here and see. It's very heavy. So let's see if this one will roll. get my little tail out of the way. You can see how fast I was going. I was going really fast. So with the woolly nylon is in my upper looper. That's what you see is your upper looper. Look how much that filled that in. That would be beautiful on the edge of any garment or baby blankets or bibs or table runners. And you can see it maintains its stretch. So the nature of the stitch allows it to stretch. So this machine can go from a 2-thread, and a 2-thread means I'm only using 1 looper and 1 needle, and I can get this effect. It's called a ladder stitch, where I can put 2 pieces of fabric together with just 2 threads. So this machine will also let me do that very quick, very easy. I love this machine. Like I said, it's got all the bells and whistles you need, and it's a great compact machine at a really affordable price. If you mention air threading, you know that the price goes up. Just like on a car, from a standard to an automatic, you know that price jumps up. So this is a really nice machine, and we have a fabulous bundle going on right now with this machine. Definitely get the mat, and there's 6 feet that come with this that you can purchase separately, and there's a few additional feet that you can also get to sew piping and cording and ruffling and doing all kinds of things. So Blaine, hey, do we have any questions? Is Blaine there?
Hey, I'm here. I'm just waiting. I'm always here, Candace. I'm not going anywhere all day long. Hey, I got to tell you, somebody made a comment. They said, get Blaine a Mountain Dew. Well, I have one under here somewhere, I thought. I don't have a Mountain Dew, but I got Gatorade. How's that?
That works. Well, hey, are there any questions on the serger?
I don't think there's any questions, but I got to tell everybody exactly how we can buy it. And then we're going to come back to you, Candace, and we're going to start talking about that Altair, because I know there's a ton of things to talk about the Altair. So I'm going to try to hurry up and get through the Celebrate so we can have a little extra time for that Altair, because I know you could talk 2 hours just on the embroidery functions of it.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
But anyway, I'm going to be right back with you. Let me go over and tell everybody how we can get this, and then we'll be right back to you for that other machine, okay? All right, guys, we are talking about the Baby Lock Celebrate. And again, this is an air threader serger. This is a, if you've heard about sergers and how the quality of Baby Lock is kind of known for their sergers. They've been leading the pack for a long time with sergers. And then they came out with the Celebrate, guys. And this is a fantastic serger right around that $1,000 mark. It's $11.99. And again, think about all those other sergers that Baby Lock have. You're talking all the way up to $7,000 on some of these. And this one came out, and I tell you, Candace fell in love with it. She said, hey, Blaine, this thing has the features of some of those very high-end sergers, and the air threading works so good. And I personally, Ron Martin and myself, our owner, we got out there in the San Marcos store one day, and they first came in, and we played around with it, and it just does great. I really like this serger. It's priced very good. And guys, we have a fantastic call-in special for today. But look at the bundle that comes with it. But first of all, I'm going to tell you a little bit of features about this machine, and then I'm going to talk about the bundle. So it stitches 1,500 stitches per minute. It has that jet air threading, as I discussed. Full featured differential feed. The differential feed, guys, that is so great to have, and it works so well on this machine. It is a 432 thread serger. It has the pure lighting with 1 LED light. And I think y'all saw early in when Candace was using it, the LED light was so bright that it was actually making the camera, it was kind of hard to see it. We had to readjust the camera just so you could see it, because the LED light was so bright on it. It has that dial adjustable built-in roll hem, heavy duty cutting system. It has the side thread cutter. The pressure foot has that pressure adjustment for the pressure foot, and it has the adjustable pressure foot height up to 6 millimeters, built-in needle threading, electronic foot control, and the accessories that come with it. You're going to get the foot control, the lint brush, the needle insert tool, 2 needle clamp screws, a package of assorted needles, small screwdriver, tweezers, which are a must, and the upper cutting blade for replacement, and a looper threading tool. Guys, in the free bundle you see over on the right, this is a $2,800 bundle that we're going to throw in absolutely free with your Celebrate. And again, you're going to get that gold, Baby Lock matching gold SMP sewing mat that comes with it. You're going to get the Bulky Lock 6-thread set. You're getting the 3-year platinum protection plan from Sewing Machines Plus, and that goes on top of the Baby Lock warranty. So what that means, that protection, that 3-year protection plan, if you have any kind of problems with that machine, what we're going to do is we're going to pay for you to ship it back to us. We're going to repair it, do anything we need to do to it, send it back to you absolutely free. On years 2, you have to pay to ship it to us, and we'll ship it back to you on our dime. And years 3, if you have a problem, you would ship it to us, and then we would ship it back to you on our dime. It is a great protection plan. It's going to cover it bumper to bumper for those 3 extra years, and we'll do anything we need to do to make you happy. And it is a great, great add-on. Also, you're going to get 60-day trial of the sewed Baby Lock classes to go with that, and I highly recommend that you take advantage of that. They are so informative. They have a great product there to inform you about the machine. And then I would highly recommend you even sign up and do the yearly subscription, because they have so many videos and tutorials to help you along the way. It's like your best friend sitting right beside you, giving you instruction on the machine. And then we also have a special financing available. Guys, we had a ton of these in stock, and I'm telling you, we had 45 yesterday. We have 20 of them left right now, and they are going extremely fast. So again, if you are looking for one of these machines, make sure you jump on there, because we sell out of these almost every single month when we get these in. And right now it's no exception. These things have been selling very, very well this week, and all through since Black Friday, we have been just a ton of these are going out the door. So make sure, we want you to get in on this. I don't, if we do sell out of them, we will, if we sell out by tomorrow, we will honor the price. But I think we have enough to cover all the way until tomorrow when the sale ends. But make sure, if you want to celebrate Serger, to jump on it now. Give us a call at 800-401-8151, and talk to one of our live sales reps. Ask them about the different packages available with this. Make sure you tell him you want the Celebrate with a bundle, and then to ask him about the financing options we have. Again, if you're on our website, just go up at the top of the search bar, type in Celebrate. It'll take you right to the product page. You can see all the different things about it. And then also we have a live chat agent that can answer all your questions. If you're local in Southern California, we have them in our store. You can come by, take a look at it. They can give you instructions and give you help you with it. They're offering the same prices on all the things you see online this week. Our 2 retail stores in San Diego and San Marcos are offering the same prices. So come stop by. They can also help you and give you one-on-one instruction. So guys, again, a great, great package for the Celebrate. And, we're super pumped about that machine, because it has been such a good addition for Baby Lock. And again, at the $11.99 price point, it's a great price. Plus, you're getting that huge bundle to go with it. But give us a call if you're interested in one of these, and we'd love to get you fixed up. So, guys, we are getting ready to go back to Candace's live. I think she's ready, Roger?
I think she's just putting in the border reader.
Yeah, they're having to switch the set right there and get another machine in place. So she's going to be, while we're waiting on Candace, what I want to do is tell you again about the 10 for 10 promotion. Again, guys, this is what we did. We wanted to hit 10,000 subscribers on our YouTube page. So what we did, we said, hey, if we hit 10,000, we're going to give a $10,000 sewing machine away. And we hit it. With your help, we hit it. So to reward everybody for all that, we're saying, look, we're going to give this machine away. We are giving the Stellaire XJ1 by Brother sewing and embroidery machine away. And guys, this is a big boy. This is one of the top of the line machines. It has a huge embroidery field on it, has that huge 10.1 display screen on it where you can do all your on-screen editing. It has all the bells and whistles, guys. It's amazing. You can take a picture with your phone and import that in, and it'll digitize it in the machine. It is unbelievable what you can do with it. Again, it's about $11,000 package we're giving away, because you're getting the luggage with it, that rolling tote to carry your machine. You're getting the suitcase to put your embroidery unit in. Plus, you're getting that sewing mat to go with it as well. And man, it's just a great package. So here's what you got to do to make sure that you get in this. You have to be a subscriber to YouTube. And today, if you haven't already done it, make sure you go subscribe. And today, put the word Jolly, Jolly, in the chat, and that's going to make sure that you're entered. So what happens? Andrea's got a computer program that goes out and all these algorithms. It pulls anybody who's a subscriber that have put Jolly in the chat today. It pulls all those names into a random drawing. They pull a name out, and then you will be one of our qualifiers. So we've already picked 3 qualifiers so far, 1 each day. We're going to have our 4th qualifier today. And what happens tomorrow, we'll pick our 5th. And then once we have all 5 qualifiers, all 5 names are going to get thrown into a hat. I'm going to pick it live right here on air and announce whoever wins the $10,000 machine. So it's a great, great thing. So guys, we are ready to go back. We're going back live to the San Marcos classroom, and Candace is there, and we're going to talk all about that Baby Lock Altair.
Hey, Blaine. Okay, we're all set up. That was a quick switch of the studio, and I'm here to talk about this amazing embroidery machine. So this is really the top of the line machine that we can sell online. And if you're ready to upgrade to a new embroidery machine, this is probably the one you want to look at. Or if you are looking to just get into embroidery, these machines are so user-friendly that it's a perfect machine to jump into. Now, I've taken the top off of this so I can show you. This has a vertical spool stand that you can get for this machine. And so you take the top off, and then it pops on right here. So now I have a vertical spool pins so that I can use big cones of thread. I can use, any size can sit right here. And this makes it so nice to have this one. They also have additional ones you can get with more pins. I'm not sure how many, up to sometimes 10, depending on the machine. But look into that if that's something that you might be interested in. So that's why the cover is off. So just to let you know. All right. Richard did a great job showing you all of the sewing features on this machine, but I'm going to focus on embroidery. I think that's where this machine just sings and has amazing features is in embroidery. So let's go ahead, and we're on our home screen. Let's go right into embroidery. And let's take a look at a couple things that we can do right on our machine. So I'm going to go into my kids, and I'm going to pull up my little penguin. Isn't he adorable? So I'm going to set him, and this machine allows me to right off the bat see a ton of information. It tells me the size of the design. It's giving me all the colors I'm going to be using. And it allows me to go in here and touch screen and move this. Now I have a grid on my screen that I can adjust and change in my settings. I could do no grid, a 1-inch grid. I could take the grid off, and then you see it only has the crosshair, which is my center point. But I'm going to be working with the grid, so I'm going to go ahead and make sure I have that back on. I can also tell it what size of hoop I want to work with, and that'll show up on my screen. I'm going to go ahead and use that huge 9.5 by 14 hoop. That's a really big hoop, and this machine has it. So let's take a look at this. I have my cute little penguin, and now I'm going to go into editing. And let's see some editing things that this machine will allow me to do. First of all, most of the time we want to resize something. A lot of machines have a resizing feature that allows you to resize it proportionately 20%, and that's it. But this is no ordinary machine. This has a second sizing feature, And it allows me to resize up to 200% depending on the design, depending on my hoop. Now I did that right on my screen. It has built-in software that allows me to do a ton of editing. So I'm going to take him back down a little bit. I can shrink it all the way down to 10%, which is very, very small, as you can see. And what happens is this will actually recalculate the stitch count. So I'm not just making it bigger or smaller, I'm actually recalculating how many stitches it's going to take to stitch this out. And then I have a reset key that will take it back to the original size. So that is one fantastic feature on this, is the sizing ability. I can also move it around. I can move it on the screen, or I do have a move button. This is nice if I want to move it just a tiny, tiny bit. I have a rotate, so I can rotate him, change his direction. But a lot of times, if you don't hoop it perfect, you can rotate just like 1% or even a 0.1%. So that's really nice to have that rotate. But one thing I love is a copy button. See that copy? I just made a copy of him. So now I've got two little penguins skating, and I'm going to make two more. So I have 4 penguins skating. Isn't that awesome? And then I have a mirror button. So I'm going to mirror image some of these. I'm going to mirror this one and this one. And now I can stitch out 4 penguins all at the same time. Let's see what that would look like. If I go into embroidery, you can see it's going to stitch out 1 penguin at a time. That's not very productive. But let's see what that would look like. This allows me to see what this looks like in the hoop. I could look at it in my 9x14, my 9x9, and these hoops are grayed out. That means it's just not going to fit in my smaller hoops. So this is a lot of thread changes. I have, a lot of thread changes. That's too much. So I'm going to go back into editing, and I'm going to do what's called grouping. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to group these and set them as one design. Now it all moves together as one design. Now when I go into embroidery, I can go into my layout and tell it to sort my thread colors. So now you can see it's going to do all one color, then all 4 the next color. And that will allow me to not have to change so many threads. So this is a very nice feature. It's called grouping and sorting. So this machine allows you to do that. All right, let's go back into editing. I can delete them one at a time, or I can delete all of them. But let's just go ahead and get one back on the screen. I'm going to go ahead and size him a little bit so we can see him a little better. What are some other things I can do? This button right here, it's a shield. What that does, oops, I hit the right one, is it creates a satin stitch around any of these designs, and therefore it can turn it into an actual patch. So what does that mean? That means when I go to embroider, it has added a couple steps to the process. So it will stitch the entire penguin out. So let's look at our steps. So I can go through and I can see every single step it's going to stitch. So I've got 13 steps. So I'm going to go way over here. All right. So step 10 is actually the end of my penguin. Step 11 is called a cut line. It's going to stitch out a line and I will cut it out. Then I can put my penguin on another project, maybe a jacket or a towel or something, a little shirt. And my next step will be a placement stitch, so I know where to put it. And then it will sew a satin stitch. So it's basically turned any embroidery design into a patch. And it's added your placement, your tack down, and your cut lines. So really neat feature. That's something that is unique with this machine. Okay, I want to show you one of my favorite things, and that's called IQ Designer. Now, IQ Designer is, I'm going to call it creative software. It has some, yeah, we can scroll up. It has some editing, it has some digitizing, but it's not full editing and full digitizing. It's creative software. And what I can do is I can actually go in here and I can draw on my screen. I have a pencil function where I can just sit here and draw on the screen and I can create something. And then it has another feature that allows me to import pictures. So I have a picture. This might not be for everyone's taste, but I have a picture my daughter drew. She loves skulls and Day of the Dead and roses. So she drew this picture and I want to turn this into embroidery. So I just have to put it in my hoop, pull up my IQ Intuition app on my phone, and take a picture of it. Now you can see on these hoops there are registration marks. So you would put this inside the hoop. I'd put it in this real big one, and I would take a picture of it and I would send it to my IQ Designer. Now I'm not able to connect via Wi-Fi, so the other thing I can do is use my USB. So I'm going to access my USB and see what's there. So I have two designs. So I have two of these that I scanned. Here's another one that one of my girls drew. And I can pull this up, either a line drawing or like a full color illustration. And I can bring this in and then I can do some editing to it. So this is really a really cool feature. I can go in up to 800% and I can really see what's going on. I can see there's a bunch of little marks. I have an eraser. I can go in and erase these marks. I can go in and just clean this up. And then I can go in and color it. I have this color fill process where I can go in and choose a regular stitch and I can do a fill. So I made that blue and all I have to do is hit my bucket and the whole section will be colored in. So let me make it a little bit smaller. And I can just go in here and it's kind of like coloring for adults, right? There's a ton of things I can do to this design. When I'm finished with it, I can manipulate each one of my stitches. I can change the density, the size, the understitching, all sorts of things. And then I send it to embroidery. It'll save it and it'll send it right to my embroidery screen. So it says I'm going to convert it and it brings it into my embroidery where I can do further editing. So I'm going to delete that and show you the one that I did because, oops. See if I saved it. I didn't save it. Okay. So I did the skull. So let's look at that one. So the skull I brought in as an illustration design. And I say, hey, I'm going to use my app to bring in a file, or I can import it off a USB. Now, I already saved it in memory, so I'm going to pull it up out of my memory. My pocket, and there's my skull. Now I've already gone in and cleaned it up and colored it because of course I only have a few minutes to talk to you guys. So this is just the neatest thing to do with this program. I'm going to send this over to embroidery, but it's outside of my field because it's too big. And I can tell it, hey, don't stitch. I'm going to take off my stitch. And I'm going to tell it, don't stitch out that background. Just stitch out the embroidery. So I'm going to say next, preview. I can go in again. I can edit every single stitch on there. So it gives you a ton of creativity that you can do. And now I brought it in to my embroidery screen. So in embroidery, I want to add a stippling detail. So this is another really cool feature of this machine. It has a stippling icon right here. If I add this one, it only has this stippling. Well, I don't want to do that stippling. I want to do something else. So I'm going to cancel that. I want to do stippling for my IQ Designer. So first thing I'm going to do is make a stamp. So I'm going to make a stamp of this. And what that does is it sends it to my IQ Designer so nothing stitches out under my design. All right, so I'm going to say add. I'm going to add from IQ Designer. I'll pull up my stamp, which is right here. And so see, I have the outline of my design. And what I want to do is something around the outer edge. So I'm going to add a stippling design. So I have what's called fancy fills, and I have a whole bunch of them. I think I have like 15 different fancy fills that I can do. Well, I really like this one. So I'm going to choose that. I'm going to choose a gold color I can see. And now I just tell it where to put it. So there you go. It's going to put it in the background. And when I send it to my embroidery design, oops, touched it. It's only going to do that stippling on the back of my design. It won't do anything on the inside of it. So let's go to next. I'm going to show you that I can change the way this looks by changing the size of it. So I can make it smaller or I can make it bigger. I'm going to make it, I think, there we go. Let's see how that looks. And I'm just barely touching the surface of everything. So I don't know if you could see, but now it completely changed the way that stippling design looked. So even though I have 15 designs, I have hundreds if you want to change the size, the rotation, the density of it. So I'm going to go ahead and set that. And it sent it to embroidery. So now I have my picture that someone drew, and I added stippling, and now I can stitch it out. So how cool is that? So I went ahead and I stitched it out. So there you go. So I don't know yet what I'm making with it, but my daughter drew it. So of course, I'm going to give it to her. But what about doing something that says love grandma, or you could do a signature? There's so much you can do with this machine. I highly recommend investing in the inspiration guide. Baby Lock has this fabulous inspiration guide because you really don't get a manual anymore with these big machines. But this is full color illustration that shows you everything that for sewing, as well as for embroidery, editing, IQ Designer, all of it. This is a fabulous book that would be a great add-on to this machine. The other thing you get with Baby Lock, whoops, that I think is worth its weight in gold is your 60-day trial Love of Knowledge or Love of Sewing. I think it's called SEWED, SEW-ED, Sew Education. So when you register your machine, you've got 60 days to go in and learn all about your machine. I mean, I barely touched the surface of this machine. There's so much to learn. This also has a laser. So if you hit the foot, I know you really probably can't see it, but it does show a laser beam of where your needle's going to drop or where your needle's going to start. And that's very important if you had a thread break, or I had to change the bobbin 4 times on this project. So this gives me the ability to go through my project. I can jump through it with the different colors. I can jump right to this color. Maybe I need to restitch something, or maybe I need to go 100 stitches forward or 10 stitches backward. And if I want to make sure that's where I'm supposed to be, I can just hit my laser and that will show me exactly where that needle's going to drop. This also uses the app on your phone and these registrations to do what's called positioning. So if you need to position something in your hoop, you can take a picture of it and it'll send it to the screen, and then you can move it around. You know, you take a picture of the background of whatever project you have in your hoop. And that way you can do position placement. I mean, it's really fantastic. So I still have a few more minutes, so let me show you a few other things that I absolutely love. So if I want to go home, I just hit my home button, and that will delete everything off my screen. So you can see I can go right into sewing, and it says, hey, remove the frame. You know, it really doesn't let me do anything. It always comes up and tells me what I need to do. So I can remove my frame, and again, you can see how big this frame is. This is a huge frame. So now I can go right into sewing, and I don't have to remove my module. I can just leave it on. Let's say I need to sew up my bag. So I did something, now I need to sew it up. All I do is now I can go right into sewing with my embroidery module still attached. And as Richard showed us the other day, this does have a laser guide beam. So again, probably pretty hard to see, especially even if I did white on white, maybe you could see it a little bit better. But I could move that to say I need to do like a 1/4 inch or whatever I need to do. I have a guide beam here that will help me in sewing. So really great features in sewing. I can do all kinds of creative stitches that I can add together just within my sewing characters. I'm going to have tons of decorative stitches, all kinds of stitches that I can do in sewing. The other cool thing is I can do these stitches in embroidery. I can let my embroidery machine do my decorative stitches. So that's pretty cool. All right, so let's go into embroidery. It's going to say, hey, the carriage is going to move again. So move out of the way. I have quite a few file folders, you could say. This one is exclusives, and these are all the different exclusive folders. Within there are tons and tons of designs. Within these embroidery designs, there's tons and tons pages of designs. These are our alphanumeric characters. So you can see how many different fonts are already built in. Then I have my large monograms or decorative alphabets. So that is the style for each one of your alphabets. Then I can go into frames. You could add a frame to any design. And here I have 10 different files. Within each file is a bunch of frames. The last one is decorative stitches and buttonholes that I could actually do in my hoop. So I'm going to go into decorative stitches. And you can see these are the decorative stitches that you have in sewing. So I can scroll here. I can also use the bar here to scroll. And you can see all kinds of things. I'm going to pull up one. So that's pretty cool, but I'm in embroidery. That's a really fun decorative stitch. What could I do with that? I'm going to make it bigger. Again, using my large sizing feature. You can see how big I can make that design. Then I'm going to create what's called a border. This is my border frame icon. I'll show you that again, that one with the squares. Let's say I'm going to create a border for in between my quilt design. So I can add horizontally and vertically to this process. So I'm going to add one to the bottom, one to the top, and it'll tell me when I've gone too far outside of the size of the biggest hoop. So now I'm going to add them horizontally. I'm going to add a couple on this side. Pretty neat. The other thing I can do is space them out. So I can make them wider. And this will now stitch out as a complete design. So this is called border. I can also cut it so that only part of it will stitch out. I mean, I could go, you know, for days and days talking to you about the really cool things on this machine. I didn't even get into any of the fonts and adding alphabets, because that's what we love to do with embroidery, is customize. So if you are looking to upgrade your embroidery machine, if you're looking for a new embroidery machine, consider this one. This is the Altair from Baby Lock, and it's got everything you need to be the one and only embroidery machine you're going to need. It has tons of features, and you will really enjoy this machine. So Blaine, do we have any questions?
We sure do, Candace. We got one. They're asking, how does this machine compare to the Stellaire, which, you know, the Stellaire, they have two models. They have an embroidery only and a sewing and embroidery. Like the one we're giving away is the XJ1. It's almost exactly the same machine.
Yeah, it's basically the same machine. The Baby Lock has exclusive designs. You know, when we went into embroidery, you've got all these exclusive designs, and the brother machine has Disney. So that's really the difference between those two machines. The other Stellaire is embroidery only. This is embroidery and sewing. So, another question?
Yeah, we sure do. Rhonda's asking, can the laser be used for lining up seams for straight sewing?
Absolutely. That laser beam in your sewing feature is fantastic. It's pretty dark, and you can adjust it to well, I have to go back in there, but you can adjust that laser. It's got quite a large adjustment that you can make. So you could line it up to do, you know, rows and rows of stitching. So and to get precision stitching. So it's very nice to have. What other questions?
The hoops that it come with, Candace, I can't remember. It's not on my notes, but how many hoops actually come with the machine when you buy it?
You get 4. You get the big grande monster 9.5 by 14, and then you get a 9.5 by 9.5. You get the 5 by 7, and you get a 4 by 4. So you get four hoops, all with the registration marks. All can be used with that IQ Intuition positioning app that you can use on your phone. And they all are great to have those nice range of sizes for hoops.
Yeah, that big hoop, it looks like you could almost hula hoop with it.
You do. It's pretty big. It's pretty big.
It's a big one, isn't it? All right, Candace. Roger, is there any more questions coming through that you've seen? Candace, I think that was it. Candace, what a fantastic job you did on the Celebrate and the Altair. Thank you so much for being on our show today. I know everybody absolutely loves when you do the demos, but we're gonna show everybody how they can get this now, because this is the Baby Lock Altair. And guys, what a great machine this is. And let me tell you a little bit about some of the features that you're going to get. Again, Candace talked about it. It has that 9.5 by 14 embroidery field, which is huge. You're getting the large workspace. It's 11.25 inch workspace, so a big work area to do it. The LCD screen is a 10.1 inch LCD screen. And again, guys, when you're going to do all your on-screen editing, you saw when Candace, she took a picture, brought that into that screen and did the editing. You can put a design on a background. It is amazing what you can do with this. It has 494 embroidery designs built in. It has 771 stitches, which is unbelievable. It has that, IQ intuition, a positioning app. It has the color visualizer that you can change the colors and see what it's going to look like before you stitch it out. It has the color the IQ designer where you can actually edit and design, and then it has the wireless capabilities. What you're going to get when you get buy this in the box, you're going to get 14 snap-on presser feet, which is an awesome package that you're going to get. You're getting that digital dual feed system. You're getting the embroidery foot with the LED pointer, that overcasting foot, the 1/4-inch quilting foot with guide, the straight stitch foot, the zipper foot, free motion echo quilting foot, the monogramming, free motion quilting, free motion open toe quilting, the general purpose zigzag, the blind stitch, the buttonhole, and the button fitting. And guys, again, you're getting those 4 hoops that are coming with it. You're getting that giant 9.5 by 14. You're getting a 9.5 by 9.5 square hoop, and then you're getting that 6 by 10. I mean, the 5 by 7 and a 4 by 4 hoop that come with it. And again, guys, what a great machine. Give us a call. The normal price on this is $88,999. Guys, we do have a fantastic special on this today. You have to call to get the special. And again, guys, we actually sold out of these machines, but we have more coming in. They got shipped out today from Baby Lock. They're on their way here. So if you order it today, you will get it shipped out. We'll get them early next week, and we'll be shipping them out next week. But we did sell out of this machine today. But don't worry. If you do the pre-order, you will get that special price, and we have them coming in. So it'll be real quick to you. Again, guys, what a great price. Give us a call, 800-401-8151, and you can place your order with our live phone agents. Or if you're on our website, you can just go in there and put the Altair in that search bar. It'll take you to that product page. You can look at all the different things, all the features that come with it, because there is a ton of features for this machine. And again, we have online chat agents can answer your questions and tell you about the pricing and the packages as well. So, and then we have that special synchrony financing that we have available just for this show, that we got some special rates on and length of terms for you. So if you've been looking for this machine and this is the one you've been dreaming about, guys, just pull the trigger and do it. Ask for permission or ask for forgiveness later, right? Isn't that the way they do it, Roger? Yeah, just ask for forgiveness later. I'm sure everybody, your spouse will forgive you for it, because I tell you, it's going to give you so much happiness and pleasure of playing on that machine. I tell you, it is unbelievable. And what a great, great addition to our show today. And Candace, thank you so much for coming on. She is always just a pleasure to work with, and she is so knowledgeable and makes things look so easy. Drives me crazy how easy she makes things look. So again, guys, thank y'all for joining the show today. And we are going to give some stuff away. And again, tomorrow, this is our last day. Tomorrow is going to be our last day of the show. We're going to start again at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central time. I will come on air about 15 minutes after the hour, and then we will start the first demonstration at 30 minutes past the hour. But again, guys, it's been a great, great show so far. And this week has flown by. How many of y'all out there have watched from day one all the way through today? Give me a 1 in the chat if you've watched it from day one and you've been with me here the whole time. And because I know we have some of you out there that do that and watch the whole time, and we sure do appreciate you getting to stay home and watch that with us. But hey, it's time to give some stuff away. We're going to give some stuff away, and then I'm going to reveal our 4th finalist for our 10 for 10 promotion, where we're going to give that $10,000 machine away. So I see a bunch of 1s coming up on the screen. People have been here from day one. So that is awesome. Thank you all for being here for every single minute of the show. And it's a lot of fun, I can tell you what. And you know what's great about this as well is just seeing all the different people from all over the country on here. And I hope that y'all are getting to chat with each other and make friends. And, I've already had an email. Somebody told me that, they met somebody on our show. They met them through the chat. They talked, they swapped phone numbers, they started talking, and now they've each made a trip to the other person's hometown and hung out with them. And I thought that was so neat to do. And so we're so happy that we can bring our sewing community together, and y'all can have fun and share ideas. So guys, we are ready to give something away. So the first thing we're going to give away, we're going to give our bag bundle away. We have 2 of these to give away. These are our event bags. Everybody loves our event bags. They're all like those permanent shopping bags you get at the grocery store. They are we have 8 of them to choose from, but they're all different colors. They sell for $9.99 a piece on our website, or you can get the whole bundle for $49. We're going to give you one set absolutely free. And our first winner of this is Deanna Burris. So Deanna Burris. I know Deanna. She's been on our show a lot. So Deanna Burris is watching from YouTube today. So Deanna, congratulations. You're getting a bag bundle. And Deanna, just send us an email to contestplural@SewingMachinesPlus.com, and just let us know your shipping address, and we'll get those shipped out to you. All right, so let's pull up another winner, Andrea. See who wins this. Denise Jackson Looney. So she's watching from Facebook. So congratulations, Denise. That's awesome. All right, so let's get us a winner for the sewing mats coming up. The next thing is the sewing mats. And guys, again, if you don't own a sewing mat, you need to get one. You're doing your machine an injustice not having these things. They start out at $44 and go up to $49 depending on the size. You need to get one of these. If you don't win one, order one. Go to our webpage at the very top, sewing machine, or put sewing mats in there in the search bar. It'll take you to that page. We have these 6 great colors you see right here. We have 3 more that are limited edition. It's an American flag, which everybody loves that one. We have a what we call the best friends mat that has pictures of cats and dogs on it in a light blue color and a pink. And then we also have the limited edition Angela Wolf Pack mats. They're in a hot pink, and it has Angela Wolf's signature on them. And we're the only one in the world that has those. So again, guys, these mats are awesome. And then you see the wonderful colors we have right there on the screen. That blue is a perfect match to the Brother Blue. That gold is the Baby Lock Gold. The red is the Bernina Janome Red. Then we have the pink, the light blue, and the purple. So all 6 colors. We have 3 sizes to choose from: medium, large, and extra large. That medium is for like your small machines, your sergers. The large size is for like your mid-size machines, kind of like the Brother 3600D. And then your extra large is for those large machines like Candace was just demonstrating, like the Baby Lock Altair and some of those bigger combo machines. That's what that's for. So guys, our first winner is Jean Feely. So congratulations, Jean. Jean's watching today from YouTube. And so Jean, give us an email to contestplural@SewingMachinesPlus.com. Tell us your shipping address, your name and shipping address, and then make sure you tell us the color you want and what size you want. And we get that information, we'll get it right out to you. All right, Andrea, let's pull up our second winner for the mats. It's Renee Burgess Bolton. So congratulations, Renee. So Renee's watching on Facebook today. And again, Renee, send us an email to contestplural@SewingMachinesPlus.com and let us know your shipping address, what size and color that you want of your mat, and we'll get that out to you. All right, guys, next up, drum roll, please. It's ready for the Encore 260A. This is our very own machine that we have made for Sewing Machines Plus, so it's exclusive to us. We absolutely love this machine. This is a great machine. And I'm going to throw the extension table in absolutely free. This is a $350 sewing machine, and we're going to give one lucky winner one of these today. And Andrea, who is that winner? Corey Brown. So congratulations, Corey. Corey is watching on YouTube today, so congratulations, Corey. And Corey, make sure, send us an email to contestplural@SewingMachinesPlus.com and let us know your shipping address, and we'll get that out to you as soon as we get the information. All right, guys, we are down to the 10 for 10 promotion. There it is. You see it right there. And we are going to give away tomorrow afternoon that Stellaire XJ1 from Brother. And this is that sewing and embroidery machine. Has that huge embroidery size, 9.5 by 14. and it has the big 10.1-inch display where you do all your on-screen editing. What a great machine. And not only are you getting the machine, you're going to get the rolling tote bag and the matching suitcase for your embroidery unit. Plus, we're going to throw in an extra large blue SMP sewing mat for you to put under it to protect it. And so, guys, this is over a $11,500 package, and we're giving that to you absolutely free for our winner. But now we're going to pick our 4th finalist. So our 4th finalist is Lonnie Davis.
Congratulations, Lonnie.
So congratulations, Lonnie. You are our 4th finalist. So guys, here's how it works. How this works is you're going to basically subscribe to YouTube. Okay, you have to be a subscriber to YouTube. So if you haven't subscribed yet, go subscribe right now. And if you have to make an account, make an account. It's worth it to win a $10,000 sewing machine. Trust me. So you're going to subscribe to YouTube. And then what you're going to do tomorrow, I'm going to give you a keyword. The keyword today was Jolly, Jolly, and you had to put that in the chat. Tomorrow in the morning, first thing, I'm going to give you all the keyword that you go and put in your chat. Make sure you're a subscriber to YouTube. And then what that does, that enters you in for the finalists to tomorrow. So tomorrow, what I'm going to do is I'm going to announce that finalist at the end of the day, and then we're going to put all 5 names into a hat, and I'm going to draw it out live right here. And of one of those 5 people are going to go home, or not going to go home, but they're going to get sent to their house this brand new Brother Stellaire XJ1, which is an unbelievable machine, and we're super excited to be able to present that. And I got to thank a big shout out to Brother out there. Brother really helped me out on this. They shared the cost of this machine with me, helped me out on a little bit, so we could afford to give that kind of a machine away. So we really do appreciate them doing that. So guys, it is a great thing. So now we have our 4 finalists. We have Belinda Bryan, we have Crystal Harrell, we have Miss Alabama, and now we have Lonnie. And he is our I guess it's a he or she. I don't know. Could be both, couldn't it? So it could be he or she, Lonnie Davis. And so that's our 4th finalist. So tomorrow, again, make sure you tune in. Make sure you still have a chance. Don't get disappointed. You still have that chance tomorrow. If you subscribe and do the keyword, you'll have that chance to get in to be one of the finalists. And what a great honor that is. And guess what? If you become a finalist, you're not going to go home empty-handed. I'm going to give everybody, if you don't win tomorrow, I'm giving all the other 4 finalists, I'm going to give them something. And I'll tell you about that tomorrow. So guys, we sure do appreciate y'all tuning in today and staying with us all day. Again, we're going to start at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central time tomorrow. Well, the feed will start. I'll come on air about 15 minutes after the hour. And then at 30 minutes after the hour, our first demonstration will start. So if you want to get a little jump on it, you can go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. On the homepage, you'll see the Countdown to Christmas banner. Click on that banner, and it'll take you to the product page on that, and you can actually look and see what the lineup is tomorrow and all the machines. But again, guys, if there's something on you've been having your eye on, it's on your list that you've just been dreaming about, you want, and you haven't seen it on the show, give us a call, because you know what? There's a lot of products that we have the Countdown to Christmas special on that are not on the show. So make sure you call us, talk to Nick's sales team. They have all kinds. They have a huge sheet of things that we have on our special. We just didn't have time to show. So make sure if you see something that you want to get, call and see if it's on special. And anyway, we would love for you to get it in time for Christmas. So guys, it has been a pleasure spending my day with you and my whole week with you. And Roger, great job today. Andrea, great job. They're all working hard for you. All the chatters, on YouTube and Facebook. Deb and Melinda and Marina, and I think Rhonda was actually helping today. So all 4 of them, thank y'all for what you're doing. And got to thank our teams over there. Nick's sales team are working extremely hard. Laura Cook's she's our customer service manager. Her team's working hard. And then Randy, our warehouse manager, and his team, man, they have working long hours in that warehouse trying to get your orders out in time for Christmas. And so it's been a team effort. And again, I want to tell everybody, if you're local in Southern California, go to one of our stores. Rena is the store manager down in San Diego. Her and her team would love to see you. If you're up in the San Marcos area, stop by and see Corey and his team. He's the store manager at that store. And they have the same specials that we have going on the website. They have them in the store, and they can give you one-on-one instruction and help you out. So guys, thank y'all so much, and we will see y'all tomorrow. Hope you have a great rest of your night.